Hi there, welcome to the stream. This is Pokemon with Pugs, and we are still hunting for a shiny starter. And it's good to see you, Deb, that you're already here. I hope you're doing well. It's very warm here in the UK. And Taylor, good to see you. Been a long time. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing really well. But yeah, it's very warm in the UK. I hope everyone's doing okay where they are. But it's very warm here. I would usually do quite a long stream on a weekend. I don't know how long this stream is going to be. And I really do not think that the dogs are going to last the whole stream. So I've got both of the pooches here with me. We've got Mifa, who's just gone into the bed. Daruk's down on the floor. I haven't set up the counter. Bear with me. Forgot to do that. Bear with me 1 second. And Mifa's just got down from the bed. Presumably because the bed is too warm for her. Because of the heat. So I'm anticipating that it's not too bad now, because it's the morning. So it's 9:30 here at the moment. The dogs have already gone out for their morning walk. They've had breakfast, and it's not too bad for them at the moment. But it's only going to get warmer and warmer, especially up here, because I stream in the attic of our house. So I suspect that when they go for their lunch at midday in around 3 hours time, I don't think they're going to want to come back up here. We'll see, but I can imagine that the second half of this stream is probably just going to be Pokemon without Pugs, and it'll probably just be me on my own. But we'll see. We'll see. And Taylor, yeah, I know. Doing well on Pokemon Go. And Taylor, it's 24 degrees where you're at. That's even warmer. I'm looking at my PC. It's telling me it's 22 degrees here at the moment. So, yeah, I would love it if it would just stay at that temperature. But I think it's just going to keep getting warmer. Deb, it's already 40. Well, it's 42 degrees where you are. Yeah, I definitely could not handle that. That's beyond what I can deal with. I think I start to shut down, and my body. I get it. I find it difficult to focus on things and concentrate and do any kind of work when it gets above 34, 35. Oof. And Taylor, you got 2 shiny Magnemite this morning. That's amazing. I actually got a shiny Magnemite yesterday in Pokemon Go. So I mean, that's really good. I'm wondering, and I didn't realize this, but maybe they've increased the shiny rates for Magnemites, because that's strange, because I got a shiny Magnemite as well yesterday. I only got 1, but you've managed to get 2. That's awesome. I love finding shinies in whatever game I'm playing. So I love finding them in Pokemon Go. And Deb, congratulations, you beat Pokemon Soars. So well done on that. I saw a few of the shinies that you got in Pokemon Soars. I think I remember seeing a Drifloon, which was pretty cool. So yeah, well done. And Deb, 18 to 24 is more of a winter temperature where you are rather than summer. Ooh, yeah, that's too much for me. That is too much for me. Ooh, yeah. But yeah, I mean, hopefully everyone's staying safe in this heat. That's the main thing. It's the weekend, so I'm trying to look on the bright side. I had to go into work. I had to go into work on Thursday and Friday because I had Monday off. And yeah, coming back on the train in this heat is an experience. We'll leave it at that. My Thursday commute home was horrendous, because as I was on the train, which was already a bit grim, halfway through the journey, we got an announcement saying that there was a tree that had fallen across the tracks up ahead, and that the train would not be going any further. So just being stranded in the middle of nowhere, trying to figure out how to get home, and yeah, that's not fun. That's not fun. I much prefer working from home. I'm not a fan of going into the office, especially when it involves having to figure out how to get home. And Taylor, you got you got 2 shiny Turtwigs, 1 shiny Chimchar in Pokemon Go as well. Amazing. Well, in that case, I'm gonna go for a Turtwig now, because I'm hoping that's a sign. And then after this Turtwig, I'm gonna go for a Chimchar, and I'm hoping your shiny look rubs off. Not that time though. But there is always the next time. Deb, you had Lucario, Charizard, Togekiss, Breloom, Electivire, and Aegislash. Nice. And you're in the post game already. Well done, well done. I'm very jealous. I can't wait. I genuinely can't wait to play through this game. You know, I want to build my own team. I want to go battle some gym leaders and take on the Elite Four and stop Team Galactic. I can't even remember half of the plot line from these games. It's been so long. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's now been 2 months that I've been looking for this shiny starter. We're up to 4,550. This will be the 55th encounter. I just hope we get it. I really hope we get it. I really hope that we get it this weekend. But I've been saying that for the past few weekends, so it's hard. Right, we'll go for a Chimchar. This is encounter 4,555. And I've rearranged the plushies in the background. I don't know if anyone's noticed. We've got some... They're not new plushies, I've just moved them from elsewhere in the house and put them here. So I don't know if everyone can see them. I've got a Snorlax, a Vivillon I've moved to make it a little bit more on display. We've got an Espeon, little Azurill, Fuecoco. I always get confused between Poltergeist and Sinistchar. That's the unevolved one anyway that I've got. I can never remember which one's which. Pidgey as well. So Deb, so the game has 4 parts. Pokemon Safe 2, Pokemon Ores 2. A multiverse game. Interesting. And Taylor, when shiny Chimchar appeared, it made you jump so bad. I can imagine. I cannot think of how I will react when I finally find this shiny. But yeah, it's always, for me, it's always unexpected finding a shiny. So it always makes me jump, so I know what you mean. And Deb, yes, the Shinx will always be there. Unless I actually buy a Luxio, but we will see. I haven't fully decided on that. But yeah, the Shinx is there. The Shinx has not been knocked out so far. It's had half an hour. Yeah, I think I did Piplup last time. So Debbie, you're starting Pokemon Royal, which is a PC version of Sword and Shield. What starter should you choose? I mean, I would go with whichever one interests you the most. Are you already at the screen where you have to decide? Because I quite like watching the little animation that plays before the Pokemon come out, and you have to decide. And then if I'm playing a Pokemon game for the first time, I will often base my decision on how cute the little animation was, because I can remember playing. I can remember playing Sword and Shield. I can remember Grookey running up to the tree, and that being quite cute. And I think it dropped something and it fell on Sobble, and then Sobble started crying, and then the other two kind of like comforted Sobble, and it made me like Grookey, I think. But I would just go with whatever you think is best, whatever your first instinct is. I'd go with that. My favourite of the three is probably Grookey. I'm a big fan of the little drumming grass monkey. I think that's quite a cool design. But I would say just go with your first instinct, especially for a first playthrough. But yeah, Sword and Shield they're good games. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed them. I enjoyed the music. I enjoyed the environment. Taylor, you chose Score Bunny. Yep. That's a good choice as well. So you can't choose between Grookey or Score Bunny. Yeah, I don't think there's a wrong choice there. I think they're both great. I think you'll enjoy whichever one you pick. So I would just go with what your first instinct was. Okay, let's go. I think I did Chimchar last time. We'll do Piplup this time. And Taylor, you also got a shiny Snorlax in Pokemon Go. You on a roll. Well done. Well done. This is making me want to load up Pokemon Go and see what's around. Pokemon Go has been pretty weird recently, hasn't it? I don't pay too much attention to all of the events. I just kind of catch Pokemon. But I have been noticing the sky has been looking very purple sometimes in Pokemon Go, which is a bit weird. I'm assuming that's to do with some kind of Legends Arceus Hisui tie-in, because a lot of the Pokemon that I'm seeing when the sky turns purple is Pokemon that you'd expect to find in a space-time distortion in Legends Arceus. So I don't know if that's what's happening. It's a little strange, but I'm enjoying it. Space-time distortion, says Taylor. So yeah, I thought that's what it was, but I wasn't sure. Yeah, it's quite cool that they're doing that. That is quite cool. I like that. It took me a while to figure out what it was, because when it first happened, I think I thought it was just a glitch, and then it just kept happening more often, every now and again. And Taylor, you got 3 Sizos from that. Very cool. Yeah. It is cool that you can get stuff like that. I think I'm going to load it up now and see if there's anything happening. And you got a Nundo crowbar. Oh, but it's still very cool to actually catch a wild Crobat. And I don't pay too much attention to the stats. I used to, but now I just pick the highest level. The space-time distortion seems to have ended where I am, so now it's back to normal. And Deb, you're picking Grookey. Well, good luck. Good luck on that journey. I think you'll have fun. And Taylor, you got a shiny Servine as well. That's a lot of shinies. That is a lot of shinies. That is a crazy amount of shinies. I'm lucky if I get 1 shiny per week or something like that. And you're naming your Grookey Grocky. Nothing wrong with that. You can name it whatever you want. And Taylor, you've got a 98% Meltan. Nice. Oh, Jeremy, welcome to stream. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I'm very jealous of you. You've got a shiny Latias a couple of days ago from Dynamax Adventures. I think Latias and Latios are my 2 favourite shiny legendaries. I think those shinies are wonderful. So massive congratulations on getting that. I love shiny hunting in Dynamax Adventures. It's so fun. And to top it off, to get, in my opinion, the best legendary shiny there is in Latias. Yeah, well done. Well done. I definitely want to do that one day. I want to get both of the Latis in Dynamax Adventures as well. It's such a fun game mode. And Fluffy, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. You're watching a movie. Well, I hope you enjoy the movie. Which movie are you watching? And Jeremy, that was your first shiny. Is that your first shiny legendary ever? But well done. Well done. Yeah, I'm a very, very big fan of Dynamax Adventures. I definitely want to go back to that at some point. Because I think I did try and find a shiny. I can never remember whether it's a Latias or a Latios. I think it may have been a Latias. And I think I got about 20 odd encounters in. And then I just moved on to something else. And I do want to go back because I do want to find it. Right, we'll do Turtwig this time. And Fluffy, you're watching Benji. I don't know that movie, but I hope you enjoy it. And Taylor has 114 shiny Pokemon in Go. Nice. You can... Let me have a look how many I've got. I feel like I've got... yeah. I mean, I think, yeah, I've got quite a few in Pokemon Go. Just looking at it. I think I've got 313 shiny Pokemon in Go. They do... I think a lot of that will be from community days. You know, when you... On the community days, you can end up with, like... 10 shinies sometimes. It's insane. And I think last weekend was EV Community Day, and it was EV Community Day on the Saturday and the Sunday. And over those 2 days, I definitely got 12 shiny EVs. So yeah, it can. The Community Day aspect of Pokemon Go can really, you can really rack up the shinies, definitely. Oh, and so, Jeremy, this was your very first Latias. Nice. You managed to get Shiny Rayquaza from Scarlet, and Shiny that's difficult to say, and Shiny Sword of Justice, and you got the entire trio of them. That's really impressive. That's really impressive. And Jeremy, you got the shiny Charmant Shield. That definitely makes a difference, doesn't it? I think that, especially in Dynamax Adventures, that brings it. I think that brings the shiny odds down from 400 to 1 all the way down to 100 to 1, which is really good. So yeah, it's well worth getting the shiny charm in Sword and Shield. Definitely worth it all day long. It's not so much worth it in Shining Pearl and Brilliant Diamond, unfortunately, because for some reason it doesn't really do much, apparently, the shiny charm in this game. Very strange. And thank you very much, Jeremy. Yeah, no, I'm doing really well. I'm doing really well. It's the weekend. I get to play Pokemon, and at the moment it's warm, but it's not uncomfortably warm just yet. I'm a little bit worried about later on today. So yeah, I genuinely don't know how long I'm going to be streaming today, because I don't know how hot it's going to get up here. But at the moment it's fine. So I'm doing all good right now. But yeah, I think, like I say, one day I definitely want to go back to Dynamax Adventures. I think it's likely to be next year, though, based on how long this run seems to be taking. Because obviously I want to finish this run. I also want to play Legend ZA. I want to get through that when that comes out. And I think I also want to do another run in Let's Go. I want to do a Let's Go Pikachu run. And then after that, I think I'd really like to do some Dynamax Adventures. Because I think that would be the type of thing that it would be really nice to get, that other people could kind of join and help as well. Because then everyone's shiny hunting at once. Well, not everyone. I think you can only have 4 people in a raid at any one time, but still, it's, you know, a few people can hunt all at once, and it's quite cool. And Fluffy, yesterday you went to a book sale and got 19 books. Nice. That should keep you going for a while, hopefully. That sounds great. And Deb, so in your game, Leon is showing off again. Yes, he will do that. I mean, I think he deserves to. He's the champion. I think he's allowed. He's not a bad character. I don't mind Leon. I don't mind Leon. He doesn't come across as arrogant or anything like that. And he actually helps out. You know, he tries to deal with things on his own, which not every champion does. But yeah, Fluffy, I hope you enjoy all those books. Reading's very important. And Deb, yeah. So it sounds like what you're playing is yeah, it's quite close to the original. And it's pretty cool that you're able to do that, even if you don't have it's good that there's that available for people that don't have a Switch or something like that. So that is good. And like I say, I'm a big fan of those games. I think my biggest problem was I don't know if it's the post game or just the part very, very close to the end. But you've got to deal with I don't even know their names. Sword, Burton, Shield, something. I forget their names. Those characters, they grate on me. Those characters grate on me. But apart from that, I enjoyed them. So we've got through 20 encounters so far. No shiny yet. We've been searching so long. who knows when this shiny will appear. And thank you very much, Fluffy. I hope I get it. I really hope I get it. Thank you. I've been searching for it for so long, though. Yeah. Like, I will get it, but I have no clue when that will be. And it could be, it could take so long. So I'll just have to see. And yeah. Deb, it sounds like you found a good game. Yeah. I hope you enjoy it. And that's a good question, Fluffy. I wonder if they are shiny locked. Because they certainly are shiny locked in the originals, in the Switch game. But yeah, I'm not sure about the game that Deb's playing. I would imagine if it's based on the Switch game, they probably are shiny locked. And Jeremy, you were trying to get a shiny Dialga on Brilliant Diamond, and you might go back. I don't blame you. I am planning on going for shiny Palkia on this run. I don't know how long it will take, but yeah, shiny Dialga looks really cool. I think shiny Dialga looks better than shiny Palkia. So yeah, I wouldn't blame you if you went for it. You just have to deal with these odds, though, don't you? BDSP, the odds are 1 in 4,096, and there's no way to improve that, so you've just got to keep encountering it over and over again. So, if you do go back to it, good luck. Absolutely good luck. Actually, I didn't even read that properly, Jeremy. So you said that you were trying for Dialga for months. I didn't, yeah, that didn't register actually exactly how long you'd been looking for shiny Dialga. Months. Wow. I know exactly how you feel. Yeah, because I mean, it's been over 2 months for me now. Just over 2 months, I think. But yeah, it's been months for me. And I've not even started this journey. I'm still right at the start. So, yeah, I know how you feel about that. But yeah, if you do go back to it, seriously, good luck. I hope you find it. I would imagine you'd be due it very soon. You know, I know that's not the way probabilities work, but I'm assuming there's a shiny god out there. And surely if you've been searching for something for a couple of months, it's got to turn up sooner rather than later. So, yeah. Good luck with that if you do go back to it. Definitely. And that's just the thing with me. So I mean, yeah, I've been searching for months. I will get it. I just don't know when I'm going to get it. But I'm very, very, very much looking forward to it. And you know, when you do eventually get a shiny that you've been searching for that long, I mean, I've never had to search for a shiny for this long, so I don't know for certain. But I would imagine it's going to mean an awful lot. It's going to be a special feeling, and it's going to make the whole game a lot more meaningful. I can't wait. And Deb, you're able to see Overworld Pokemon 2. Yeah, good. Sounds like you're enjoying it. And yeah, it's Sword and Shield. They're really good games. They are really good games. I mean, this is DLC stuff, but Dynamax Adventures is I mean, it's definitely my favourite way to hunt shinies. But it's just a really fun time just to spend time in Pokemon, just doing those runs. Even if you don't get anything, it's still fun just to do them. So I mean, Dynamax Adventures is one of the most fun experiences that you can have in Pokemon. You know, and that's Sword and Shield. Yeah, and I do love the wild area. Especially the music. It maybe gets a little repetitive, the music, but I still love it. Like, it, you know, the music really needs to be good for it not to get repetitive, given how few tracks there are. But it pretty much does it. It's, yeah. I don't know the name of the track, but the one that kicks in when you can kind of hear like bagpipes playing or something. It's so awesome. I love it. But it's just it's an interesting region with lots of really nice towns dotted around. I love going to all the different towns. It's, yeah. Sword and Shield. It's a good time. I enjoy it. You almost had a Zorua, and you're going to be restarting to catch it. I didn't even know you could get one that early in the game. But good luck in trying to catch it, and enjoy your lunch. And the questionnaire will be held. Anyone want to participate? Yeah, anytime you want to do any questions in chat, you know, feel free, Deb. But I mean, if you want to just enjoy the game, you know, feel free to just enjoy Sword and Shield. You know, don't feel like you have to. It's, especially if you're like really enjoying the start and want to get into it, because I know that feeling. You know, playing a Pokemon game for the first time and playing the start of that game, that's always the part that I enjoy the most. You know, when you're just building your team, when, you know, you don't quite know what Pokemon you're going to encounter on your journey, so you don't know what your team's going to look like, and then catching them and getting through those first couple of gyms. Yeah, the very start of a Pokemon journey is always, that's what I like the most. But everyone's different. Fluffy, have any of you seen All the Sharks? No. That doesn't ring any bells with me. So I'm not familiar with that. I don't know if anyone else is. It's a new show. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I haven't seen many new shows recently, so that might be why I'm not familiar with it. And I haven't had much time to watch new shows. I think I watched the new season of the UK Taskmaster, which I very much enjoyed. But other than that, the only shows I've been watching, I've been able to watch like 1 or 2 episodes of the Pokemon anime just before going to bed recently. So I've been watching, I think, season 3. And I think that's pretty much where I stopped watching back in the day. So where Ash starts his Gold and Silver Johto journey. So Fluffy, All the Sharks is where it's a new show where if you get the most photos of rare sharks, you win a prize. That is an interesting premise for a show. I'm assuming they're not expecting people to go out swimming to take photos of sharks. I mean, I don't know how you meant to take photos of sharks. I'm confused. That sounds like a very confusing show. But maybe it works. It could work. And Deb, the last web series you watched was Looking, and the second season of Looking. I'm not familiar with that one either. So they use a special underwater camera to take the photos. That makes sense. That I can make sense. So yeah, I've seen that you can take photos underwater with special cameras. I think there might be some mobile phones you can do that with. I might be wrong, but I bet you could do that with if you just had a little case for your phone. That I can understand. It's the it's the going out finding sharks in the water that I'm struggling to get my head around. I know not all sharks are dangerous, but still, I would be nervous if I saw a shark. My first thought, if I saw a shark while I was swimming, would not be, let me grab my camera. It would be panic, panic, panic. Deb, so before Loki you watched Breaking Bad. Yeah, I've definitely seen both of those, and I definitely enjoyed both of those. They're both really good series. Really good series. Yeah, I think Breaking Bad is that's an all-time classic. And and of all the Marvel TV shows, I definitely enjoyed Loki probably the most. Yeah, very, very cool. Especially the first series, where it was kind of like it was almost like a murder mystery thing, and you had to try and find out who was destroying all these timelines and things like that, and they were tracking who it was down. And there was kind of like a buddy cop thing with Loki teaming up with I forget his name, the guy who's played by Owen Wilson. He had a weird name. I can't remember. I can't remember the character's name, but Owen Wilson's character. The first season of Loki I definitely enjoyed an awful lot. Ah, Fluffy, so these are shark professionals that take the photos from far away. That makes sense, that makes sense. Yeah, very cool. Yeah, I was thinking, because the premise of the show seemed to be all about just getting the most photos of rare sharks, I just kind of assumed it would be I don't know, something that the viewers could participate in, but that didn't really make sense to me. But yeah, if it's just for professionals, then it makes sense. And I do like the idea that the idea is to just take photos of them rather than, catching them or something like that. Because, you take a photo, that's not interfering with them. They get to go on about their lives, and that's nice, You get to encounter them and experience them in their natural habitat, and then they get to go on and not be stressed out, and not, nothing bad happens to them. Yeah. So yeah, I like the sound of it. Right, we'll go. Let's try Piplup this time. Deb, so the murder mystery reminded you of an anime called Summertime Rendering. I'm not familiar with that one. And thank you very much, Deb. Thank you. I hope I've got this. But yeah, thank you for the shiny look. And Fluffy, do I prefer Pokemon Violet or Scarlet? They're both great games. They've both got really cool Pokemon in it, so I love them both. But I played through Pokemon Scarlet first, so I'll always have a bit more of an attachment to Pokemon Scarlet. Just seeing my goofy Koraidon run around with its goofy legs flapping everywhere. Having been on the journey that I went with that little guy, seeing him stand up to this equivalent Koraidon bully who'd done all these awful things, but my Koraidon, stands up to it even though he's still recovering. I liked that. So I think I've said before, I really love the storyline in Scarlet and Violet. I think it's really, really good. Takes you on an emotional journey, helps you build bonds with a lot of characters all the way through the game. And yeah, one of the characters is just your ride Pokemon. Either Koraidon or Miraidon. And I would have imagined whichever game I played first, that special, going through that journey for the first time would probably skew your thoughts to think very highly of either Miraidon or Koraidon. But for me, I played through Scarlet first, and yeah, definitely Scarlet for me. But I like them both. And Fluffy, you prefer Violet because that's your name. Ah, very cool. Very cool. That's a very good reason to prefer it, definitely. And Fluffy, purple is your favourite colour, and you got that first. Well, there you go. And I think that's that. For me, I think that is the biggest thing. I think if you play whichever version you play first, you've gone on that journey with that, with either Miraidon or Koraidon. But you've gone on that journey with that Pokemon right from the start, you know. And yeah, that's gonna. I think you're always gonna, develop a nice bond with your ride Pokemon, and that's probably gonna make you prefer that version over the other version that you didn't play. So again, I like Miraidon's design. I like a lot of the designs of the future Paradox Pokemon. I think they're all really cool. I think the names could be better. I'm not crazy that they all begin with Iron, but I think all of the design aesthetics are all really cool. So yeah, I do like Pokemon Violet. So Deb, for the Paradox Pokemon you prefer Scarlet, but for the Legendary you prefer Miraidon. That's fair enough. It's absolutely fair enough. So Fluffy, you started playing Scarlet again because of the Paradox Pokemon, and 4 out of 10 you like the Violet ones. Yeah, like I said, I think I like them all. I think I like them all. Yeah. Yeah, I think all of the Paradox Pokemon I enjoy. And again, that might be skewed by just how much I enjoyed going into Area Zero for the first time. I mean, yeah, getting to finally go down there with all of those 3 school friends that you've spent an entire game developing bonds with, going down there with your friends, exploring this weird environment that had this eerie, atmospheric feeling as you just go further down, deeper down into Area Zero, going to these research stations that start out all nice and innocent, and then as you get further down they get a little bit more decrepit and ruined, and things start to not be what you maybe thought it would be. It's so good. It's such a good part of the game. The first time you play it, it's so epic. And yeah, I was very impressed with Area Zero. Which I think probably made me think very highly of the Paradox Pokemon, you know. I'm very surprised. I don't know if you can see this, but Mifa's currently asleep, and she's on the floor. You can see her on the pooch cam, the bottom one. But she's the position she's chosen to sleep. She's chosen to sleep in the sun, so she's clearly not too warm. I'm surprised she's chosen to sleep there. Daruka's been far more sensible. He's sleeping in where the sun is not. But Mifa's just sleeping in the sun, sunbathing. I could not sunbathe in this sun. Okay, let's do Piplup this time. So yeah, could this be shiny? There's a chance. There's always a chance it could be shiny. I really, really want to start this journey. Nope. It's been so long. I think around this time last weekend, we added up how long in terms of hours it's been, and I think it had been 130 hours at that point. So I've been waiting so long for this shiny. I can't wait for it to appear. Okay, so Deb's got a Who's That Pokemon puzzle. We've got 10 questions to figure it out. We can't ask the typing. Okay. Can we ask... Do they have to be yes or no questions? Or can we ask something like, which generation is it from? Because if we can ask which generation it's from, that would be my first question. Fluffy. Well, I mean, I guess everyone can see the chat, Fluffy, I would imagine. I would hope, anyway. Fluffy, you tried living, but you could not see the chat. Wait, how are you typing if you can't see the chat? I am very confused. So it's Generation 5. Ah, right, okay. Eesh. Yeah, I don't know too much about Generation 5. We can't ask the typing. I think I did that last time. Do that. Oh, I see. So when you were streaming. Ah, okay. Thank you, Deb. I wasn't sure. So Fluffy, you tried to stream. Ah, you tried live. Right, that's what you meant by live-in. Yeah, I get you. Yeah. But you couldn't see the chat when you live streamed. So yeah, I'm not sure. The way that I live stream is on my PC. So it might be different if you're live streaming through your phone. But the way that I live stream is on my PC, and I do it through a program called OBS. It's a free program, and it just allows you to record from a source like HDMI. You'll need a HDMI adapter thing, either a capture card or just you'll need some kind of HDMI capture card if you want to stream from a HDMI source like a Switch or something. But yeah, OBS just allows you to record from that and also stream as well. And OBS has little plugins that show you the chat and show you the quality of the stream, whether you're dropping any frames and all that type of technical nonsense that I don't actually understand. But yeah, if you were streaming through your phone, then I'm not so sure, because I don't know how it would show up if you were streaming through your phone. But yeah, if you were using OBS, then I might be able to help. So another clue for yours, Deb. So you can ask the category. Well, yeah. Then I would ask, what is the category of the Pokemon? So is that like the Nidoran is the poison pin Pokemon? Is that the category? So I mean, if so, then yeah. What is the category of this Pokemon? Because I think that should be all I need, hopefully. So Fluffy, what was the website thing I said? So it's not a website, it's a program, and it's called OBS. Yeah, and Deb, what Deb's put in chat, OBS Studio. So yeah, it's not. I mean, they probably have their own website, but it's a program that you install on your PC, and it's just a way of, you know, you tell OBS what inputs you want to record, you know, whether it be an input from a camera, whether it be an input from a text file or an image or a GIF or whatever you want. Then you can set up in the controls, and you can link it to your YouTube account, or you can probably link it to any social media account. You can probably link it to your Twitch or whatever you want. And then you can schedule streams, you can stream, you can just record, you can do whatever you want. It's quite a good program. To say it's free, it's pretty good. So Deb, the category is the luring Pokemon. Okay. And Ledisman, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. But yes, sadly no shiny just yet. Hopefully we get it, but there's never a guarantee, is there? Oops, I'm talking to Barry. Yeah, I'm really hoping I get it this weekend, but you never know. So we'll just have to see. And Ledisman, you've got to go watch your dinner every 4 minutes, but you're here watching. Very good, very good. I hope your dinner's very delicious, and I hope it doesn't burn. So yeah, don't worry if you've got to go, and keep an eye on it. But yeah, it's very warm in the UK here. You wouldn't really know it looking at the camera, because one of my dogs is sunbathing. He's actively laying, relaxing in the sun. So I guess it's not too warm right now, but it will get warm, definitely. I can feel it's going to get really warm later on today. It's only 10:30 in the morning here, so it's not too bad, but I've got a horrible feeling it's going to get very hot in the not too distant future. But yeah, we've got all the windows open. We've got 2 fans blasting air around the room. So yeah, it really isn't too bad at the moment. Right, the luring Pokemon. Let's go back to this. So what would lure? I don't know what type of questions to ask. If it's not to do with typing, does this Pokemon evolve? I guess that would rule out. I guess that would rule out the final stage evolutions, or it may rule in the final stage evolution. So yeah, does the Pokemon evolve? Would be a question I would ask. It's not a shiny Chimchar, not this time. We're approaching 4,600. Lensman, would I be interested in doing some VA for your next episode? I I've never done anything like that. But I'd be happy. I would be happy to help, but just I wouldn't have high expectations. I'm happy to to help in any way I can. If you want me to read anything, I'm happy to read it and send it over. I'm not quite sure how it would work. Like I said, I've never done anything like that, but yeah, I'm happy to help out. But yeah, that isn't something I have any experience in. But I'm happy to give it a go. So it's a final stage evolution. Okay. And it's many weeks down the line. Fair enough. I mean, that's good. So there's no time constraint. Or no, there's no pressing time constraint. That's cool. But yeah, I'm happy to help out, definitely. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that sounds fun. It sounds fun. I like the idea of it. So every 10 episodes you do a special episode where you put more effort in. That sounds cool. That sounds cool. I like that. So, yeah, so it's a final stage evolution from Generation 5. And it's known as the Luring Pokemon. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it sounds intriguing. Yeah. So yeah, I'm happy to give that a go. Yeah. And then we'll see when it premieres, I guess. Right, so. Oh, Daruk has gone up into the bed, so I guess he's not feeling too warm. The Luring Pokemon. Yeah, I'm not sure. I will always struggle in like generations 5 to 7. I'm always going to struggle. The secondary type is Ghost. and it's known as the luring Pokemon. Secondary type is Ghost. So what Ghost types are there in Generation 5? Is it Cofferigus? Is that a Ghost type? I can't even remember if it is. I think it is. Ooh, Ledisman is saying it could either be Jellicent or Chandelure. Yeah, both of those are Ghost types, aren't they? Oh, and Chandelure as well. It has lure right in the name. It may be Chandelure. I didn't think of that. Chandelure is correct as well, yeah. I mean, it had lure right in the name. Ah. Well done, Ledisman. Well done. That does make sense. I should have got that. Well done. Well done. Oh, we went right through encounter 4600 without any luck. So, Deb, who's that Pokemon? We can either ask the generation or the typing in this round. How about before we ask that, could we know what the category is? And that might... Then I'll decide whether I need that extra. And Ledisman, yeah, I did manage to catch that. I think I was listening to it on my way home from work earlier this week, and it was quite interesting. Yeah, I liked the way that you were kind of imagining how shiny Pokemon would operate in, you know, in the real world. For example, you know how having a completely different color scheme might impact their ability to blend into their surroundings or not. Yeah, it was interesting. I enjoyed it. And yeah, I think it made sense. I mean, I think it's nice to have those types of theories about about the lore of the world of Pokemon. So yeah, I thought it all made sense. Deb, so the category is Ghost Dog. Okay, well, I'm thinking it's got to be Houndstone or Grievard. That's because I think the category that's a good one. I'm hoping that. So yeah. My guess is Houndstone or Grievard. But if it's not, then then I'll probably want to know what generation it is. And I think that should narrow it down. That should be all I need. Because, yeah, for that one, I don't think you'd need to know what the typing is, because I think the category would give it away what the is. Ah, yeah. So, Houndstone was correct. Yeah, Ghost Dog. There's not many Ghost Dogs out there. And Cloud Taps, good morning. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing really well. We're all good here for the moment. Oh, for the moment, Daruk has decided he doesn't want to be in the bed anymore, and he wants to come down. And Deb, who's that Pokemon? Yeah, I think the first question should be, what is the what's the type? Not what's the type. What is the category? So what is the species category? And then once I know that, then I think I'll be able to figure out whether knowing the generation or the type would be more beneficial. Oh, no way. Cloud Taps, you finally found your shiny Latios. After years of searching. Well done. That's crazy. Well done. I'm a big fan of shiny Latios. I really am. And we had Jeremy in chat earlier today. And Jeremy found a shiny Latias in Dynamax Adventures. So between you, you've got the whole Lati twins. So the category is the hard scale Pokemon. And Ledisman would like to know the generation. Yeah, that sounds helpful, I think. So I think that means we can't ask the typing. But if we know the generation, I think that would help. So yeah, what's the generation of this hard scale Pokemon? I've got an idea of some Pokemon it could be. Because there's quite a few Pokemon that have scales. It's from Generation 7. Ay. It's always one of the generations I'm not that familiar with. So, could you also tell us one of its abilities then? Ledisman is guessing the O family. Yeah, that's got scales, hasn't it? It uses the move Clangorous Scale or something like that. So that does make sense. So O definitely makes sense. So apparently its typing is really unique, and we would have got it first try. Yeah, so can you tell us one of its abilities? And that might help narrow it down. So it's not a O. Because I guess... is it called Gallicipod? That seems to have scales. The one that keeps running away when it gets to like half health or something. Because I'm trying to think of other Pokemon from Alola that have scales. Oh, right, Deb, so its ability is emergency exit. Yeah, it's definitely Gallicipod, isn't it? I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but it's definitely the evolved Wimpod. The thing that whenever you attack it, if it gets down to half health, it runs away. Yeah, it's definitely that. Okay, let's do Chimchar this time. Yeah, because even though I didn't play Sun and Moon, I did encounter quite a few of those in Sword and Shield. And I'd always forget about its ability, so that when I would think I'm just about to catch it, it would just run away, and it used to frustrate me. But it's a cool Pokemon. Ledisman's got a quiz as well. So we can do. Yeah, we can do your quiz, Ledisman. I think Deb has retracted it. So yeah, we can do your quiz, Ledisman. Thank you, Deb, for that. That's it's always nice just to have one quiz going at the same time. Having a couple of quizzes going, it can get a little confusing. So I appreciate that, Deb. But yeah, go ahead, Ledisman. Cloud Taps, how many hours do you have in SP? Is this my first save file? So on this game, the hours would be very, very small. I think the hours, if you go on to the next time I load it up, I'll have a look. But I would imagine the hours spent in this game would be 1 hour, maybe less, because I'm just replaying the same thing. So I would imagine it's probably about 30 minutes. I'm probably 30 minutes into this game, but I've just been repeating it over and over again for at least 130 hours. But is this my first save file? It's my first save file on this Switch, because this is my Switch 2. I did play it on my other Switch 1, but that was when it first came out. And I'm not even sure if I ever played Shining Pearl all the way through. I think I played Brilliant Diamond all the way through. I've got them both. But yeah. So Ledisman's got a quiz, and the quiz is: which 2 evolution lines got an additional member in Generation 3? Which 2 evolution lines got an additional member in Generation 3? I'm trying to get my head around that question. Which 2 existing evolution lines got an additional member? So these are 2 completely different evolution lines that got an additional member, right? So we're talking either a new baby Pokemon that was released in Generation 3 that wasn't present before, or some final evolution that was released in Generation 3 that wasn't present before. Let me have a think, because there's not many. It was Generation 4 that got all of the final evolution ones. I think. Oh, why not's a good shout. That might be right. I was thinking Marill and Azumarill, because I think they got their baby in Generation 3. But why not might be I'm trying to think when Wynaught came out, because the Wobbuffet came first, didn't it? So I think Moondrop's Wynaught might be a decent shout. So Wynaught is half of the answer. Moondrop's saying Gallade. I think Gallade was Generation 4, this one. Yeah, so Moondrop, you're right with Wynaught, so well done. Yeah, I'm thinking... Yeah, my guess would be... would be the Pokemon that's behind me, Azurill. I don't know if you can see that. I've got a little plushie of Azurill. I can't remember if Azurill was Generation 3 or 4. It wasn't Generation 2. Right, so we'll go... Let's go Turtwig this time. And the Marill line and the Wobbuffet line were correct. So it was Azurill and it was Wynaught. So well done, Moondrop. Well done. That was a head scratcher, Ledisman. Good one. That was a head scratcher. And no problem at all, Moondrop. Thank you very much for stopping by, and well done for getting it so quickly. And Deb, yeah, Azurill and Wobbuffet lines. Yep. Those are the answers. So well done. Yeah, I do like the Azurill evolution line. I think it's nice to have the little baby, and then Marill, and then Azumarill. So Deb's got a Who's That Pokemon? So yeah, I would want to know what the category was first, and then I'll try to figure out whether the generation or the type would help. But Ledisman feels that the generation is always more important. That might be true. That might be true. Because I feel like the category often hints at... It often hints at the typing. Not always, but it often does. And there are fewer generations than there are typings, so it's always going to narrow it down more. If if you're purely thinking about numbers, then getting it down to the generation will always reduce the numbers. Right, so the category is the Grudge Pokemon. See, this I'm not so sure. See, this one I'm kind of thinking the typing or the generation would be helpful. But for this one, let's go with generation, since that was Ledisman's first thought. Let's find out what the generation is first. The Grudge Pokemon. It's making me think of either a not friendly looking Pokemon or maybe a dark type or something. Moondrop is suggesting it could be Garbodor. Ledisman is thinking that might be a ghost type, which it could be. Definitely could be. But it's not Garbodor. Oh, it's Generation 8. Oh, okay, right. Now we're talking. Now that's more my generation. Right, so Generation 8. And Cloudtaps, you're currently shiny hunting Ralts in Omega Ruby. Good luck for that. Ralts is an amazing shiny. So really good luck with that. So Moondrop is guessing Dragapult. Could you also tell us one of the Pokemon's abilities, Deb? Because I'm trying to think of a grudge Pokemon in Generation 8 and nothing's coming up just yet. But yeah, if we knew one of its abilities, that might help. Ledisman is guessing Runerigus, which that makes sense. That could definitely be it. Definitely could be it. So it wasn't Dragapult, but could it be Runerigus? Yeah, I think I would need one more clue, so I think I'd like to know what its ability was. And then I'll take a guess. Moondrop. Ooh, Moondrop, you're shiny hunting Moltres in Let's Go Pikachu. Oh, amazing. Well done. Really, really good luck in that hunt. I hope that goes well. Yeah. Really good luck. Have you ever shiny hunted a legendary in Let's Go? Because I hope it goes well. Make sure you're ready to defeat it when it finally does appear. Because I know that, and this was a while back, but I know that Mello shiny hunted a Mewtwo once. But when they encountered the Mewtwo, they couldn't defeat it within the time limit. I think Mewtwo is a bit of a special case because it knows Recover and what's the other? It uses a move to boost its special defense as well. I forget what that was. So I think Mello was pretty unlucky in that they went in there with just special attackers, and then Mewtwo just kept recovering, and there was no way to win the fight within the time limit. So just make sure you've got Pokemon that can take it down. But Moltres I don't think knows, well, it definitely doesn't know Recover. I'm not sure if it knows Roost. I can't remember. But just make sure you've got a good, I would say a rock type. If you've got a good rock type, that's going to destroy Moltres. Amnesia, that must have been it. Yeah, that was definitely it. Yeah, I think the issue, Mewtwo kept using Amnesia to boost its special defense and then using Recover. And then if you've gone in there with a special attacker, unless it's massively over-leveled, you're not going to defeat it in the time limit. And yeah, that's the way that legendaries work in Let's Go. You've got to defeat them, and then you can start catching them. Oh, a nice one, Moondrop. You already know you can defeat Moltres. You've already done it twice before. Nice. Then you'll be fine. So yeah, good luck. Good luck. And Runerigus was correct. The ability was Wandering Spirit. Well done. Well done, Ledisman. You got that right. Nice one. Deb's got another Who's That Pokemon? I would want to know what the category is, I think. Okay, let's go Piplup this time. That's not shiny. Okay, I'll go for the next one. Oops. And Moondrop, this is your very first legendary shiny hunt in a real Pokemon game. Congratulations. That was the same for me. When I was hunting shiny Mewtwo in Let's Go about 2 months ago, that was my very first shiny legendary hunt that I'd ever done. So I think the Let's Go games are a nice introduction to that. Do you have the shiny charm yet, Moondrop? Because the shiny charm really helps in those games. So the category is Elefish, and Moondrop is saying Electros. Ledisman is thinking Electros, or possibly Stunfisk. Interesting. But yeah, I like Electros, to be honest. I think Moondrop and Ledisman are right here. That would be my guess, Electros. And it was Electros, so well done Moondrop and well done Ledisman. You both got it. Okay, let's pick Chimchar. Name a Pokemon that evolves but still has the same base stat total, right? I think I know one. I'm pretty sure that Scyther, when Scyther evolves into either Scizor or even the more recent Cleaver, it doesn't actually gain any base stats, it just changes the stats around. So Scyther is very, fast and attacking, whereas Scizor's got more defense. I'm not sure it's quite as fast, but Scyther is one. But Ledisman, there are at least two answers. Interesting. Moondrop saying Onyx. Yeah, it could be Onyx and Steelix, couldn't it? Possibly. Yeah, I can't think of what the other one is, but I definitely think Scyther's one. Onyx could be the other. Really could be. I'm not sure about that. But I'm pretty confident with Scyther. Scyther is one answer, yeah. So do we know another one? So could it be? Is Moondrop right? Could it be Onyx? I'm trying to think of another evolution that has the same base stat. I feel like there's some Pokemon that evolve but don't really increase their base stats. Like some of the, I'm kind of thinking it's another bug, like maybe when Metapod, when Caterpie evolves into Metapod, does it actually increase its base stats? I'm not quite sure. Or wait, is there something else? Wait, I'm not so sure. I don't think it is Caterpie. I'm trying to think, because I feel like I've been on Reddit and someone has posted screenshots from Pokemon Go, which uses CP rather than base stats. It's a little bit different, but I'm sure they were showing an image where they were like, when it was at the screen where it was like, do you want to evolve your Pokemon? And the CP, which is like the combat power, it actually went down after evolving. And can't remember which Pokemon that was. I'm trying to think now. What would that be? Yeah, I can't think. I really can't think. And Ledisman, I think I do need a hint. 'Cause I feel like, yeah, I feel like I might know, but it's not coming to me. So I think I might need a hint for the remaining one. Like I say, I feel like I've seen something like this on Reddit with someone posting a screenshot just showing that when you evolve this Pokemon, it doesn't get any more powerful, and it's a bit weird. And I don't think it was the Scyther, because I think I already knew about the Scyther. So Deb, what's the question? So the question is, there are 2 Pokemon that when they evolve, they still have the same base stat total. So that what that means is their stats don't increase after evolving. One of them is Scyther, because when it evolves into Scizor and Cleavor, it's still got the same base stat total. The stat distribution changes, but the sum total remains the same. And Deb, yeah, you can definitely guess. You can definitely go for it. Absolutely. Because I'm stumped. I feel like I might know it, but it's not coming to me. So the other Pokemon may be only slightly increases, but it's very close. Okay. Deb is guessing Surskit, which, yeah, this is... when I think of this, I'm thinking of bug Pokemon. I don't know why. I'm thinking of, like, bug Pokemon. I'm kind of thinking of bug Pokemon in their first form evolving into their cocoon second form, and I'm thinking that's probably not a very big jump in stats, or whether there's a jump in stats at all. So in my head, I've got a feeling it might be one of the bug Pokemon going into their middle evolution. That's what I'm thinking, but I'm not sure. And Moondrop, this is your very first shiny hunt for any Pokemon. That's crazy! So your very first hunt for a shiny Pokemon is a legendary one. Well, I really hope you get Moltres then. If this is your very first one, I really hope it goes really well for you. Definitely. So keep us informed on that, because that'd be really cool. Right, let's do... I can't remember what we did last time. We'll just do Piplup. So the answer was Porygon 2 and Porygon Z. It's mostly Shuffle, but Z is slightly stronger. That makes sense. But yeah, I definitely remember that about Scyther. And yeah, Ledsman, yeah, it's kind of cool that there are some Pokemon out there that their unevolved ones are pretty much as good. And what you said about Porygon 2 and Porygon Z and the difference not being too much difference, I guess that might be why Porygon 2 is so popular for competitive play. Because if the difference in stats isn't too great between its final evolution, then having an item like Eviolite that boosts the stats of a Pokemon that has not reached its final evolution would have more of an impact on a Pokemon like that. So that's probably why Porygon 2 is so popular on the competitive scene when paired with the item Eviolite. And Ledisman, says exactly that. It's more defensive and can hold Eviolite. Yeah, it makes sense now. I hadn't really thought about it, but that does make sense. If there's not a great deal of difference in stats, then that does make sense. And let's go for a Turtwig this time. Moondrop, you hope you get the shiny today or in the middle of your vacation. That would be cool. That would be very cool. I hope you get it today. I really do. So Deb's got another Who's That Pokemon? Moondrop wants the generation. Ledisman was thinking type, but has decided to go with generation, so that's fine. So we've got 2 votes for generation. So yeah, let's find out what the generation is. So this one is Generation 8 again. Okay. Moondrop is just guessing straight away with Alcremie, which, if that's right, that would be an amazing guess. with no clues other than the generation. That would be amazing if that's right. But I think I would probably need a clue of maybe the category, the species type, the category. So what is that Pokemon known as? I need it narrowing down a little bit more than that. So it wasn't Alcremie, but that would have been an amazing guess if it was right. And you do not have to apologise, Moondrop. It's never a problem to guess. And there's not a problem with getting one of these things wrong. I am almost always wrong. There's never anything wrong with that. Oh, nice. The category is Frost Moth. And Ledisman is saying Frostmoth. Moondrop is guessing Frostmoth as well. I'm probably going to also go Frostmoth. And Deb saying he thinks we may need to ban category because it makes it too easy. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. That's the problem. Because some of the categories like this, yeah, it does make it a little too easy. But then there's some where it absolutely doesn't make it too easy. So it's a tricky one. But there needs to be something that. There needs to be some clue, basically. It can't just be generation or type, because there's so many. There's like 1,000 Pokemon to choose from, more than 1,000. But yeah, whoever's job it was to come up with the category name for Frostmoth, they didn't spend too long on that, did they? They put the bare minimum effort into coming up with that category description. That was definitely a, I need to get this done before the end of the day, and it's 5 minutes to 5. And they're looking at their watch. They're like, that'll do, Frostmoth. Frostmoth, it's called Frostmoth. We'll just write the category as Frostmoth. That'll do. And then quickly turn off the PC and run home. But not all of the categories are like that. And Ledsman, are regional forms counted as separate numbers in the Pokédex, or are they the same number as the original? I think if it's an actual regional form, then I think they've got the. If it's the same name, then I'm pretty sure they've got the same number in the Pokédex. So like the Alolan, Sandshrew, Sandslash, all of those have the original 151 Pokédex number, whatever it is for Sandslash. That's my understanding. But if it's something like I'm trying to think of an example that's worded slightly differently. I guess Wiglet. Obviously, that is its own entry because that is not a Diglett. So, Deb's got another Who's That Pokemon. Moondrop wants to know what the type is. Yeah, let's go type this time. Let's mix it up. Let's find out what the type is. And maybe it'll be a really unique type that will allow us to guess. So, it's Fairy Steel. Interesting. There can't be many of those. So my guess would be... Moondrop's guessed Tinkatongue, and that would not have been my guess. My guess would have been the one that I always forget is a fairy type. Mawile. I'm thinking Mawile. Ledisman is guessing Klefki. So I think, there's different answers here. So Moondrop's thinking Tinkatongue, I'm thinking Mawile, and Ledisman is thinking Klefki. So there are different answers here. Only one of us is going to be right. And Tinkatongue was right. Well done, Moondrop. Well done, Moondrop. Yeah. But yeah, asking a type on that one was the right decision, because that does narrow it down a little bit. But yeah, well done, Moondrop. And that was Moondrop's first thought. That's definitely the best way to go. You know, sometimes when I have like a first thought, I think actually no, it might not be that. Let's go with something else. But I think you should always go with your first thought. Always go with your gut. That's what I say. So well done, Moondrop. Well done. Oh, and Ledisman's got a quiz. Yeah, go ahead. And we'll try and get it. And no problem at all, Deb. We'll catch you when you come back. Right, let's go Piplup. So, when transferring Generation 1 Pokemon to Generation 2, each Pokemon have an item that is held. Mewtwo, when transferred, has an item called Special Gene. Was that last sentence true or false? Moondrop thinks it's true. Having played Generation 1 and Generation 2 and having transferred Pokemon from that, I'm pretty sure I would remember if there was an item called a Special Gene. That does not ring any bell, and I definitely transferred a Mewtwo from Generation 1 to Generation 2. I'm going to say false. I don't think they can hold well, I mean, there was no held items in Generation 1. I don't think it gave them a held item during the trade. So I'm going to say false. And no problem, Moondrop. Will catch you when you come back. Yeah, I'm not 100% certain on the answer. My gut says false, but I mean it has been almost 30 years, so I may be remembering it incorrectly, but I don't remember that. But again, that was a very long time ago. Interesting. So it did have an item called the Berserk Gene. And that Pokemon do have items when transferred over. Wow. I'm going to be honest, I don't remember any of those things. I definitely remember transferring Pokemon over from Generation 1 to Generation 2. That was one of the things I absolutely loved about Generation 2. One of the many things I loved about Generation 2. Just the fact that, yeah, the Pokemon that I already had were not lost. I could get them over. It was wonderful. Yeah, I don't remember. Because obviously, yeah, there was no held items in Generation 1. That was introduced in Generation 2. But I didn't think that Pokemon from Generation 1, as they were getting traded over, just gained a held item. But maybe they did. Yeah, I mean, I guess they must have done. And I just forgot. It was a way to get some TM items like Double Team or Protect. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I guess maybe it would have just given a random item. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Berserk Gene. Yeah, I really don't. Yeah, I don't remember it. But again, this was 30 years ago. Well, not 30 years ago, almost 30 years ago. And then some people held a moon. Some Pokemon held a moon item. Yeah. No, that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. I like that. Yeah. It's a shame. It's a shame I can't go back and test that out. I've still got my original Pokemon Red, and I've still got my original Pokemon Silver and Crystal. So I've still got the games. And I've got one of my Game Boys. I don't know what happened to my other game, because I used to have a Game Boy Pocket, and I had a normal Game Boy, and I've still got my normal Game Boy. I don't know what happened to the Pocket. That disappeared. And I had a couple of Game Boy Advances over the years, and I don't know what happened to those either. Those disappeared. But I don't have my Link cables anymore. Those have disappeared. I'm not even sure if those save files would work on those Game Boy cartridges. Probably not. I would imagine the battery's gone flat. And the Pokemon could turn shiny and get a gender assigned based off... Yes, yeah, getting a gender assigned, that makes sense. Because once again, gender wasn't a thing in Generation 1, so that makes sense. And also, you know, it becoming shiny, potentially. That makes sense as well. Because, yeah, gender and whether they were shiny or not, those didn't exist in Generation 1. And... the whole shiny thing, them potentially turning shiny, I could definitely, you know, that makes perfect sense. I could definitely believe that as something I wouldn't remember, because I didn't know shiny Pokemon existed when I played Generation 2. Even though it was introduced then, I had no idea what they were. So I could have got a shiny and I would never have known. Yeah, the held items thing, I am surprised I don't remember that. But, yeah, I'm sure if I played them again, then it would come back and it would be like, oh, yeah, this feels right. Yeah, this is how I remember it. And shiny Pokemon in Generation 2 were always inferior to competitively bred Pokemon. Yeah, I think you touched on that in your video, didn't you, Ledisman? I think you said it, because it was all based off IVs, and those IV values were not the top maximum IV values generally. It meant that if you got a shiny, then that pretty much guaranteed it didn't have max IVs. So yeah, I think I remember you touching on that in that video you put out. Quizzo, welcome to stream. Good to see you. are we doing some sort of game in chat today or not? I think, yeah, we usually do. It might not be running constantly, but there's usually some questions being thrown around in chat. The last one was around whether it was true or false that Pokemon, when they were being transferred from Generation 1 to Generation 2 on the original Game Boy, they gained a held item, and that when you transferred Mew, it would gain a very particular item called the Special Gene, which wasn't true, but it was very close to being true, because I think all of that was true except it was known as the Berserk Gene rather than the Special Gene. But I must say, I don't remember that. But then again, it was 27 years ago. I do remember doing lots of trades from Generation 1 to Generation 2, but that was a while ago. So there's no active question at the moment. So if you wanted to do a question quizzo, you could absolutely pose a question. I might try and think of a question. It's tricky to think of questions, though. But yeah, I hope you're doing well, quizzo. I'm doing really well. It's 11:30 here in the UK. We've been given warnings in the news that it's going to be like a heat wave all weekend. This weekend is going to be as hot as it's going to get here for a while. But at the moment, at 11:30 in the morning, it's not too bad. I was worried that my dogs might not last this long and might want to go downstairs, but they're pretty happy just chilling, so that's good. So we've got a question in the chat. Quizzo, true or false? The shiny will be within the next 10 encounters. Ledisman says it's true. Cloudtaps says it might. Yeah, it might. So we're on encounter 4,634. This is encounter 4,635. Let's see if we can get it in the next 10. I don't want to get my hopes up. I'm going to get this shiny when I get this shiny. And it's going to be the best day ever when it appears. But who knows when that will be. I'm very, very, very... I can't put into words how much I'm looking forward to playing this game. After such a long build-up. I mean, can you imagine wanting to play a game, getting ready to play a game, and then before you can get past the title screen, having to wait for 2 months and having to wait for over 130 hours to actually play it, having wanted to play the game to then gone through 2 months and 130 hours of waiting. The anticipation, it's palpable. I want to play this game. Please let me play this game. But we'll see. Hopefully it's soon. And Quizzo, challenges like this make you appreciate the games more. I think they do. I'm certain I've spoken about this before, but the reason that I've really enjoyed doing shiny only runs recently is just, for me, it makes the runs more special, it makes them more memorable, but I think more than that, in my head, it makes you really appreciate each and every team member that you have on your team. And what I mean by that is, every team member that you get on a shiny only run, it's an event. It's such a big deal to find it. And when I used to watch the anime growing up, that's how it always felt watching the anime. Any episode where Ash got a new team member, that was such a big deal. When Ash, caught, well, he didn't actually catch an awful lot. He got given an awful lot of Pokemon, but that doesn't really matter whether he caught it or was given them. Whenever a new Pokemon joined Ash's party, it was always a really big deal to me. And it didn't happen in every episode. It didn't happen in, it was very few episodes where he actually caught a Pokemon. And then when you actually play the games in real life, you know, you're catching Pokemon left, right, and center every minute or so. You're catching a Pokemon, so it doesn't feel like an event like it did in the anime. Whereas when you do a shiny only run, when you find that shiny, it's so, yeah, it just makes me feel like I'm in the anime all over again. So it's I really enjoy it. So I completely agree, Quizzo. I think challenges like this, it makes me appreciate the games a lot more. So Ledisman, it's the reason why only 90% of players have the first achievement in games. Something similar to this. Turtwig and a bug from Eternal Forest might be a rough combo. Yeah. No, I can imagine. I'm going to be happy with whoever I get as a shiny for this. I'll be ecstatic. So even if I end up with like the world's worst team from this, you know, if I mean, I don't know what a bad starter would be really, because I think they're all great, but you know, it's possible I could get a really terrible Pokemon from Eternal Forest. I could get another terrible Pokemon when I eventually do a shiny hunt in the underground, when I do a shiny hunt. I want to do one in the Great Marsh. I could end up with not a great Pokemon there. I could end up with a not particularly good team, which will make beating Cynthia right at the end maybe a bit challenging, but I'm okay with that. I'm okay with it being a challenge. You know, whatever happens, it's gonna be memorable. You know, I like the idea that a lot of this run is not planned. Maybe the type of hunts I'm going to do is going to be planned, but the exact Pokemon I'm going to go for the most part, is going to be quite random, which I'm very much looking forward to. It's going to be this is going to be a run unlike anything else I've ever done. I mean, it's already a run unlike anything else I've ever done, simply because of this start. But even if this had been a really quick hunt, yeah, just the types of Pokemon I'm going to use on this run, it would have always made it quite a memorable run, I think. So we'll see. But there's been no shiny so far. I really hope Quizzo's right. That's really cool. That I was just reading that out, Ledisman, and that made me chuckle. So you're asking whether there was any childhood rumours with Pokemon battles. You heard that with the DS, if you talked to your Pokemon, it will help it snap out of confusion. That's great. I don't remember anything like that. I wish. Well, yeah, the whole... so Quiz is saying mashing B to catch the Pokemon. I think maybe I did that just subconsciously, just pressing the button just at the right time. I used to time my button presses to when as it vibrated, as it rolled. But I may have resorted to button mashing as well. But yeah, I'm not sure how much that actually helped. I think for me, when Pokemon came out, I was the only one in my friend group that played it, because when Pokemon came out, I was probably older than the target audience for Pokemon was at that time. So when Pokemon came out, I think I would have been about 16 or 17. And some of my friends played games, but they only ever played N64 games. None of them played Game Boy games or anything like that. And none of them watched cartoons by that point. So none of them were really bothered about the anime when it came out. It was just me. So I kind of missed out on a lot of these rumors because it wasn't around when I was a child. It was only when I was like becoming an adult when it came out. So, I mean, I'm lucky that I got into it anyway, even though none of my friends were into it. But it does mean that I missed out on those kind of playground rumors. Actually, it wasn't around when I was really young. Sadly, I wish Pokemon was around when I was young, growing up. Sorry, I should try to avoid laughing before I actually read out the comments. But yeah, so Ledisman, your brother once told you that self-destruct was super effective against Haunter, and that's funny. That would be quite funny. Ledisman, so you think there actually was a button combination that worked? You tried it on Mewtwo on your Game of Soul Silver and got it within 2 Ultra Balls. That's pretty good. Because yeah, the catch rate, the catch percentage on legendaries was always horrendous, and I think it might still be. To me, it felt a lot worse back then. Because I'm going to be honest, I was under the impression that if you killed the Pokemon in the old games, it never came back. I know with newer games, all you have to do is beat the Elite Four and then they come back. I don't know if that was the case on the old ones. Again, because I think this was before I would have had access to the internet or anything like that. I think I can remember messing up one of the legendary birds and then just going back and it wasn't there, and then just assuming it would never ever come back. And I think that upset me so much that I just ended up resetting my whole game and starting again and just telling myself I'll never lose. You know, I'll always save before it. Ledisman, you never wanted to test it. No, exactly. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, catching legendaries in those old games. It felt like, to me, it felt like the most important thing in the world. You know, that's what the whole game was building up to. I guess that's still the case now, but there's a lot more legendaries now. You know, back in the day, there was only a handful of legendaries, and it felt very important. Lost track of what we're going for, so we're going for Piplup. Yeah, I am really looking forward to revisiting old Pokemon games, and I know we can kind of revisit Kanto with the Let's Go games, and that's great. But I do want to revisit Johto. I do want to revisit Hoenn, and it's lovely revisiting Sinnoh. You know, I know these games have a bad reputation, BDSP, and I know they have their faults. But at least you can still revisit Sinnoh, and that is important. I just wish there was a way to revisit Johto and Hoenn on the Switch, because I'm certain they will re-release, you know, Black and White on the Switch too, and I can't wait for that because I've never actually played those games. But yeah, I hope they don't forget about Johto and Hoenn on Switch. So Ledisman, yeah, the hardest legendary to catch were the ones that could heal. Yeah, exactly. Those are ones that you couldn't just rely on False Swipe, could you? Because then they would just heal back up. Ooh, Tapu Fini with Aqua Ring. Yeah, Aqua Ring's horrible. Because then you can't even with a move like Recover, you could they could only use it a certain number of times, then they'd run out of PP. But with Aqua Ring, it's just constantly on all the time. And Kyogre has, I remember Kyogre having Aqua Ring in Scarlet and Violet. You know, when you do the Snacksworth legendary thing, when you find Kyogre, it using Aqua Ring, that really wound me up. That is, I can imagine that being tricky. Cloud Tap's Hoenn is your favourite? Yeah, I don't blame you. It's a great location. I think Johto might be mine, just because I had so many good memories of playing Generation 2, and just because of how much of an improvement it was over Generation 1, whilst still feeling very connected to Generation 1. It all felt like one storyline, you know, because you were going back, you know, after you finished Generation 2, you went back to Kanto, and you could see what had changed in the intervening years. You could see that Koga had been replaced by, was it Janine? I can't remember. Koga, you know, the Koga, the poison gym leader, had been replaced by his daughter. It was just so cool just to revisit and see how things had changed. And it was a stripped down version of Kanto, but it still felt like a sequel. It felt like a continuation of the story, which is why I loved it so much. And I definitely loved Hoenn, but it took me a while to love Hoenn, just because of how separate it felt. You know, coming off the back of Generation 2, where it felt so connected, to then go to the Game Boy Advance era, where it was, I felt like I couldn't, you know, all of the Pokemon that I had in Generation 2 were just trapped there, it felt like. And it felt like there was no way for me to go back to Johto. It felt a little, I think it felt a little scary to me, you know, it just felt like everything that I'd done in Johto was for nothing. And I didn't like the idea of starting all over again. I think I've got used to that now over the years, and that is the standard. You just, you know, you forget about the previous region. Now it's all about this region. But there was something special about it feeling like one journey. And that's what you got from playing Generation 1 through to Generation 2. It was a special time. Bear with me. I think I've missed a bit of chat, so let me just go for Turtwig. Oh, no. I selected no instead. Okay. So Ledisman, Kyogre was kind of mandatory, so you kind of had to catch it. Interesting. I've never played Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, or I think I've got it. So I bought a 3DS, a second-hand one, a few years ago. So not when it came out. So I do have a copy, but I haven't got very far on it. Because I got it after I got the Switch, just so I could, you know, experience it. But it's, having played the Switch, I feel very spoiled. I love having had a taste of playing Pokemon whilst sitting on my sofa, playing it on my big screen TV. I've got a real taste for that, and it's difficult for me to go back to just playing it just on a handheld like a 3DS. I struggle now. I know that's how it always used to be, but now I've got the taste of being able to play it on the Switch. That's the only console I want to be able to play it on. I always want that option of playing it on the big screen. It just makes it so much more epic. So yeah, I really hope they re-release, you know, Ruby Sapphire, Gold, Silver, Emerald, Crystal. I really hope they re-release them in some form on the Switch, even if it's just the base games, like, you know, like they did on the 3DS eShop. Even if it's just like that, I'd be okay with it. Doesn't have to be the remakes. I prefer it to be the remakes, but even if it's just the original, I'd be okay with it. So Quizzo asks, what's everyone's worst memory of catching a Pokemon? Quizzo's is their first shiny in Let's Go, a Tentacool. Awesome. You caught it. Oh, then you forgot to save. No. No, I'm just reading on. That's horrible. Sorry to hear that. I am sorry to hear that. Yeah. There's someone who often joins our chat called Wolf, and Wolf's advice is always after getting a shiny to save. So that does make sense. That does make sense. Cloud Taps. In Cloud Tap's childhood, they found a shiny in Generation 5, but their game crashed on the encounter. Their brother didn't believe them, but once they described how it looked, they believed him, and it was a purloin. Oh, well, at least you know that you found it, Cloud Taps. That's the most important thing. But I'm sorry to hear that. It's never nice to lose a shiny. I think I've talked about this on stream, but I think I was shiny hunting a Alolan Muck in Scarlet and Violet. So I was in the Blueberry Academy, just building up a team, and I think I found a Alolan Muck Outbreak, and I decided I wanted one, a shiny one for my team. And I spent a long time looking for this Muck in an Outbreak, which, you know, I'd knocked out 60 Pokemon, so it shouldn't have taken that long to find a shiny, but it really took a long time. I eventually did find one. I was so excited, went into the battle, got it down to, probably used False Swipe, got it down to 1 HP, something like that, and it used the move Memento and just killed itself. I didn't realise it had the move Memento, so yeah, I was horrified. I did not save in front of it, and I had to just find another one. Yeah, that's. I think now when it comes to Scarlet and Violet shinies, now I try to save in front of it, because now I always think, well, do I know every single move this Pokemon knows? Is there a chance it could know Memento or Self-Destruct or something? And if the answer is I'm not sure, then I try to save now. So Cloud Taps thinks, hopes that Hoenn gets a second remake. Yeah, absolutely. I definitely hope that as well. I'm with you on that. I am with you on that. But even so, I would be okay with them just re-releasing the original GBA titles. At least it's something. But obviously, yeah, I would prefer the remake. Ledisman, you were hunting for a HA Alolan Geodude using SOS calls. So is HA hidden ability? HA. It was hard to test for the for the ability. Yeah, so it was it was hidden ability, because they have a tendency to explode or use takedown, and you never managed to get it. That's a shame. That is a shame. And welcome back, Deb. Yeah, and Quizzer. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with forgetting or just not realizing you need to save. I mean, that's something you just don't think about when you're playing a game. So you're often absorbed in it. So saving before an encounter, that's not something that always springs to mind. So I agree. Easily done. Right. So this is encounter 4649. So this is encounter 99 for today's stream. Could this be shiny? It is not. So, we're about to... Oh, I didn't reset it. We're about to load up encounter 100 for today's stream. And that's taken us... how long's the stream been going? Around 2.5 hours. That's about right. Yeah. 100 encounters in 2.5 hours, that's about as fast as I do it. Oh, and Quizzo, the true or false you did earlier was false. I missed that, sorry. Let me scroll up and have a look at it. Oh, yeah, so it's that one. Yeah, I forgot. The true or false, the shiny will be within the next 10 encounters. Yeah, you're right. It wasn't, was it? I forgot about that. I get so absorbed in either the chat or the shiny encounters that I do forget exactly which number we are up to. Yeah. Well, could it be on encounter 100? I mean, that would be special. It would be the best thing in the world, and it would give me so much time to actually play this game. Because, I mean, that's what I want to do when I do find the shiny. I just want to play the game. Want to play, you know, my plan at the moment is to do everything on stream. Just play, every gym battle, everything on stream. That's the idea. So we'll see. Oh, and Cloud Taps, yeah. So you thought that Heatran was not catchable normally, so you threw your Master Ball at it in Omega Ruby. I was going to say I don't remember it in Ruby, but yeah, Omega Ruby. Yeah. Because Wait, I'm trying to think what generation Heatran was introduced in. In my head I'm thinking Generation 4, but was it actually Generation 3? Now I really don't know. I really don't know. Yeah, it was Generation 4. Yeah, sorry. I thought I was going crazy. I was doubting myself then. Yeah. When I saw Omega Ruby, I was thinking... When I think of Omega Ruby, I think of Generation 3, but obviously it's a remake, so then it might include, yeah, later generations. Yeah, thank you, everyone. It was Generation 4. It just threw me a little bit there. So, Quizzo, when I get the shiny, where will our next encounter be? So, the next shiny hunt after this will be in Eterna Forest. It's been a long time since I played these games, so I don't know exactly, but I'm pretty sure we're going to have to get our first gym badge, and I'm pretty sure the first gym badge is Orber City. We'll fight Rourke, and he's the rock type gym leader. We will then head back to Jubilife, head north, go through Floroma Town. That's where we're going to pick up We're going to pick up a Mew and a Jiraki, but unfortunately, they cannot and can never be shiny. So because they can't be shiny, I won't be able to use them on the run, but I will be giving them away. So if anyone wants them on stream, anyone that's in the chat that wants them, I'll be able to give away a Mew and a Jiraki. So someone will be able to have a Mew or Jiraki from this particular run. I think we've got to do something in the Windworks, and then I think after that, then we're going to enter the forest before we get to Eterna City. And then when we're in Eterna Forest, we're going to team up with someone, so which means we're going to have a lot of double encounters, which means we'll be encountering twice as many Pokemon, and we won't have to go through the loading screens, we won't have to go through all this, Rowan and Barry Jabber. We're just going to get straight into the encounter. So that hunt should go way faster than this. That's my hope anyway. Ledisman, might I go for a shiny Drifloon? Every Friday at the Windworks, you can reset and hunt it every week. Yeah. I mean, I could, yeah. Well, the problem is, I don't often stream on a Friday. Because I generally work from the office on Fridays, and I want to do all of my hunts on stream. But if it is just a case of encountering the Drifloon just once every Friday just to see whether it's shiny, I think I will do that. But I'm not sure if I'll do that on stream. I might just bump into it, and obviously if it is shiny I can just record it and I'll let everyone know. And so Cloud Taps, you think that we might get it on encounter 4657? We're almost there. I hope you're right. And Chemise, hi there. Welcome to stream. I hope you're doing well. You're so invested in my little dog's little shuffles while they sleep. It's so cute. Yeah. So you can just, at the moment, you can just see Mifa. Mifa is on the floor at the bottom. And yeah. They're both just relaxing. I don't know where Daruk is. So it's difficult to see, but there's a dog bed on the floor, and he's in that dog bed on the floor rather than the one that's on camera, sadly. But they are adorable. Yeah, they're very calm at the moment. It's very warm here in the UK, but it's not too bad at the moment. It's midday, so we're getting very close to their lunchtime. They usually have their lunch around this time, so as soon as they start getting restless, I suspect I'll have to take a little break and get them fed. But yeah, Chemise, thank you very much. Yeah, so their names are in chat. Ledisman has put it in chat, and Ledisman has asked, are Daruk and Mifa related, like brother or sister? They're not. They do look similar, though. They definitely look similar. We got them at different times. So Daruk is the older one. Daruk is the one who is not on screen at the moment. He will be 6 years old in 10 days' time. No, not 10 days' time. In 19 days' time. I'm not very good with maths. His birthday is the 29th of July. Yeah, I'm not very good with maths. I'm terrible with maths. What is that? 17? 17. That's more like it. So Daruk will be 6 years old in 17 days' time. Oh, and he's just barked. I'm not sure why. I don't know if you can hear that. Mifa, she turned 3 years old a couple of weeks ago. So her birthday was the 22nd of June. Yeah, and she's 3 years old. But yeah, we got them from different people. So they're not related. But they get on really well. They get on really well. Oh, and Daruk's just wandered across the screen. And he's sat himself down. So Cloud Taps, imagine it will take 4,096 weeks. Wow. Or 78.5 years. Oh, I hope not. I don't think that's possible. I think the chances of that are very, very small. So Deb, who's that Pokemon? The generation or type? Yeah, I mean Quizzo says generation, so yeah, we can go with generation. And then we can try and figure it out. The Drifloon encounter if it's once a week. Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean, actually. Yeah. So the Drifloon hunt, if I do it, it will not be a... We're definitely going to catch it. That if I were to, you know, have a look at the Drifloon and see whether it's shiny or not, yeah, it would be a... This is almost certainly never going to be shiny. But wouldn't it be crazy if it was? So, yeah. There's no way I could do a shiny Drifloon hunt. Yeah, it's crazy. So 4,096 weeks is 78.5 years. So that's the average amount of time it would take to shiny hunt a Drifloon in this game, if you were doing it through that encounter. I guess you could also... Well, you'd be able to... You probably would be a lot easier just to breed it, wouldn't it? You could do the Masuda method and get it a lot better. But yeah, to get it from the encounter, that must be one of the rarest shinies in all of Pokemon, surely. That's crazy. So, Generation 3, Quizzo's having a stab in the dark at Flygon. Interesting. Right, let's go Piplup. So, Ledisman, you wish the shiny Kecleon was the brother from Mystery Dungeon. Interesting. I don't know too much about Mystery Dungeon. I've been meaning to pick up that game because I've heard some good things about it. So I've been trying to pick up the Switch version of that game, but I haven't been able to just yet. I'm not in a rush to get it, but yeah, I think it's one of the games I'm going to try and get. So, Deb, how about giving us the category of Pokemon within Generation 3? That might help. Ooh, interesting, Ledisman. So, let me pick the right one. Yeah, we can go for Turtwig this time. So, basic shiny Kecleon is quite basic. It just changed its stripe. But Mystery Dungeon Kecleon is purple. Interesting. Okay. Didn't realise that. So, the category is the Dragon Pokemon. And this is from Generation 3. So, Cloud Taps is guessing Salamence. That's not a bad shout, right? There can't be many Dragon Pokemon from Generation 3. You're looking at either Salamence or maybe Rayquaza or the Lati twins. And technically it's not a shiny, but it's what you wish it was. Yeah, I know what you mean, Ledisman. Because I think I remember watching an episode of the old anime where Ash and Brock and Misty, they encounter the Crystal Onyx, and that looked so cool. And I always wish that that's how shiny Onyx looked, rather than just dull olive green. Yeah, I always wished that shiny Onyx looked as awesome as it did in the episode of the Crystal Onyx of the anime. And Cloud Taps, you got it. Well done. Congratulations. So I don't think we got it on encounter 4657, sadly. But will it be encounter 4658? That's the question. That is always the question. And one of these days, the answer to that question is going to be yes. But it is not that encounter, sadly. So, Quizzo has a question, and the question is to be or not to be. That is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or I can't remember. Can't remember it all. So apparently, Mystery Dungeon also has a really cool design for Primal Dialga. Interesting. So I will definitely play these games at some point. I can't guarantee I'll play them on stream, but I do want to play them. So I do want to pick them up and see what they're like. Because they do sound cool. Ah, Quizzo, it wasn't who's that Pokemon, it was a statement to what I said. I see. I thought you were quoting Hamlet. I get you. So Deb's got one. Yeah. How about if you could tell us what the category is of the Pokemon? Then we can decide whether the generation or the type would help. Ooh, the category is Sea Creeper. Okay, so I'm thinking that if its category is the Sea Creeper, then at least one of its typings is going to be water. So I think let's find out what the generation is, because I think that will help. But Quizzo is already guessing Skrelp or Dragalge. Yeah, I like that. That works to me. Those are good guesses. But I think I just want to know the generation first. It's generation 7. Ooh, generation 7. So we're in a lot. It could be. There we go. So Ledisman is guessing Marini, but it's not. So and it's not Skrelp or Dragalge. The Sea Creeper. What about Delmise? That's a creepy and a ocean Pokemon. Seems to fit both of those. I'd go Delmise. Can't remember what I went for last time. Delmise is correct. Nice one. Good stuff, Deb. Good stuff. I'm glad I got that. But I didn't get the shiny Chimchar. So we've got to go again. I'm surprised my pugs are as calm as they are right now, because yeah, it's definitely their lunchtime, but they're not. They're very comfortable. I'm assuming it might just be the heat. They're just wanting to just save their energy. Yeah, they're very calm. They're sleeping very peacefully, both of them. Let's do Piplup this time. Nope. Okay, so we've got a new Who's That Pokemon, and Deb, and so Debs has got a new Who's That Pokemon, and Ledisman has got an interesting question. Are they active during the night? Oh wait, no, okay. So Ledisman's question is probably directed to my dogs rather than Deb's Pokemon. I thought the question was directed to Deb's question about the Pokemon, but actually, I think this question might be about my dogs. So, are they active during the night if they sleep during the day? They're very active just before they go to bed for the night. So these dogs, they just sleep an awful lot. They sleep during the day and they sleep all the way through the night as well. They just love sleeping. But when they are awake, then they are wide awake. So they'll often be asleep right up until we go to bed. Then as soon as we get in bed, and then the dogs sleep with us, they sleep on the bed. As soon as we get into bed, and then the dogs get in the bed, and just they basically just run around like maniacs, jumping up and down. Oh, what's happened to my pooch cam? Bear with me 1 second. We've lost pooch cam number 1. Oh no, we've lost pooch cam number 1. Okay. Bear with me. I think I've mentioned this before, but this camera isn't really a webcam. It's a old Facebook portal. It's not really designed to be used as a webcam. I just kind of fudge it and use it as a webcam. This might be tricky to fix. I might not be able to fix it, I think I did it. Yeah, I think I did it by going onto this story time thing. There we go. Okay, this is as good as we're gonna get, I think. And then bear with me. I'd say this stream is held together with duct tape and good intentions. Yeah, there we go. Apologies for that. Unfortunately we do have some weird text on there that I can't get rid of. The problem is Facebook has stripped a lot of features out of that camera, and it now can't function as even a camera. It's essentially just a brick, but it can at least do that. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Facebook or Meta when it comes to them producing equipment. This is the only Facebook device that I've ever bought, and they stopped supporting it and stripped out functionality of it. Inside 2 years of us buying it, I don't have a good opinion of them. Ledisman, you wish that you could sleep all the time. Yes. Oh yeah, that's what I was talking about, wasn't it? So the dogs, they sleep during the day. They sleep. Yeah, they don't sleep all the time during the day. Sometimes they do get up, and they do, they'll have, they'll get up to their water bowl and have a little bit of a drink, and they'll sometimes have a little bit of a run around. They do go out on their walks. They would usually go out 2 times a day. But I will say, over the past couple of weeks, it's become more difficult to take them out for their second walk. It's still okay for them to walk in the morning, that's fine, but I would usually take them for a walk at around 4 or 5 p.m. It's too warm though now, so they're only going out once a day now, just because their second walk is just too hot outside. But yeah, it does mean that because they've slept a lot during the day, when it does come to be time for bed, they're often fully charged, fully energetic, and they end up chasing each other around the bedroom for about half an hour. which is funny. You know, sometimes it can be a bit painful when if they jump on you in a spot you're not expecting, because they've got legs. And they never mean to do any harm. They're just, you know, running over. They're always chasing each other and playing. So yeah, once they eventually do settle down after about half an hour of playing, and then they just sleep through the night. So yeah. So Debs, who's that Pokemon? We've got the type being electric. The category is the roly-poly Pokemon. And Ledisman is guessing Togedemaru. Interesting. So it's like a roly-poly electric Pokemon. Togedemaru does sound right. It's a decent guess. I like that guess, I do. Right, let's go Turtwig for this one. And it was Togedemaru. Well done, Ledisman. Well done. And good quiz, Deb. Well done. Yeah, these pooches are very calm. Okay, so Deb, how about we have the category first, and then we can decide whether generation or type would be a good clue after that. The category often helps. Okay, so I think we did Turtwig last time, so I'm going to pick Chimchar this time. Really hope it's shiny. Ooh, Mifa has rolled over, so she's maybe slowly starting to wake up. She's now no longer lying on her side, she's lying on her belly. Still looking pretty relaxed. Oh, that's not a shiny Chimchar. So the category is the placid Pokemon. Okay. Right, I'm not so sure about what the next clue should be. Does anyone have a preference on whether to go for generation or type? Ledisman thinks generation would help. I'm okay with that. Yeah, let's go for generation. Could we have the generation? Placid. I don't actually know what placid means. I'm gonna be honest. I'm assuming that it means like calm, but I don't know for certain. Placid feels calm. I feel like I've heard it before, and I feel like I've heard it in a calming context, so that's what I'm assuming. Generation 7, so that's a Alola. So what would be... And again, I may be way off on what placid means. Let me go for Piplup first. Right, what would be a nice calm Pokemon? Assuming that I'm right about that, which I may not be. What about Komala? So it wasn't Comfy. Apparently the type was quite a rare one this time. So Comfy's not right. Well, if the type is rare, then I don't think I'm going to be right with my guess of Komala. But I'm still going to go with Komala. That was my first instinct. I'm not going to be put off, and I want to always go with my gut. Always go with the first instinct. Ooh, Ledisman is guessing Morlul. Yeah. That could work. That could definitely work. Yeah, I'm sticking with my Komala. So Komala and Morlul are both incorrect. Tricky. Tricky. Okay, so how about, could we have one of its abilities, please, Deb? That should narrow things down. Ledisman is guessing Oranguru. Yeah, Oranguru is a pretty chill one. Yeah. I could see it being Oranguru. But yeah, I would want to know what the Pokemon's ability is. And and it wasn't Oranguru. And I think this is going to be the last quiz that I take part in, because once I've figured this out, I think I'm going to take a break. So I think Mifa's awake. You can see her cleaning her paws. She's awake now. Daruk is still pretty calm, but I think now is the right time for their lunch. It's 12:30. Ooh, right. So Deb, the ability is Sap Sipper. That's interesting. That is interesting. That is interesting. So we've said Morlul. What about Shinotic? Because I feel like if it's Sap Sipper, it's got to be something like that. I'm going to go Shinotic. Ledisman is guessing Dramper. Yeah. That's a good guess. So it's not Shinotic. And it was Dramper. Well done. Nice one. Well done, Ledisman, on the final guess. Well done. Okay, so this is going to be my last shiny encounter. And then I'll be taking a 30-minute break. I want to get the poochers some food. Get myself a nice fresh cup of tea. So it might not take the full 30 minutes, because I'm going to give them a run around in the garden as well, but I'm not going to be taking them outside for a walk, because it's too warm outside, sadly. And then when we come back, there is a chance that it's just me and the dogs don't want to come up. I don't know. What I'm going to do is I'm going to see how they feel. Because the temperature is creeping up a bit. It's still okay, but I don't know how much longer the temperature is going to be okay for the dogs. It's going to be okay for me for a little bit, but yeah, we're reaching the height of the midday heat. Oh wait, I'm still going, aren't I? Right, okay, this is going to be the last encounter. Sorry, I'm just catching you later. So Ledisman, no problem, you'll be heading off, and yeah, thank you very much. It is always nice to have you hanging around, so thank you very much for stopping by. I'll catch you later. And Deb, catch you as well. And imagine the next one being shiny after the break. That would be amazing. Yeah, I'm just going to do this one encounter. This is going to be the last one, and then I'm going to take a break. And then I would love it if the encounter after I come back from the break was shiny. I can't wait. It's got to happen at some point. It's just about when does it happen? Okay, here we go. Right, this is the last one, and then I'm going to take a break. So I think I can't remember what I did. So whenever I'm not sure, I'm always going to pick Piplup. Right, and then I'm going to take a 30-minute break. Well, it's not a shiny Starly. And it's not a shiny Piplup. Okay, so thank you to everyone that has joined the stream up to now. If anyone else needs to leave before I come back in half an hour, thank you very much for stopping by. I really do appreciate it. For anyone that will be around, yeah, I will catch you in 30 minutes. So yeah, see you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. So, the dogs have eaten. They've had a little run around outside. They've drank an awful lot of water. And they followed me upstairs, which I was a bit surprised at. They may not stay upstairs, so we'll just see. They're upstairs for the moment, but I suspect they'll probably want to go back downstairs. So, we'll see. I did bribe them with a dog biscuit, so that may have swayed things as to why they followed me upstairs. So they're just enjoying their dog biscuits at the moment. They've each got one, and yeah, I suspect once they finish that, they'll probably run downstairs. But we'll see. Okay, that is not a shiny Turtwig, so let's see if we can find the shiny. I'm not quite sure why Daruk's barking. I think he can hear noises outside. But it's definitely getting warmer. It's noticeably warmer now than it was in the morning. So yeah, we'll see what happens. The plan for this stream is we've got through the morning, which I was certain we would do. I wasn't sure if the pooches would want to join me after lunch, but it seems like they're happy for the moment. But again, I don't know how long the dogs are going to stay up here with me. They may end up migrating downstairs. I'm going to keep going until the heat is too much for me. At the moment, it's okay, but it's definitely warmer than it was before. When I first started streaming, it was in January of this year, so it was in the winter. I didn't really think about what it would be like to stream in the summer, so I maybe didn't choose my streaming location particularly well, because by selecting the attic, I've kind of shot myself in the foot a little bit. It is by far the warmest room in the house. But we've got all the windows open. We've got 2 fans going full blast. Yep, they are full blast. That's all you can really hope for. Right, I think I did Turtwig last time, so let's do Chimchar this time. Not Turtwig. And yep, Deb, I am back, and the dogs are back for now. I don't know how long they're going to stay up here, but they are here, so we'll just have to see. But yeah, we're all back, and I hope you're doing well. And that's no problem at all. No problem at all. Never a problem to swing by other streams. It's always good. It's always good that if anyone stops by this stream, no matter for how long, I always appreciate it. I never expect people to stick around for the entire stream, because Oof, these weekend streams, I stream for a long time. Part of that is because I'm just so desperate to get this shiny. But yeah, I never expect people to stick around for the whole stream because it's just so long. And Deb, your XP is increasing. Yep. What are you on at the moment? Let's have a look. So you're on 300. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, right. I think we did Chimchar last time. Oh, Mifa's playing around with the dog bed. Don't know if you can't really see that on the camera. She's doing it off camera. And Daruk is currently having a little bit of a drink. He's finished having a drink. Oh no, that was Mifa having a drink, sorry. Wasn't paying attention. That is not shiny. And Deb, you stick around for the weekend streams. Yeah, the weekend streams are the longer ones. So yeah. I don't think this stream is going to be the longest one ever. Yeah. I mean, I started a little bit later than last weekend, and also it's so much warmer than it was last weekend. Last weekend was lovely. I hope I made that clear. It was such an improvement in weather last weekend, but now it's back to being far too hot. Okay, so Mifa has just gone downstairs. Daruk is staring down at the stairs, trying to decide whether to follow her or not. So yeah, I get the feeling it might be a bit too warm for the pugs up here at the moment. I can hear him heavily breathing as well, panting. So I think we've reached the temperature limit for the poochers up here. Now it's all about how much longer I can deal with it. But I'm pretty comfortable, and Daruk's just gone down as well. So yeah, that may well be the last we see of the poochers this stream, because I think the temperature's only going to go one way. So I'd be surprised if they came back up again. Oh no, Mifa's come back up. So what do I know? Who knows? I don't know what the dog's going to do. Because I know the dogs do like being up here, but I can't imagine though they would want to be up here in this heat. That's the thing. I am very surprised that she's come back. I can hear her panting. She is hot. And Daruk's come back as well. Yeah, there we go. So I'm assuming the dogs are just going to keep coming and going. So who knows what's going to happen with them. So this is Pokemon with Pugs. So you're watching Pokemon with Pugs, but I cannot guarantee the Pugs today because it's warm. It's just depending on how they're feeling. Because it's warm and it's getting warmer. Deb, it's 35 degrees for you. Oof. That is warm. But that feels like it's cooled down a bit. I think I remember you saying it was a little bit warmer than that earlier on. So I hope it is getting cooler for you. I really do, because that is warm. That is really warm. It's hard. It's really hard to deal with when it's warm. If it's cold, you can just put on extra layers, and there's things you can do to mitigate being cold. Your options are limited for mitigating heat, though, aren't they? Unless you've got air conditioning, then your options are pretty poor. And Tempest, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're keeping cool. And you just hope that you're right about August being when it all cools down. I definitely hope you're right about that. It's not too far, is it, August? It's not too far. We're almost there. Almost halfway through July. But yeah, it does sound like this weekend is going to be pretty bad in the UK. Yeah, I really hope you're right, and I hope it cools down in August. But yeah, I definitely hope you're keeping well, because yeah, we're back to terrible heat wave, aren't we? We had a lovely little break last weekend in the UK. Last weekend, oh, it was great. I think it even rained for a little bit. It was wonderful, nice and cool, just the perfect weather. And then we're right back to whoosh, unbearable heat. So I'm very much hoping it all cools down, but you never know. We'll just have to see. Just have to make sure everyone is well hydrated. So I've the dogs have had a good long drink downstairs. They've got water up here as well. And I guess there is quite a breeze here, at least, because I can feel quite a nice breeze coming in from the windows. There is, I wouldn't say it's windy, but there is at least a little bit of a breeze, which is good. So that might be why the dogs are here. At least you've got airflow in the attic and you've got fans going. That might be why they're hanging out here. Again, I am surprised they're here. Mifa's just gone over and she's currently having a drink. Because yeah, I assumed they would want to be downstairs because it is noticeably cooler, on the lower floors of the house. But no, I'm certainly glad they're here. It's always nice to play. It's always nice to play this when they're around. Oh, that is not a shiny Turtwig. And Tempest, you've been keeping well, but the heat absolutely sucks. I completely agree. And Mifa has just gone down the stairs, and Daruk is looking at the stairs, deciding whether to follow her or not. And Mello, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. How is your shiny starter hunt going, Mello? I hope it's going well. And I hope your other 2 Let's Go hunts are going well as also. So yeah, my dogs have just gone downstairs again. So yeah, it is now Pokemon without Pugs. But they may come back. I never know with them. They've been up and down a few times today. It is very warm, so I don't blame them for not wanting to be here. And it's only getting warmer as well. So I kind of think it is a good idea for them to go down. Okay, so I think we did Turtwig. Let's do Chimchar. That wasn't shiny. Maybe it'll be the next one. Oh, I didn't even manage to reset it. There we go. Oh, I can hear Mifa barking. I'm not sure what she's barking about though. Mifa? You okay? Oh, yep, she's just come back up. I don't know what she was barking about though. Are you okay? Is everything okay? I love the little head tilt they do when they're trying to figure out what you're saying to them. It's adorable. So we now have Mifa up here. Daruk has gone downstairs. And Mellow, you are 522 for Mewtwo, 401 for Zapdos, but no shinies yet. Well, good luck. Good luck. You're making good progress there. I feel, you know, I feel like you're gonna get it. You are gonna get it. You're getting closer because you've got the shiny charm as well. So, yeah, as Deb says, go on, keep going, you'll get it. Mifa has gone to the stairs. She's looking, deciding whether to go down, and she's gone down again. That may be a recurring theme. It's just the dog's going up and down the stairs, having a look to see if I'm still up here, looking at me confused as to why I would sit in an attic that's ridiculously warm, and then going back downstairs. They probably think I'm crazy. And Taylor, welcome back. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're keeping well. Because it is warm in the UK. It is very warm. I hope everyone is keeping hydrated and safe. That is not shiny. So yeah, I'm really hoping we get the shiny. Really hoping. Who knows? Who knows? It's got to happen at some point, you know? So, why not? Why not happen this stream? It could happen. Oh, interesting, Mellow. So on Let's Go Eevee, you're taking a little break from shiny hunting Mewtwo to go for your final Bulbasaur, so you can get a shiny Venusaur. Nice one. That would be good. I don't think I've ever caught, you know, a shiny Charmander, Bulbasaur, or Squirtle in the Let's Go games. I definitely want to. The next time I do a playthrough of those games, I'm going to do one of those hunts. So let's go for a Piplup. But yeah, good luck on getting that shiny Bulbasaur. It's an amazing shiny. It's an amazing shiny. And Deb, thank you. Yeah, thank you for the shiny look. It's got to happen at some point. It's got to. So we've been searching for this shiny starter for around about 2 months now. It's taken us about 130 hours. We found 2 shiny Starlies, but no shiny starter. And we're on encounter 4,680. We're about to do 89, so who knows? Who knows? We're over odds. We've been a little bit unlucky. I don't know how unlucky we've been until we actually finally do find it. But I would say if we do find it today, then I think we've just been just a little bit unlucky. If it drags on for another month or so, then I think we've been fairly unlucky. And if it drags on for another 2 months, then I would say we've been very unlucky. But we will see. Right, so I think I did Piplup last time, so let's do Turtwig. Yeah, I'm oh, that is not a shiny. Yeah. I'm keeping myself well hydrated in this heat. What's everyone's opinion on having a hot drink on a hot day? because I'm sat here with a nice hot cup of tea, and I am finding it wonderfully refreshing. But I know that doesn't make sense to a lot of people. A lot of people will not go anywhere near a hot beverage when it's roasting outside. But for me, there's something about having a hot cup of tea on any day, whether it's hot or whether it's a really hot day outside or whether it's a cold day outside. I always need a hot drink. Tempest, a hot drink on a hot day sounds absolutely insane to you. Exactly. It does sound crazy, doesn't it? And it sounds crazy to me. So I think you're right. It does sound crazy, but I really enjoy it. There's just something about tea that I'll always want to drink tea, no matter what's happening. Tempest, so you understand there's an explanation that it might make us sweat, which then makes you cooler, but you still couldn't do it. Yeah, no, I mean even yeah, I've heard that explanation, and yeah, it doesn't make sense to me either. I think I've heard about the sweating thing, which is also why I think you often find spicy foods being quite nice on a hot day sometimes. But yeah, it's just crazy, the idea of drinking a hot drink that you might find that refreshing on a hot day. But I definitely do. Deb, you need a hot tea in the summer, and you prefer ginger tea. Yeah, that's nice. That is nice. Yeah, when my wife has tea, she often likes a slice of ginger in it. So it does add something. I would definitely agree. But I've never had like pure ginger tea. I've never had that. But I have had, just normal black tea with just a slice of ginger in it, and obviously I've had like a masala tea that has quite a ginger clove kind of taste to it as well. That's quite nice, and that works well with a slice of ginger. Tempest, do you prefer to drink cold things, eat cold things, but cold food isn't exactly accessible in a good variety? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a nice ice cream on a hot summer's day. I will definitely agree to that. Yeah, there's definitely some food that I am usually not in the mood to have on a hot day, like soups and stews, things like that. I will happily have them on a cold winter's day, but they're the kind of things I'm not crazy about having in the summer. But you're right, actually having a cold meal in the summer, it's kind of tricky because everything when you cook tends to be really hot. My wife makes a really nice cold chicken noodle dish that's got like satay, peanut sauce, but it's also got a bit of spice to it, and it's really nice and refreshing with like sliced cucumber and the cold noodles as well. There's some really nice refreshing things you can have. Salad in the summer's always nice, but there is less options, there's less variety for having a nice meal in the summer, whereas in the winter it feels like almost everything fits and is appealing, whereas some of those rich, heavy, hot things just don't sound as appealing in the summer. I agree. Deb, you like hot tea in the summer and cold ice cream in the winter. Oh, cold ice cream in the winter, that's interesting. That is interesting. And Deb, you are the opposite guy. You need a good hot meal in the summer. Interesting, yeah. I definitely understand the appeal of having something, spicy, hot in the summer. That I definitely get the appeal of. Something that is scalding hot and has a lot of liquid, that I do struggle with in the summer. So Tempest, you would never agree to a curry in the summer. Okay, yeah. So I think we definitely disagree there, because I would love a curry in the summer. Mind you, I would love a curry all year round. I'm a big curry fan. There's not many things I'm good at cooking, but I can knock up a half decent curry. Oh, that is not a shiny Chimchar. So Tempest, yeah, you prefer curry more in the winter. Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see that. I can understand that. And I'm going to be honest, yeah, if I'm imagining myself in the winter, which is a really nice thing to imagine right now, just imagining it being cold outside, and you've just got inside from the cold. You know, it's wind blowing against the windows, maybe a bit of sleet or snow outside, and you're inside. It's nice and warm, and you've got a plate of curry that's going to warm you up. That does sound amazing. So I definitely get the appeal of it in the winter. It's just I would happily have it in the summer as well. Deb agrees. Deb would have it in the summer and the winter as well. Yeah, I think we disagree on the. I think we're all on board with curry in the winter. Right, let's go Piplup. Could this be the one? It would be amazing. Oh, it froze a little bit, but no. That's absolutely not shiny. So we're coming up to encounter 4,700. So we've got through 150 almost. Almost. Yeah. So for anyone that doesn't know, this is the Pokemon with Pugs stream, but actually, technically. This is actually Pokemon without Pugs, because the Pugs are downstairs. I think it's too warm for them up here. They have made a couple of appearances this afternoon, just popping up just to show their heads and then to run back downstairs, but they haven't been up for about 10 or 15 minutes now, so I think they're more comfortable downstairs. So sadly, I suspect the rest of this stream is going to be Pokemon without Pugs. So I would like to apologise for that. But I can only blame the weather. Tempest, Pokemon occasionally with Pugs. Yeah, that would be a much better channel name, actually. I wish I'd thought of that. That is a real, yeah, I kind of prefer that. It's longer, but it's more accurate. Pokemon occasionally with Pugs. And I do prefer that. I really wish I'd thought of that when I was actually naming my channel. I don't want to change it now because it is what it is, but I'm gonna be honest, I like that a lot. Deb, have I tried hot tomato corn soup in the summer or hot dumplings? Right, so that it depends on what you mean by dumplings, because dumplings can mean a lot of different things. In the UK, yeah, I mean, I think every country has their own version of dumplings, so it's difficult to know exactly what you mean by dumplings. If you mean, so the Indian dumplings that I'm familiar with, I know them as momos, and I've had them before. I can't remember if I've had them in the summer, but I've definitely had them before, and they are delicious. Hot tomato corn soup, I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure if I've had that. I definitely enjoy a chicken and sweet corn soup. That's one of my favourites. Again, I'm not 100% certain it's my favourite thing to have in the summer. I think if I had to choose my ideal time to have that, it would be the winter, but I do still enjoy it. But hot tomato corn soup, it does sound nice. I don't think I've had that. But yeah, I would say something like momos or gyoza or pierogi or any fried dumpling. I'm a big fan of that all year round. Deb, so yeah, you do mean momos. Yeah, they are delicious, and I think they're nice all year round. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, in the UK, if you say dumplings, what I think of dumplings in the UK, it's more of a winter thing. I think of them as kind of like you make it with like suet and flour, and it's like it's something. It wouldn't be fried; it will be cooked in the stew that you're making. It's a very old-fashioned British thing, which I'm not sure that people from outside the UK would enjoy. It feels like a very British thing, a British dumpling. I don't think it would travel very well outside of the British Isles, but it works for us. It definitely works for us in the winter. It's very nice. I like it anyway. It reminds me of the type of meal I'd always get at my grandparents when I'd go over to visit. But it's a British dumpling in a stew or something like that. It's so far away from a momo. Completely different. So Deb, it's kind of like a mountain soup. Like on a windy summer day or extreme cold, and it tastes amazing. Interesting. It does. I mean, it sounds nice. I'm not gonna lie. So I'm a big fan of tomato soup in general. I'm a big fan of sweet corn, and I'm a big fan of momos. So I mean, all of those things, they sound amazing. You know, none of that sounds like it wouldn't work. It all sounds good to me. I'm currently, I mean, I grow, the only thing I grow in my garden, reliably well, is tomatoes. So usually the very first week of the year, so the first week of January, I'll buy some fancy tomatoes from the supermarket, eat them, use them, but I will save a few of the seeds from inside the tomatoes, and I'll just plant them and then grow them on my windowsill. Then around May time, they'll have grown to where they're almost outgrowing the windowsill, and I'll plant them outside and let them, leave them out for the rest of the summer. So I do that every year, and I get far more tomatoes than I can possibly deal with. And they're just starting to come through now. So I've picked my first tomatoes earlier this week, picked a few more today, so I am on the lookout for recipes where I can use some of these tomatoes, because there's nothing to me, there's nothing tastier than having a tomato that you've kind of grown yourself. It's really satisfying. It's really nice. Tempest, the one good thing that's helping you get through this summer is knowing that it's nearly halfway over. Yeah, we're almost there. We're almost there, and this is like the third heat wave, right? I think there can't be many more, surely. I mean, you never know, but it may be that this is the worst of it, and it gets better from here on out, and it's just not as hot here on out. You never know. I hope that's the case, but it is very, very hot at the moment. I completely agree. I've got 3 windows open in this attic. I've got 2 fans blasting air at me. I've got my nice hot cup of tea, which I know doesn't help everyone, but it does help me. So I'm dealing with it as best I can. And at least I'm not having to work. It's so much nicer just playing Pokemon in this weather. This is my office. This is where I work from home as well. So having to actually work from home and concentrate and actually focus my attention and basically being at work in this attic in this type of heat is debilitating, I would say. So I'm very grateful that today, on probably one of the hottest days, it's not a working day. I'm glad that it's happening over the weekend, this huge heat wave, and not one of the days where I have to work from home. So Deb, you love your meals. You feel that the UK and other people eat too less or not a good meal, and you think that eggs, bacon and toast is not a good meal, and you hope you're not offending. I think it's entirely what you're used to and what you enjoy. Food is all about. Food is subjective, as Tempest says. Food, it's about what you enjoy. Everyone has different tastes, just for one. So even if you grow up in the exact same family, so you've had the exact same cultural experience as someone else, you can have wildly different tastes. So you're always going to prefer some things over another. But even taking out just personal taste preferences, what you find, what different vegetables you find delicious, what textures you really like, that is entirely subjective. But even taking that into account, just what you grow up with and what you associate with pleasant memories growing up is probably going to affect your tastes going forward. Like I say, I imagine that half the reason I enjoy tea so much is not necessarily entirely because of the taste. It's probably because of the memories I have growing up. I've always had tea. It's like it's a way of life, just making a cup of tea, making a cup of tea for someone else. It's hard for me to imagine life without tea, and there's loads of examples of that. There's just, food is a big part of everyone's life, and the habits you form around food and the memories you form around food, it's always gonna be a little evocative. And yeah, Tempest, some people will just eat just to keep going. Yeah, so some people are really passionate about food and will try to look out all of the latest food trends. They always want to experience something new, something exciting, something different. Some people really like a routine and like to have certain things all the time. Some people are not that bothered about food and just want something. They just want the energy from the food and just want to get on with it. So everyone is different, definitely. And Deb, you're a bit of a picky eater. Interesting. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I used to think I was a picky eater, and there's definitely some things I'm picky about. There's certain foods that I really struggle with. I think the biggest one is like a bitter gourd. I've had a few dishes. Well, maybe I've just had one dish and it was so traumatic that's the thing I always come back to. But I had one dish that had like a bitter gourd as a element to it, and it was just. I can still taste it to this day. It was the most repellent thing I've ever had in my mouth. It was such a visceral taste. And I'm also a little bit picky around coriander as well. I'm not saying I hate coriander, but in my mind it doesn't take too much coriander for that to be the only taste that I can taste in a dish. And usually if I go to a restaurant, they'll just chuck a whole load of coriander on. And if I forget to take that off, or if I can't get rid of it, then I mean that's all I can taste. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world, but I like a bit of variety to my food, and I find coriander very overpowering. Tempest, give you a baked potato and it would last you all day. You had cheesy chips yesterday and that did you quite well. Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of potatoes. There's loads of different ways you can do them, isn't there? And I do like a baked potato, I really do. So Deb, you would with at least 5 or 6 large packets of chips. So we might be talking about different kinds of chips here. I might be wrong, but I think Tempest might be talking about fries or chips. Like, you know, what is it? I don't know how to... I just know them as chips. But I know that in the rest of the world, when people say chips, that generally means crisps that you get in packets. So I think... I'm not sure. But, I mean, I'm definitely that way, Deb, with crisps. It takes an awful lot of crisps to fill me up. I could definitely have 5 or 6 packets of crisps and not be full. That's usually the way with, you know, sometimes I'll get those cans of Pringles, and I'll just have a few, or a really big bag of, like, Doritos or nacho type things, or those, just a big, you know, family share bag of crisps that is not designed for one serving, but I won't be able to stop myself and I'll just go through the whole bag. Deb, you think coriander is tasty and you love coriander pagoda. I'm not sure I've had that. Well, it's not a shiny Chimchar that time. So we've gone way past 4,700. Who knows? But yeah, I'm a big fan of potatoes. There's so many different ways. Oh, so Deb, you mean you'd need like 5 or 6 whole potatoes made into fries in order to be full? That is quite a lot. I mean, depending on the size of the potato, but that is quite a lot, I think. That is quite a lot. I mean, I thought I liked it, but yeah. Yeah, there's so many different ways you can prepare a potato. I'm a big fan of roast potatoes. Those are amazing. I do like mash. I do like fries. I love potato wedges as well. Those are really good. Those are really nice. To just throw in the air fryer with just a little bit of seasoning. Very nice. I'm a big fan of baked potatoes as well, like Tempest. I do like a baked potato. I like to do the majority of the baked potato cooking in the microwave so it's quick, but then finish it in the air fryer so it gets a crispy skin. That's really nice. And I love to put potatoes in a curry as well. I find that they absorb a lot of the masala flavour. So by the time it's done, you just have this amazing, soft, flavourful potato. It's great. Very few things are not improved by the introduction of a potato into the dish, I find. Oh, potato dauphinoise as well. Just forgot about that. That's amazing. I love that. There's loads. I love potatoes. King of the food groups, I would say. You've got your veg, you've got your meat, and potato is its own thing. I don't think I could classify it as a vegetable, even though I know it probably is. It just feels like its own thing. It's that important. Baked potato, but with what? You would need a baked potato with some rice and some curry, dal. Yeah, I mean, that would be nice with it. But you can... I mean, that's the thing with a baked potato. You can put whatever you want in it. Most people would put butter, some cheese, so it would melt. Baked beans often goes in it. You can put tuna and sweet corn. That's quite nice in a baked potato. It's whatever you're in the mood for. So yeah, it does go well. Yeah, there's lots of options for a baked potato, or a jacket potato, however you want to call it. And Tempest, you get it with a beans or cheese or tuna. Yeah, I think we're similar. Those are the standard things, right? Cheese, beans, butter, tuna. I don't know what else. I mean, there must be loads of other things. But you could definitely put, if you had some leftover curry sauce, you could definitely put that in. If you've got some leftover chili con carne, that goes well in a jacket potato as well. Just anything. It's very versatile. There's not many things that don't go well with a jacket potato. I would agree with that. Yeah, and I think I would agree, Deb. I think the most common food that we have in this household probably is potatoes as well. Ends up in an awful lot of things. I think the main... Any meal that we have usually is gonna either contain rice, dal, or potato. I'm trying to think of... There's not many meals we have that doesn't include at least one of those things. There's not many. I'm not saying that there isn't, but... Oh, I guess noodles as well. So yeah, I'm including spaghetti, pasta in that as well. So pasta, yeah. I think it's just a really good source of carbs, right? So it's like a carb vehicle, like rice, like dal, like pasta, like noodles. Potato is just, I do think of it like just like a carb delivery device. Bread as well. Right, I wasn't paying attention when this Piplup came up, but that is not shiny, so we'll go on to the next one. So Tempest could even just do the jacket potato up as if it was a pepperoni pizza. Interesting. So like a marinara sauce, some pepperoni, some cheese. Yeah, that would work, definitely. So Deb, you think that's like eating a raw potato, even beans, or easy? You need some main course heavy dish. Yeah, I think everyone's different. So yeah, I would be happy with a dish that's I don't always need meat in my meals. I'm certainly not a vegetarian. I do enjoy meat, and some of my favourite meals are meat, but also some of my favourite meals are do not involve meat. So I don't always feel the need to have like a meat thing in a dish. Sometimes potato can be that main thing in a dish, absolutely, in my opinion. But everyone is different. But yeah, I don't think you can eat raw potatoes. I think that doesn't sound right. I will say that even though I've said that I can cook a decent curry, the one thing, if something was going to go wrong with a curry that I make, it's pretty much always that I sometimes undercook the potatoes. I always think they're done, and then, you know, when I actually slice them, there's, you know, right in the middle it's a little bit grainy. I'm like, oh, I should have cooked that for a little bit longer. So potatoes can be tricky. Sometimes you have to just cook them for longer than you think. I do struggle with potatoes. I do. I love them, but getting them to the absolute perfect level of fluffiness but not disintegrating-ness is an art form, and one that I am still trying to master. I'm definitely at the stage where there's a good chance I've undercooked the potato, so I do try to I'm trying to train myself not to do that. Okay, let's go Piplup. Let's go Piplup this time. So Deb, so yeah, you're the same with meat. Meat is not even a daily thing over there. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. That does make sense. But yeah, I mean, because yeah, if meat is not the main focus of a dish, then I do think that, you know, potato can be. I mean, anything can be the main focus of a dish, really. Just about how you prepare it. So Deb, you need some paratha or chapatis, rice, biryani. Oh, biryani is nice. Biryani is nice. A lot of effort, but biryani is nice. Or some soup as the main course. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everyone's different. And yeah, I don't think anyone would look at someone funny for eating too much in the UK. I feel like people in the UK eat a fair amount. I don't think there'd be much judgment for someone eating a lot of food. Maybe it's me. And I guess it just depends. It all just depends. I don't think... it all depends on like the serving sizes and things like that. Everyone's different. Everyone is different. So Deb, all of the potato dishes or other dishes sound more like a side dish to you than a main course. Yeah, I mean, so again, I think it's all just different. I don't know how to describe it. Because it really does depend on what you have for meals. What I mean by that is, yeah, I don't know. Because some people might not eat a lot at meals, but they may have snacks during the day. So some people just, snack all day and then don't have a very particular big meal. Some people don't eat anything other than, what's in a meal time. And then if you're only eating during meal times, then that's naturally going to be a bit bigger than something else. It's just everyone has different eating habits. There is no one right or wrong way to eat. Everyone is different. Everyone has different preferences as well, especially when it comes to food. it is warm. It is warm. Yeah, the dogs are still downstairs. I don't think they're coming back. And that's the most important thing, Deb. If as long as you're good with your eating, that's the most important thing. I think everyone should be like that. Because it's easy to say that. It's easy to hear what someone else is saying and think, oh, that's too much, or oh, that's too little. But you don't know. No matter how much they tell you, you don't know what else. You don't really know what else is going on in terms of what else they're having throughout the day, what they're having before that, what they're having after that, what the actual serving size is in terms of what they're describing. So you're only getting a very small picture of what someone else is saying they're having until you've actually, I would say until you've actually, spent a day with someone and seen what they eat, then it's difficult to really gauge what goes on, really. Don't know. And Tempest, yeah, I've heard that. I don't know if it's true or not, but I've definitely heard that there's a lot of ingredients in America that have more chemicals than the UK. I don't know how true that is or not. But yeah, I've heard that. It sounds like there's more preservatives added. I would imagine most of the chemicals that get added to any food, whether it's in the UK or America, the main purpose of those chemicals is just to make the food last longer so that the companies can manage their stock better. Whether it actually makes the food taste better, whether it makes the food healthier or not, I don't think the food companies really care about that. All they care about is making sure that the food they make they just want to make sure that the food they make is able to be sold and gives them the best chance of selling it. And Deb, so eat healthy, be healthy, you're good with veg, meat is an occasional thing. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a good way to live. And Deb, I think I'm the same. I don't think anyone could live off just fast food. But it is nice in moderation. I do like me and my wife, we do tend to have one fast food meal every month. Usually, on average, we usually say, one fast food meal a month. And that is, I'm gonna, as much as I'm saying, there's all these chemicals in fast food and it's not good for you, it's not healthy. I can't deny it's tasty. Every now and again, it's really tasty. So we do have some fast food, probably once a month usually. That feels like a nice balance to me. And James, the birthday cat has arrived. Am I right? Is today your birthday? And if today is your birthday, James, I wish you a very happy birthday. I hope you're having the best start to your day. And I hope you've got some awesome things planned. I hope you really enjoy it. Very, very, very happy birthday to you. And it is awesome. Yeah. Many happy returns. Do you have anything special planned for today? Or is it just going to be relaxing and making the most of the day? I'm hoping you don't have to work today, but I know some people. I mean, I often end up working on my birthday, so I know it happens. When? Bear with me, I'm just gonna have a quick look. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be working on my birthday this year. Yeah, I am. So if you do have to work, I know how you feel. But I'm hoping that you're able to get the day off today, and you're able to enjoy it. And unfortunately you do. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I mean, that's just the way it is, isn't it? Yeah, I will be working on my birthday this year as well. It is just how it is. It is just how it is. But I hope you have a good day, regardless of that. And James, if you've just joined, you may not know, just in case you're trying to look at the pooch cams, trying to find the poochers. The poochers are not here. So yeah, this is a Pokemon without Pugs stream at the moment. It's very hot in the UK. The Pugs were here in the morning, so I've been streaming for about 4.5 hours, roughly. So they were here in the morning, but it's now 2 PM in the UK. It's getting warmer and warmer, and it's a little bit too hot in the attic for my dogs. So they have come up and down a couple of times, but it's just a little bit too warm for them. So are they okay? They are definitely okay. They're downstairs at the moment. The house is a lot cooler downstairs, so they're a lot happier downstairs. They may come back up. I'm not sure. It just depends on how they feel. Like I say, they have popped up a couple of times, but when they do come up, they tend to start panting, and then they just go back down again. So usually when they come up, it's just to check whether I'm okay, and they go back down. So yeah, it's very warm here. I hope it's not too warm where you are. Tempest, so you used to be able to get a Pizza Hut takeaway for like £5, and now the price has tripled. Wow. I mean, £5 for a pizza, for a little meal for pizza, that sounds really cheap. I don't remember it being that cheap. But it has definitely, everything's got more expensive. I definitely agree with that. Definitely agree with that. But yeah, my dogs are definitely okay. We've stopped taking them out for their evening walk when it's this warm. So we just take them out for the morning walk now, because it's nice and cool in the mornings. But I think that's the biggest thing. I think the dogs are a little bit unhappy that they don't get 2 walks per day like they used to. But I think I tried walking them on I can't remember what day it was, maybe Wednesday, because I've been working from the office on Thursday and Friday. I think I remember taking them for a walk on Thursday, and I mean, Mifa only made it like 5 minutes, and then she was just panting and didn't want to move, so I had to carry her for the majority of the walk. She was too warm. So yeah, it's just not worth it. I'm sure it stresses them out if it's this warm. So and it's got warmer since Wednesday. It wasn't too bad on Wednesday, but it was still pretty warm. It's far warmer now. So yeah, they are much happier downstairs. Like I say, it's much cooler downstairs in our house, so they are all good. So Deb, pizza is between £3 to £5 where you are. Sometimes even £1 or £2. That's crazy. That's crazy cheap. I can't imagine that. But I do. It always does puzzle me why pizza is as expensive as it is. You know, if you get it takeaway. In my head, I can understand why, like, you know, a burger or a kebab or a Chinese or an Indian takeaway, all of those foods, in my mind, it makes sense why they're expensive. You know, you're getting meat. There's a process involved in cooking it. There's a bit going on. To me, and I'm sure I'm wrong about this, but pizza just seems so simple. It's just dough, a bit of tomato sauce, some cheese, and a little bit of toppings. In my mind, there's nothing there that's either complicated, takes time, or expensive. To me, it feels like it should be the cheapest thing in the world. But when you go to a Pizza Hut or a Domino's or a Papa John's or any pizza place, they're so expensive. I will never get my head round understanding why they're as expensive as they are. But that's just me. In my head, every other takeaway, it makes sense that it's expensive, but pizza I will never understand why it's expensive. It's nice, sure. But to me, just the ingredients and the preparation, it just doesn't make sense why it's expensive. But again, I'm weird. I can't remember what we went for last time. I can never remember. So we'll just go Piplup. Ugh. Nope. Try again on the next one. So yeah, whilst this stream is technically Pokemon without Pugs, usually on a weekend I would stream for quite a while. I'd probably stream until around 7:30 UK time. So, you know, from here, if this was a normal weekend stream, I would probably be streaming for another 5 hours. Yeah, 5 hours. Or 5.5 hours, something like that. But I can't guarantee I'm going to be able to do that today because I don't know how hot it's going to get in this attic. It's already too hot for the dogs. It may reach a point where it's too hot for me as well. So we'll see. At the moment, I'm just about hanging on. But that could change. So we'll see. I really want to get this shiny though. So I'm battling through the heat to try and get this shiny. Oh yeah, it's not a Turtwig, not this time. Yeah, Tempest, you want the prices to come down to how they used to be. You miss those early Pizza Huts. Easy Pizza Huts, sorry. Yeah. Sadly, I don't think that's how inflation works. Inflation is typically just a one-way street. Everything will always go up. I think the best you can hope for is that that wages keep pace. That's the absolute best case scenario. Yeah, you know, prices in general, once they go up, they don't come back down again. Once companies realise they can get away with charging a particular thing, so what will typically happen in a supply chain is, you know, some event will happen that will make it a little bit more expensive for a company to make a particular product somewhere in the supply chain. So they'll pass on that price increase to the consumers. Now that could be a temporary change. It could be that, you know, in a few months' time that supply chain kink works itself out and the company goes back to being able to make it at the same cost it used to. But it's realised that people are able to pay the increased price. So it may reduce prices, but prices will always come down slower than they go up. It's just the way of the world, unfortunately. I wish it wasn't like that. But yeah, prices always shoot up as soon as there's supply chain issues. You know, a price correction will happen almost instantly if it's a price correction that needs to go up. But if it's a price correction that needs to come down, businesses don't do that. Or if they do, it's over a very long period of time. Yeah, Tempest. Yeah, I get that. And rents keep going up. Yeah, no, I get that. How old was I? So I was 39 years old before I was able to, before me and my wife were able to buy a house. So I had many years of renting, and it's stressful. It's so stressful. I mean, I don't even think our landlord was the worst, but yeah, every year, just not knowing whether the landlord was going to increase the rents or not, it was so stressful. I hated it so much. So I've got every empathy for people that are having to deal with that, because it sucks. It really does. Yeah, I wish there was a way to limit rent increases. I know that's a thing in certain American cities, because one of my friends used to live in San Fran, and they had a rent-controlled apartment. I think there's a word for it. I don't know if the word is rent control, but it just meant that the landlord couldn't increase the prices ridiculously. And that just seemed like such a good idea, because, you know, the landlord is still getting the market rate. The landlord is still getting, you know, is still making a profit, but it's just not an absolutely crazy price gougey profit. But oh well. To my knowledge, I don't think there's anything similar in the UK, and even in America, that's not a widespread thing. You have to really, you know, not every apartment is like that. Even in cities where rent control is a thing, not every flat will be subject to that, is my understanding. So Tempest, yours is increasing in a couple of months. Oy. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I hate it when that happens. I absolutely hate it when that happens. Yeah. Yeah. That sucks. But yeah, I'm hoping it's enough that you're still able to save, because that's the most important thing. Hopefully you're able to save even just a little bit. because it's all about just getting that deposit together. I think at least it was for us. It was just, you know, how long did it take just to scrape together enough for a deposit, and also to just get enough of a wage to make buying a feasible option. But then, even once you've bought, that comes with its own stresses, you know, of having to deal with the maintenance, of having to deal with interest rate potentially going up. So, you know, it's not like there's no issues once you've escaped the rental thing. There's always things to worry about. Again, I forgot what I did last time, so let's go Piplup. Nope. Tempest, so you're debating on whether to get the Donkey Kong game on pre-order or not. Interesting. It does look good. I don't think I will be getting it, just because I've got too many Pokemon games I need to play. I know that if I got it, I wouldn't have time to play it. It does look good though. It definitely looks good. I love the idea of just being able to just smash everything and build things, and it looks amazing. It does look amazing. I don't know if it will have it because I haven't heard any, but I generally do like the music in Donkey Kong games as well. So I bet it sounds awesome as well. But yeah, I'll probably have to skip that one, and because I've got too many other things to do. Most pressing of which is this. But yeah, you say that you're thinking to do a few other things, Tempest. What other things were you thinking of doing? So what are your options in terms of whether to get the Donkey Kong or not? So did I get the PMD remake yet? Not yet. So I've been looking at a few on eBay. So I'm not in a rush to get it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bid on a few on eBay and see if I can get it, and then see if I can get it for cheap. So what I'm looking for is hopefully I can get it for about £25. It seems like it sells for between £23 and £30. I looked at the sold listings on eBay, and that seemed to be where it was. So, like I said, I'm not in a rush to get it because I've, for the same reason I'm not in a rush to get Donkey Kong. I'm not sure I'll have loads and loads of time to play it, but I probably do want to get it. So what I'm gonna probably do is bid on a few, see if I can pick it up for cheap. If I can't, then that's fine. I'll just wait until I can get it cheap. Second-hand games tend to go down in price, at least for the first 5 or so years of their release. Sometimes it can get if you're talking about a game that was released 10 years ago, then there are occasions that sometimes, especially with Pokemon games, the price does go up. But over a 5-year period, typically they tend to go down. So I'm just going to see if I can get a cheap version. So you're thinking of maybe getting Bravely Default, maybe getting some mobile game purchases, pre-order a figure. Yeah, I mean, all those things sound cool, but then it's just about what you think. Should be able to just see. And Tempest, if I had a what is it, CEX, then I could just see if the remake's there. I could do. I don't go shopping, because I think there is one in our town, a CEX, and if there isn't, I don't think I'd have to go too far to find one. Problem is, I don't go into town to shop very often. So I mean, I can't remember the last time I went into a second-hand game shop. So when I do buy second-hand games, I tend to prefer to get it from eBay. It's just easier for me. Because the last time I went into a second-hand game shop like CEX, the prices didn't seem particularly cheap compared to what I know they sell for on eBay. So I don't think... I mean, I think it's been about 18 years since I actually bought something in CEX. I think I've gone in every now and again and had a look, but every time I go, I always think you can get that cheaper on eBay, which makes sense because a shop like CEX has to pay overheads for it being a physical shop. It has to make profits on reselling. So to me, it makes sense why those games are a little bit more expensive than what I would think they should be, given what they sell for on eBay. So I just tend to go on eBay. I just prefer it, to be honest. And there's something about bidding on eBay that I do find fun as well. I like auctions. There's something about it that I like the idea of just getting something a little bit cheaper. So there's a certain, because every auction, it's kind of like a little contest. Who wants it the most? And I don't mind losing that contest. I don't mind someone else being prepared to pay more than me for something. There's something that I do quite like about bidding on something on eBay. So I do find the whole bidding process on eBay quite fun as well, in a way that I don't have a similar fun interaction just buying something at CEX. But everyone's different. And Tempest says the remake is £40 on. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to pay that. Yeah, if you look on the sold listings on eBay, they don't go for anywhere near that. It's way less. So it's much cheaper on eBay then. I didn't realise it would be that much. And that's just the thing. Yeah, my experience of CEX or just second-hand game shops in general is just that they are just more expensive than buying on eBay. I guess it's better in that you can look at the condition of the game, you can put it, you can have it in your hand. It's easier to know exactly, you might just walk into a shop and then not know what you want, and then it is definitely nice to be able to look through a whole load of different games, and you might pick up a game that you might otherwise not have bid on. Having a brick and mortar store like that is really good if you don't know what you want and you're just browsing. But if you want a particular game, I do prefer eBay. And Deb, so you've never played Mystery Dungeon? Yeah, so neither have I. But yeah, like Tempest says, it's kind of like a spin-off game. And yeah, I've never played it either. I just think I might enjoy it. So I am trying to pick it up on Switch, but I haven't just yet. But I think I'm looking at 2 items on eBay that are going to end over this weekend. Maybe I'll get them, maybe I won't. And that's fine. We'll just see. If I don't get them, then I'll bid on the next ones. I'm not in a rush. I'm happy to wait. But yeah, Tempest, I'm not sure what you should go for. I would go with whichever option you think is best. They all sound cool. I've heard good things about Bravely Default. I've never played it, but I think all of those options sound good. Tempesto, do those two items look like they've had bids recently? They might just hold... Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Let's have a look. I think one of the ones I was looking at had a bid like earlier today, because I got a notification saying someone else was bidding on it. So yeah, one item I'm looking at has had one bid so far, and the other one I was looking at has had 3 bids so far. So they've all had bids, and they're all, at the moment, they're way too cheap. So I think both of these are going to have bids because they're too cheap at the moment. They're going for like £15 and £17. That's what the current bid is. I have not bid on either of them yet, but they definitely won't go for that. Because I think the cheapest I've seen them go on eBay in the past month or so was about £22. So that's the bare minimum. I think someone's going to bump up the price, but both of them have still got about a day to go. So I will bid, and we'll just see. And Deb, you're about to head off to start playing Pokemon Sword. Good luck on that run, and good luck catching your Zoroark. And Tempest, yeah, exactly. Try to bid in the last hour. That way you leave very little room for anyone else to get a bid. Exactly. Yeah, my tactic is to leave it to the last second. maybe not the last second, but definitely the last 10 seconds. Yeah, I mean that's why I find it so fun, is because I kind of like, it's almost like a game of chicken where I'm leaving it to the very last minute to put in my true bid, the true bid where I'm happy to pay anything up to that amount, and I wait until the very last, almost last second to put that in. And I know it shouldn't, if people actually bid the true amount that they are prepared to pay, then when you choose to submit your bid, shouldn't make a difference. Because if someone has put their true, I will not go any higher than this bid in, then when, regardless of when you put it in, if it's higher than yours, it doesn't make any difference. And if it's lower, then when you put it in, it would always been that. But the thing is, I operate on the assumption that not everyone does it like that, and some people just bid a little bit, but they would be prepared to go higher, but only if other people bid. And yeah, for people like that, if you snipe in at the last second, you don't give people like that a chance to bid again, which I kind of like. Like I say, I do treat eBay a bit like a game, so I do find it quite fun, and I'm happy to lose that game. I'm very happy to lose. I'm very happy to be outbid if someone else is prepared to pay more than me, but it's just, yeah, I like it. Yeah, the thrill of getting it is quite fun. So yeah, I do like eBay. I do like eBay. And Tempest, yes, I will message on Discord if I do pick it up. I'll let you know. So yeah, I think these are ending over this weekend. So I'll probably know by Monday whether I've got it. And like I say, if I don't get it for these ones, then I'll just wait for the next ones to come around. Because there's always more. There's never a shortage of second-hand Pokemon games on the Switch, at least. And there's not many Switch Pokemon games that I don't have. So it just would be nice from a collecting standpoint just to have these games. I'm trying to think. So I don't have Pokemon Snap, but I mean, other than that, I think I've got every Pokemon game for the Switch. I think, because I've got both Let's Go games. I've got both of BDSP. I've got Sword and Shield. I've got Scarlet and Violet. I've got Detective Pikachu. I guess. Oh, there's the Pokken. I think Pokken Tournament is probably on the Switch. I don't have that, but I don't think I'd like that anyway. But yeah, I've got most Pokemon games. So it would be nice to have the Mystery Dungeon ones. Tempest, you're surprised they've even got bids. People like them, but they're still really old games. I mean, I think any Pokemon game is always going to have people interested in it. Pokemon is just such a popular franchise. If you've got a Pokemon game, it's always going to be in demand. You know exactly how much demand that will be, who knows, but there'll always be people that want Pokemon games. In my experience. But yeah, I would definitely like to play them. One of these days it's going to be shiny. Oops, that didn't reset. Deb, you guess you can't catch the Zorua, it's locked, you're restarting. Oh, I don't know what that means. I don't know what it means by it's locked. That's a shame if you're having to restart. Sorry to hear that. So Deb, you tried 10 times and the Zorua was at 1 HP every time. Interesting. That sounds unlucky. That sounds unlucky. So I hope you are able to get it next time. Oh, so Deb, you're in the Wooloo save location where you meet Zacian. You saw Zorua and tried to catch it. Interesting. Yeah, yeah, meets. Yeah, I thought that's what it meant. That's interesting because I think in normal Sword and Shield, because you're playing it on the PC. Whenever I've played Sword and Shield, I don't remember ever seeing a Zorua there. Because I guess if you're saying you're where you meet Zacian, then you're in the Slumbering Weld. I can never remember how you meant to pronounce that. But yeah, I don't think I ever remember meeting a Zorua there. So that's different. That sounds like it's slightly different to the normal version. Very slightly different. Okay, let's do Piplup. Let's do Piplup. So, Deb, yep, you're in that location. You saw a Scatterbug, a Parasect, and you still haven't encountered Zacian. Yeah, the encounters are definitely different. I don't remember. I'm going to be honest, I don't think Scatterbugs are even in Sword and Shield. Yeah, so I guess it has completely different Pokemon. That's interesting. Yeah. I'm certain Scatterbug isn't in Sword and Shield. So that does sound interesting. That it's that it has all these different Pokemon that aren't in the original games. Interesting. And Pranjul, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I'm doing okay. It's very warm here. It's very warm in the UK. I hope you're okay, and I hope it's not too warm where you are. But it's very warm here. I'm up here streaming in the attic. And usually I would have my pugs next to me, but sadly it's too warm for them. They have been here at the start of the stream and they came up a couple of times this afternoon, but it's just cooler downstairs, so they would prefer to be downstairs rather than up here. So this is for the second half of the stream. This is Pokemon without pugs because they are chilling downstairs, so I'm up here on my own, sweating, playing. But I hope you're doing well. But yeah, I'd rather have the pugs downstairs where they're comfortable than being up here where they're not as comfortable. So we're just letting them go wherever they want to go. Deb, oh, so it was Blipbug. Yeah, yeah, I do remember encountering Blipbugs in there. Definitely. So it might not be different then. I was just thinking it'd be so cool to get a Scatterbug in the Slumbering World, because I really like Vivillon, so I would have really enjoyed that. And Blipbug, it is quite similar to Scatterbug, isn't it? A lot of the bug Pokemon are quite similar. Not a whole lot different between them, really. Deb, so yes, you can't catch Pokemon there. You haven't started the journey or got the Pokédex. Yeah, that might be the case, you know. I'm surprised. Yeah, I am surprised you've got Pokeballs at that point. Because I don't... Yeah, in the normal version, I don't think you've got Pokeballs at that point. I think you get them a little bit later on. Pranjul, have I ever thought that I'd miss the shiny as something like the Piplup is hard to differentiate? No. Well, no, there was one time, because someone in chat was like, oh, was that shiny? And then I really panicked, and I basically stopped what I was doing and then went to my phone and found the stream and kind of rewound to see whether that was shiny or not. So I guess it has happened once where I was doubting myself, but that was only because someone in chat, I can't remember who it was like worried that I'd missed a shiny. But even though Piplup looks subtle, when I see it, I will be able to tell. It is different. It will look different, and plus it'll sparkle as well. So I mean, I don't reset unless I'm sure. So sometimes I'm not always looking at the screen when the Pokemon pops out. I try to, but sometimes I miss it. So sometimes I do miss the stars as to whether the stars are there or not, and then you've just got to go on what it looks like. Obviously for Chimchar and Turtwig it's really, really obvious, but for Piplup sometimes I just have to wait until the camera pans around and shows Piplup, and like I say, as soon as the camera pans around you can tell whether it's shiny or not. Like I say, it looks subtle, but the blue on its head, it is different. It is definitely noticeably different. We'll be able to tell. But like I say, there was one time where I was doubting myself. So Deb, you got a wild Pokeball in the area. Interesting. Yeah, but I feel like you may have to just wait until you progress the storyline a little bit more to get the Pokédex. That would make sense. But I'm not sure how that game works, because I only know Sword or Shield. I can't remember. Right, let's go Piplup. When in doubt, we always choose Piplup. Nope. It's similar to the Starly as well. You'll know when it's a shiny Starly as well. Even if you miss the sparkles, it does look different. Although, so the game does change in terms of the lighting. It changes with each passing hour of the day, and I will say the later it gets, I think when it changes from like 6 till 7. Or from 5 to 6, because it's getting darker, it does that can make it a little bit tricky to identify the Starly, because all of the Starlies start to look a little shiny then. So it can depend on the time of day, I would say. Pranjul, have I ever played Animal Crossing's New Horizons? Yes, I enjoy it very much. One of my favourite games. Yeah, big fan. Very big fan of that game. I was really, really hoping that a new Animal Crossing would be announced for the Switch 2. That is still my hope. So I kind of think that Nintendo are going to release a game for the Switch 2 in the build up to Christmas. I think they'll do a big Christmas release, and I might be wrong, but I think they're going to release a new version of Animal Crossing this year for Christmas. I hope. That's what I hope. That's what I'm really hoping. And yeah, if they get that, I'm buying that all day long, because yeah, I love Animal Crossing. So Deb, you don't know the story of Pokemon Sword. Even the map seems odd. Yeah, the map looks strange, but once you actually start playing, it's very linear. There's only one way you can go around the map. It's, if you can imagine doing like a big figure 8, that's basically what you'll end up doing. But the game will tell you where you need to go, and it's very linear. There's only really one place you can go each time. You can't do the gyms out of order. It's just, yeah, it's a very on rails experience, very different to Scarlet and Violet. Right, let's do Chimchar this time. Cloud Taps, you started a randomizer run. Interesting, and welcome back. Interesting. Deb, Animal Crossing ? You see, it's a Nintendo game. So you were not familiar with Animal Crossing. Fair enough. Yeah, it's a very popular Nintendo game. One of the best-selling on the system, for the Switch. I might be wrong, but I would imagine Mario Kart is number 1, and then number 2 I would imagine is Animal Crossing. Might be wrong, but it's a very popular game. And it's just a very chill game, you know. It's just something, once you start playing it, personally, I end up just playing a few hours each day, trying to find all the fish and bugs that are around for that month, because it changes every month. It changes with the seasons. It's a nice game just to play it for a few hours each day. Just to fill out your museum, build up your island, talk to your villagers. It's just cozy. Cozy's the word. It's just so cozy. So Cloud Taps, your randomizer run shuffles every encounter, evolutions, and starters. Ooh, I do like randomness. So I feel like I would enjoy that. It'd be nice if that was like a feature that could be in future Pokemon games, rather than having to run like a mod or something. That would be a really nice feature just for every Pokemon game to have. Okay, so we've just had encounter 4750. That means in today's stream we've gone through 200 encounters already, which isn't bad. It's not bad, but still no shiny. See, I was not paying attention there. That is not shiny. Yeah, I was not paying attention there. Apologies. Deb, so you did a randomizer run with species, abilities, type, and moveset all randomized in Radical Red. Wow, that does sound very random. But Cloud Taps, that's a little bit too much confusion for you. But your starter for this run is Aurorus. That's a cool starter. I like that. That is cool. Yeah, I do like starting a run with a Pokemon that you wouldn't normally get at the start of a run. Aurorus is a good example of that. You know, usually that would be like an end game thing that you'd encounter, but I'm never a fan of Pokemon that you get right at the end of a journey, because it just feels like, you know, I've gone on this journey all this time without you, and I've already built up my team to how I want it, so am I actually going to mess up the team that I've built to include these late game Pokemon? And even if I did do that, you know, there's only so much of the game that's left to play. So getting the chance to actually play a Pokemon like that right from the start, that does sound very appealing to me. Oh, nope, not shiny. So Deb, your starter was a Ceruledge. Interesting. And if it were to evolve, that would have been random too. Interesting. Yeah, that sounds very... I do like random. Maybe that's too much randomness. And not knowing what something was going to evolve into. I like randomness in terms of which Pokemon I'm going to add to my team. That type of random I like. Interesting, Tempest. So you've just been away, but you think one way to kind of cool down is putting your hands in cold water. Yeah, I can imagine that working. Yeah, yeah. Putting water on any part of your body that's got a lot of blood flow. So you know your hands. There's lots of blood flow. You know, yeah, and anything, yeah, like your extremities, like your ears or your feet or something like that, where blood flows around and there's lots of surface area for, you know, for the water to get around. That's going to cool you down a little bit, and then even if it cools down that area by a fraction of a degree, then that cold, the blood that's circulating around that area then cools down the rest of your body. So in my mind that makes sense. Cooling down the extremities, you know, like, I mean, I think that's the way that ears work just in general. There's a lot of surface area there, and there's lots of blood flow around the ears, which means that if they can cool down, then it can help cool down the rest of your body. It's kind of the reason why a lot of desert dwelling animals have large ears, because it just helps them cool down. So I think it's the same principle. And yeah, tempers, yeah, I think that's just it. I think, yeah, if you can cool down the extremities of your body, then that can just help cool down the rest of your body. So yeah, hands, feet, ears all work. But at the moment I'm doing okay. You know, I've still got my nice hot cup of tea, which works for me. I've got plenty of water. I've got a nice bowl of cold fruit. So I've got some nectarines and some strawberries, which are nice and cool. It's quite nice and refreshing. I'm okay, and I've got, yeah, like I say, I've got windows open, I've got fans going. I'm okay. It's too warm for my dogs up here, but I'm just about managing for the time being. If the temperature goes up by a few more degrees, I may not be, but at the moment I'm doing okay. I've forgotten what I went for last time. I always forget. Let's try Piplup. I'd love this to be shiny. I'd just love to get the shiny. I want to play. Nope, that's not the shiny. That's the problem. Every time it's not the shiny. But yeah, Tempest, I think that's the best thing. Just knowing that if it does get too hot for you, that you've got a way to cool down. I mean, I would imagine the quickest way to cool down is just have a cold shower. I mean, that would do it, wouldn't it? It's I mean, for me, it's the night time that's the most difficult. You know, trying to sleep at night when it's warm, that can be exhausting. That can be exhausting. It takes so much longer to fall asleep when it's this warm. Deb, you are sweating. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. I know it's even warmer where you are. So, you know, as bad as it's feeling for me right now, I know that it's even worse for you. So, sorry to hear that. And yeah, Tempest, yeah, that's the worst when it's yeah, when it's late at night, you're in bed, you're not gonna be able to do much else to cool down, and it's just still warm. It's a horrible feeling. Yeah. And Deb, it's evening where you are, and it's still really warm. Yeah, that sounds harsh. And Cloud Taps, a trainer kiddo that you're fighting has just sent out a Darkrai. Uh-oh. That sounds terrifying. I hope you're able to survive that encounter. But to me, that would probably be an automatic loss. I wouldn't be able to beat a Darkrai right at the start of the game. Right, I think I did Turtwig last time. And yep, Deb, 33 degrees in the evening and the night. Oof. Yep. Yeah. That sounds awful. Right, let's do Piplup this time. Nope. And no problem, Deb. You're going to grind Minecraft. Well, good luck. Good luck with that. I don't know too much about Minecraft. I've never played it, so I don't know too much. But I hope that goes well. I hope that goes well. Oh, but you'll still be here. Ah, gotcha. No problem. Well, if we find it, I'll be sure to let you know. And Rem, you're currently searching for a shiny Ralts. Good luck in that hunt, Rem, and welcome to the stream. Yeah, I really hope that goes well. What game are you hunting the shiny Ralts in, Rem? But Ralts is a really nice shiny. One of my favourite shinies. So I really hope you get that. And yeah, Deb, you will join as soon as I get the starter. Yeah, I can't wait to get the starter. And Rem, thank you very much for the good luck. I hope it helps. But yeah, I really hope you get that shiny Ralts. Because that will be worth it when you do find it, definitely. Yeah, I would really love to get it this stream. I would dearly love to get it this stream. There's no way of knowing. Yeah, let's go for a Piplup. Nope. Ah, Deb, so your Minecraft server will start in 15 minutes. Interesting. Like I say, well, I mean, good luck in that. If you need luck, I'm not quite sure if Minecraft... I really don't, I don't know anything about Minecraft. But, yeah, I hope the grind goes well. And if it is luck-based in any degree, then yeah, then I hope you have a lot of luck as well. Right, I think I did that. Ah, Debs, there's no luck involved. You're just going to be completing your pond building and your underground base. Well, that sounds cool. That does sound cool. But you do need to fight some zombies or skeletons or creepers at night time. Sounds a little scary. I hope that goes well. No shiny. So you're going to need to mine some diamonds and farm some wheat. Yeah. That does sound like fun. That makes it sound like, I mean, yeah, battling monsters and doing, you know, collecting materials, farming. It does make it sound like Stardew Valley, and I do enjoy Stardew Valley. In fact, the music that's just playing now is the Stardew Valley music that's just started. Which may be what made me think of Stardew Valley. But yeah. Yeah, it does sound Minecraft. I mean, I know it is different, but there's certain elements that do sound a little Stardew Valley-ish. And the music in Minecraft is quite soothing. It's good for midnight. That's nice. Yeah, I do like games with chilled out music, definitely. So Cloud Taps, you've reached an enemy with a Heatran in your randomizer run, and all you've got is an Aurorus. That does sound tricky. Do you not have any other Pokemon at all? Any chance of finding a... Well, I guess it's random, but if you can find any Pokemon, then maybe if you can get a Pokemon that's a ground type, that'd be alright. That does sound unfortunate, though. I hope you're able to get past it. And yeah, Deb, yeah, I mean, Minecraft does sound cool. I've never played it, so I don't know too much about it. But it does sound cool if there's parrots that dance and dogs that can be played with and tamed. Pretty good. I like games where there's lots of things to do. And so, Deb, you mainly build castles or houses or farms rather than fighting. Yeah, I'm the same in most games. So I am a big fan of games like Command and Conquer or Age of Empires, where, you know, real-time strategy game where you have to build up your base, build up an army, and then attack your enemies. But the part of it that I enjoy the most is actually building the base. So I spend all my time just building a really nice, aesthetically pleasing base. And I generally have no interest in attacking anyone else. I just want to build a really nice base. So yeah, I very much have like a turtle tactic. Build a really nice base, and then once I've had enough, then I'll just build an army and see if I can take on people. But for me, the priority is just building a nice base. So I get the appeal of that. And Tyrantrum, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. How are things with you? And things are good with me. Just to let you know, and for anyone else that has joined fairly recently, the stream is called Pokemon with Pugs, but there are no Pugs in this stream, probably anymore. For the rest of the stream. So my Pugs were here for the start of the stream, and that was because it was in the morning, but it's very warm in the UK. It's very warm in particular in the attic where we are right now, and it was just a bit too warm for my Pugs, so they had to go downstairs. They did come up a few times, but they just started panting and just wanted to be downstairs, which is very understandable. So this is, for the rest of the stream, this is likely to be Pokemon without Pugs. So apologies if you're tuning in to see some cute dogs. Sadly, they are elsewhere. But happily, they're much more comfortable downstairs because it is cooler downstairs. I'll likely be streaming tomorrow, so they'll be around tomorrow morning. Because I think it's fine for them up here in the morning, but in the afternoons I think it's a bit too warm for them. We still don't have the shiny just yet, but who knows? It could be around the corner. You never know. We've been searching for it for a long time. I'm hoping to find it, but you never know. Oh, a Mellow, congrats! You got a shiny Pidgeot. That's amazing. Nice one. Good work. Good work. Was that while you were trying to find the shiny Bulbasaur? Because I know you were trying to find your third Bulbasaur. So was that in Viridian Forest? But either way, congrats. It's always good to get a shiny. Ooh, very cool, Mellow. So you got a shiny Pidgey. You only have a Pidgeotto, so you fully evolved it, and you'll be using it against the Pidgeot Master. Nice. I like that. I like that. Cloud Tap's the only ground tap you can find is Drillbur, and you have to level it up. Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? Well, good luck. Good luck battling that heat run. I hope it goes well. I hope it goes well. And welcome back, Deb. Nope. Hey, no shiny just yet, sadly. Yeah, let's go Chimchar. Nope. That was encounter 4,777. It wasn't shiny. Cloud Touch, you finally beat it. Well done. Well done. Was it Drillbur that managed to carry you through that fight against Heatran? But well done anyway, regardless. Well done. Oh, very cool. You found a Fione, which was pretty underlevel, but it was just enough so that your Aurorus could dodge every attack. Well done. Well done. Yeah, I like finding novel ways to get past difficult fights. So well done on that. It does sound like it'll be a fun playthrough if it's that random. Oh, that's not shiny. So, Tempest, you don't understand people who say that the British complain through summer and then also complain through winter, because you love the winter, yeah? I mean, I don't mind too much. I mean, I know it's very warm. It's definitely really warm here. And it's a little bit too warm for my pooches, which isn't great. I don't like seeing them, unhappy, going for walks and things like that and getting completely exhausted because it's too warm. So I'm not a fan of that. But there are bits of the summer that I do like. I do like the fact that, when I go to work early in the morning, it's already light, and when I come home from work in the evening, it's still light. So there's a part of me that does like, going to work and coming back when it's bright daylight. There's something about that is just nicer than going to work in the pitch black in the winter and then coming back in the pitch black. There's something very disheartening about that. Like, you've spent all of the daylight hours just slaving away, whereas in the summer, you finish your day of work and it's still light for another 5 hours or so. It's I don't know, there's something psychological in terms of the increased amount of daylight hours that just makes me a little bit happier in the summer, even if the weather is dreadful. So I mean, I think it's all about give and take. Nothing's perfect in this world, so you just gotta find the positives and just focus on them rather than focus on the negatives. Sometimes the negatives are a lot louder and more difficult to ignore than the positives, but you just gotta focus on the positives. Is my view on things. And yeah, Tempest, yeah, I think brighter is sometimes happier for some people. I think that's just it. I think everyone's a little bit different. I know my wife is very similar to you, Tempest. My wife is a lot happier in the winter than the summer. Like I say, I'm pretty okay through all of it. But there are just people that really, really are not happy in the summer, in the sun. And yeah, that's fair. And Tempest, you're the opposite. You prefer the winters, longer lasting dark days. Yeah, no, exactly. Like I say, that's not unusual. There are people, there's nothing wrong with that. But Tempest, yeah, you've not been happy with the heat of the spring and the summer, which is understandable. It has been a very warm spring and summer here. So hopefully it's cooler in the autumn, and well, it'll obviously be cooler in the winter. So hopefully that's not too far away for you. Hopefully. And so, Tempest, you felt that basically spring was like a pre-summer. And then we just had another season of summer. Yeah. Yeah, it can feel like that. It can definitely feel like that. And there's parts of the country that are having a hose pipe ban. I don't think it's reached where we are just yet, but it feels inevitable that we're going to have a hose pipe ban because it just feels like it hasn't rained much. So we must be getting close to a drought. That feels logical, but yeah, at the moment where we are, we don't have a hose pipe ban or anything like that. But it feels like it's only a matter of time. It just hasn't rained too much. Very, very strange weather. Yeah, and that's fair, Tempest, yeah. So you were doing okay in the winter, but then as you get into spring, it's just the seasonal shift, and that's it. I think the change in climate can impact people in different ways, definitely. Definitely. But, you know, like you said, hopefully, we're past the worst of it. Hopefully, in August it starts to cool down. So it's all about just staying safe, I think. It's all about staying hydrated, making sure that if it is really hot where you are, making sure you're not spending too much time in the sun. If you do have to go out, make sure try to stay in the shade wherever possible. Use sunscreen, and yeah, just stay hydrated again. Just that's the most important thing. And then before you know it, it'll be autumn, and then before you know it, it'll be winter again. It's not too far away. It always comes around faster than you expect, I find. Nope. One of these days it's going to be shiny. I just don't know when. And Maskin, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. No luck for me. I seem to remember you doing a very similar hunt to me, if I'm remembering that correctly. How are things going with you? I hope you found yours. Yeah, I'm still looking for mine. I'm on encounter 4,788. So I'm comfortably over odds, but I just don't know how far over odds I'm going to go. But yeah, I hope you've had better luck than me. So no shiny for you. 130 hours in. Yeah. I think I hit 130 hours last weekend. So I think I'm around about 135, something like that. So yeah, I think we're very similar. So it sounds like we've both been a little bit unlucky so far. So I'm really hoping that we both get it soon. Really hoping. It feels like we both deserve it. So all the best on yours. I really hope you get it soon. Very soon. And Maskin, how long will I stream today? So I genuinely do not know. At the moment, it's almost 4 p.m. So ordinarily at the weekend, I would stream until about 7:30. So ordinarily, I'd be saying around this time, I'd be saying I'm going to stream for another 3.5 hours. But it's been very warm here in the UK, so I'm not certain how much warmer it's going to get. I stream in the attic of my house, and on really hot days it gets unbearably hot in the attic. So a part of me is thinking if the temperature keeps going up and up, that I might not last the whole stream and I may have to end it early. But I mean, I will say at the moment I'm pretty comfortable. And I feel like the temperature's not going to increase now. I feel like the temperature's only going to go down from here. So I think I'm going to be streaming for another 3.5 hours. That's my thoughts. So that should mean I get through another 100 or so, maybe, encounters. So I reckon I'm probably going to get through to encounter 4,900. That's my guess. So still a really good chance to get this shiny. There's plenty more encounters left in the stream. Who knows? I genuinely can't wait. It's gonna be the best thing in the world when this shiny finally turns up. I'm gonna freak out when it happens. But we just don't know when that'll be. I just don't know when it'll be. But yeah, I really hope yours goes well. Because knowing that you've got yours will it will kind of motivate me just knowing that someone else has got their shiny starter in these games. Yeah, that would be a big incentive to keep going. Oh, that's crazy, Maskin. So you're in Norway, and it's already 30 degrees. That's crazy. Wow. In my head, Norway is, like, really cold. So the fact that it's that warm there... Because, yeah, I think 30 degrees is even warmer than it is here. I don't think it's 30 degrees here. I think it's about 28, maybe 29. I don't think it's 30. So yeah, for it to be even warmer in Norway, that must be really warm for you. And Tempest might be worth getting some ice cubes if it does get hot. Yeah, I do have quite a few ice cubes in the freezer. It's just they're all the way downstairs. But like I said, I'm pretty okay at the moment. I've got all the windows open. I've got fans going. Yeah, it is too warm for my dogs. So Maskin, I don't know if you've noticed or how long you've been here, but usually my dogs are around and they're visible in the pooch cams. But because it's so warm here and because we're in the attic, my dogs don't really want to be here, so they're downstairs where it's cooler in the house. So this is essentially Pokemon without Pugs. So whilst it's too hot for my dogs up here, I'm almost comfortable. It's not too bad. It's not. I'm managing. I can't complain at the moment. I mean, I know I'm saying it's hot, but I've been worse. It's not that bad. So like I say, I think I'm going to be able to make it all the way through the stream. When the stream started, I wasn't sure if that was the case. I really didn't know how hot it was going to get up here, but at the moment, I'm doing all right. I'm definitely doing all right. And yeah, so I mean, Maskin, thank you very much for the look. And I really, really hope you get it as well. So all the best shiny luck to yourself. And hi there, Deb. I hope the Minecraft went well. And everything's good here. It's 4 o'clock, which is usually around the time my dogs get a bit restless and I have to take a break. I mean, I'm going to have to take a break at some point anyway, because I'm going to need my evening meal. And the pooches are going to need their evening meal. But it's hard for me to know how restless they are, because usually they're right next to me and I can just judge how hungry they are. So I'm not sure. I'll probably play for another 20 minutes and then take a break so that I can go down and feed the dogs. I'm assuming they're going to be hungry by then. But it's harder for me to gauge when they're ready to eat when I can't see them. But yeah, I think I'm going to do, yeah, maybe another 20 minutes. Then I'll take a break, feed the dogs. I'll probably just let them out in the garden. I don't think I'll be able to take them for a walk because I think it will be too hot for them. But yeah, and I will see if the dogs want to come upstairs. So I might try bribing them with a biscuit and see if they want to stay up here. But I get the feeling Mifa might. I've got the feeling Daruk will want to be downstairs, but we'll see. But yeah, I'll let you know when we do take that break. But I don't think I'm too far away from needing to take a break. Because I'm gonna need my evening meal. We've been streaming for around 6.5 hours so far, and we've got through. I think we started on 4550, so I think we've got through almost 250 encounters. which is not bad. Not bad at all. No luck, but, you know, we've rolled the dice almost 250 times. Can't ask for more than that. One of these times, this dice is going to give us all the luck we need. One of these times. And it could be this time. This could be it. But it's not. Which means it could always be the next one. Maskin, have I been shiny hunting previous games? If so, what was your longest, hardest hunt? So, I've done a few shiny only runs previously. So, most recently before this, I did a shiny only run in Let's Go Eevee, and that wasn't too bad. I caught a... trying to think. The first Pokemon I got was a shiny Caterpie, I think. No, the first one was a shiny Pidgey. Then I caught a shiny Caterpie. Then I got a shiny Bellsprout, I think. Then I caught a shiny Rattata. Then a Venonat. Then a Vulpix. Then an Eevee. And then a Dratini. And of those hunts, the most difficult was definitely the Dratini. Just catching those, trying to find a Dratini was really difficult, so getting the catch combo up to 10 was tricky, and then when you did get it up there, they were just really difficult to catch for the first part. The more you catch of a Pokemon in the Let's Go games, the easier it gets, but right at the start, it was tricky. But I was able to get the Dratini. And then after I finished the run in Let's Go Eevee, I then did a full odds hunt for a shiny Mewtwo, which I was able to get after 2,700 odd resets, which I was very happy with. That was my first ever resetting for a shiny hunt. So I would say that was the most difficult. That took the longest. So that took longer than the Dratini. The Mewtwo as part of that run was the longest. Prior to that, I'd also done shiny only runs in Scarlet and Violet, but those were a lot easier because I could make use of outbreaks and picnics, and those were a lot easier. Let's Go Eevee was tricky, but not too bad. And then after I finished that Eevee run, and once I'd got the Mewtwo, that's when I started this run that we're on now. And this hunt is by far the most difficult, the longest one so far. So even the Mewtwo, that took a fraction of this time because you didn't have to scroll through loads of dialogue, and the loading screen was faster than this game. So this particular hunt, you know, the starter Pokemon BDSP, is definitely the most difficult and the longest hunt I've ever done so far. So we'll see. But yeah, this is the hunt that we're in right now is by far the longest hunt I've ever been involved in, and by far the most challenging, definitely. Deb, you think I should take a break after 5 encounter? Yeah, so I think that would bring us to 4,800, right? I could do, yeah. I think that makes sense. I think that makes sense. It's a nice number to take a break at. So yeah, I think I will. I think I'll do the next 3 encounters and then just take a break. So I'll go down, give the dogs something to eat, give them a run around, and because I'm not walking them, I would usually say, you know, I'll be back in 40 minutes. But if I'm not walking them, I think 30 should be enough time. And then hopefully I should be able to stream all the way until 7:30 PM UK time. Because yeah, at the moment the heat's not too bad for me. In fact, I mean, it almost feels like it's cooled down a bit, which I don't know if that's true or not, but yeah, I'm genuinely not feeling too bad. I was feeling a lot worse a few hours ago. So maybe it's starting to cool down. I don't know. So yeah, So to answer your question, Maskin, I'm fairly new to shiny hunting, I would say. So this is fairly new to me, because I've only ever done shiny only runs in the Let's Go games and Scarlet and Violet. So I think both of those are not too bad. You know, it doesn't take too long. Whereas a shiny only run in BDSP or Sword and Shield, I think those can take a lot longer. So Deb, how long will I stream? I think I'll be streaming for another 3 hours and a bit. That's the plan at the moment. But probably half an hour of that will be the break that I'm about to take. So this is going to be the last encounter that I'm going to take a half an hour break. So I will be streaming for another probably about 3 hours, but I'll only probably be playing for about 2.5 because I'm about to take a half-hour break, I reckon, just so that I can feed the pooches and feed myself, and yeah. And I'm really glad to hear that, Maskin. Yeah. So yeah. Keep it up. You're making me continue going through these resets. Yeah, and I feel the same. Just knowing that someone else is doing these resets as well, it helps. It definitely helps. I find it motivating just knowing that someone else is going through it, and just I can't wait for you to get it, because that's going to inspire. It's going to motivate me to keep going. As soon as I know that you've got it, it's gonna cheer me up. And it wasn't. And as Deb says, this is Pokemon with Pugs, but the Pugs have been missing. They were here at the moment. They were here in the morning when it was a little bit cooler. But yeah, they've gone down. It's just nicer for them down there. Right. So we're on encounter 4,800. I'm going to take a half an hour break. So it's 8 minutes past 4 UK time, so I'll probably be back at 8 minutes past. Sorry, I'll be back at 38 minutes past 4 to finish up the rest of the run. So if anyone needs to leave in the next half hour, thank you very much for stopping by, and I will see you soon. For anyone that will be sticking around, I will catch you in a bit. But yeah. Thank you very much, and I'll be back soon in half an hour. Okay, I am back. So the pooches have had their evening meal. They've had a run around the garden, and I have had a delicious chicken burger. It was very nice. I've managed to bribe the pooches up here. I've given them a couple of dog biscuits that they're just finishing up now. We'll just see how long they stay up here. My guess is not too long, but we'll see. But yeah, I should be streaming for another 2.5 hours, I reckon. So we'll see. I think we should be able to get through another 100 encounters. Yeah, we will do Piplup. Nope. I wish we could have got the shiny, the first encounter back from the break, but sadly not. And down they go again. Yeah. Yep, they're both gone. So we are once again Pokemon without pooches. But they were here for a bit. Try for the next one. Nope. Nope. And hi there, Deb. Yes, I'm back. The poochers were back very, very briefly, and then went straight back downstairs. As soon as they had their dog biscuit, they just wants to go straight back downstairs. I can't blame them. So, yeah, I'll be streaming. I think the plan is to stream all the way up to encounter 4,900. That's the plan, I reckon. Which should take me about 2.5 hours, I think. Ish, roughly. And the pugs are doing well. They're doing well. They enjoyed their evening meal. They had a run around outside. I think they wanted a proper walk. But it's just too warm. They would have enjoyed it for the first 5 minutes, and then Mifa would have had too much, and she would just start collapsing on the floor. And then I'd have to carry her for the rest of the walk. So it's better for them to just run around in the garden, I think, when it's like this. And you saw it in the quick replay. I didn't realise there was a quick replay. That's quite cool. That's quite cool. Nope. Ah, I see. Right, so it's not a function. It's more like you hover your mouse, just have a quick peek at the missed moments. That's quite clever. I didn't realise. Yeah, that's a good idea. That is a good idea. So that was encounter 4,809. I'm going to do 91 more encounters. So the moment that we get the shiny, you're going to clip it and then send it to Discord. That will be a legendary moment. I don't disagree. I am very much looking forward to that moment as well. And thank you. Hopefully it's not too much longer. You never know. You never know. There's no way of predicting how long it could take. But yeah, I'm really hoping it's not too much longer. You're guessing 5,001? That's not bad. So that would definitely be tomorrow. So that's not too bad. I'd be encountering that fairly quickly into the stream tomorrow, which I would like. Yeah, what I would really like is to get the shiny early enough in the stream that I can do a little bit. Because yeah, I want to enjoy the shiny. I want to savor it. I want to run to the next gym battle or something. We'll see. But I would definitely like it to be encounter 5,001. I'd be over the moon at that. And yeah, no, thank you, Dev. I hope I get it as well. It's gonna be really nice to start the journey, because it hasn't felt like it started just yet. Just replaying this encounter over and over doesn't feel like the Sinnoh adventure has started just yet. So I'm very much looking forward to to seeing the rest of the game. So I don't know if you noticed, I think the light changed on the hour mark. It gets darker and darker. The light changed there, and did make that Piplup look a little bit different to the ones we've seen before, but it definitely wasn't shiny, sadly. So the lighting in this game does impact how they look, definitely. So Deb, if this goes over 8,000, so that would be double odds. You suggest only going for Piplup. Yeah, I don't think that's going to make much difference. But I mean, it's possible. It's definitely possible that we go to that high. It's not impossible. Definitely. But I'm hoping it doesn't go that high, but it is definitely a possibility. I mean, at least now with the Switch 2, I'm getting through them a lot faster. So that's the one benefit. But yeah, it's a possibility that it goes that high. Definitely. I hope it doesn't, but it could do. It definitely could do. I keep telling myself this is the longest part of the run. Once we get this, then it should become easier. I don't know if it will, but it should become easier. So it's all about clearing this first hurdle for me. Nope. Right, 85 more encounters. Deb, League of Legends on mobile in early access. There you go, I don't know. I've never played League of Legends. I've heard of it though. I know it's very popular. I might be wrong. Is it similar to Pokemon Unite? Is it a similar type of game? I might be wrong. But yeah, I've never played it. But that's cool if they're opening up to more people to be able to play it. That's always a good thing. I always like it when games are available on more than one platform. .5v5 strategy game. Yeah, I feel like it's similar to Pokemon Unite. I just remember when Pokemon Unite came out, I remember people saying that it was similar to League of Legends. But I've never played either of them. So have I played Pokemon Unite? No, I've never played that either. But I've at least seen gameplay of Pokemon Unite. But I've never seen anything of League of Legends. Because I mean, Pokemon Unite, it looked fun, I'm going to be honest. But I think the reason I wasn't crazy about it was, I think it was because it was like an online-only game, and I'm always a bit wary of those. I'm always wary of putting time and effort into a game that's 100% online. Because if it ever gets taken away, then... well, yeah, then you can't play the game anymore. I used to play a Marvel online-only game called Marvel Heroes, and then, you know, one day then they shut down the servers, and then you can't play it anymore. It's a horrible feeling to have a game that you enjoy, and you've got lots of memories playing, and then to never be able to play it again. So it just makes me not want to play a game like that, knowing that that could happen in the future. Any game that I enjoy and am passionate about, I want to be able to play that. I want to be able to revisit that, or have the option to revisit it for the rest of my life. I don't know. Deb, what is Pokemon Sleep? You're searching for a peaceful game to play. I don't know too much about Pokemon Sleep, actually. I only know the bare bones of it. As far as I know, I don't really think it's a game that you actively play. I think it's more a health app with a Pokemon themed incentive to keep using the health app. So I think it's designed to track your sleep, designed to help you get into a calm state before sleep, and it will record your sleep, and then based on how much you sleep, then when you wake up in the morning, I'm assuming you will have caught some Pokemon or something like that, and then you can transfer them to home and things like that, I presume. But I've never actually used it. It seemed a bit of a strange one for me. Master Legends is a Pokemon game. The graphics look appealing. I'm going to be honest, so I've heard of Pokemon Unite and I've heard of Pokemon Sleep. I've never heard of Master Legends. So that one I don't know. I don't know anything about that one. But, I mean, if it's Pokemon and the graphics look good, then that sounds pretty good to me. Sounds pretty good to me. Once again, I can't remember. But yeah, you'll also notice when you're looking at the Starly's at the moment. They're going to look a lot more shiny, but again, it's just the evening light in this game. It really makes the Starlies look shiny, definitely, but it's not, in my opinion anyway. Okay, 80 more goes. And you didn't know about it until today, but you've tried appealing games and only been disappointed. Yeah. I mean, sometimes games have a demo that you can give a go to see if you're going to be interested in it or not. It's hard to know. I would say if it's a game you're interested in and there is no demo available, maybe watch a gameplay or review video on YouTube just showing the gameplay, reviewing the game, and see whether it's something you might like. I've got such a backlog of games I need to play that yeah, I'm not in any rush to get any new ones really. There are so many games I need to play. Nope. Okay, 79. And we still go on. And yeah, I've heard of Stardew Valley on the mobile. Yeah. I've never played it on mobile, but I have heard about it. Yeah, that would be a tricky one, because I don't, if you want my opinion on Stardew Valley, I think it's one of the best games in the world, but I don't know if it will still be the best game in the world on mobile. But I will say I didn't know how good Stardew Valley would be on the Switch, so I played it originally on the PC, and it was wonderful. It was perfect. In my mind, it's the perfect PC game. So I was worried about how the Switch version would translate, but it was perfect. I mean, I thought, it's maybe even better than the PC version. For me, just because we could, I could play it with my wife, couch co-op. It was just really quick and easy, and yeah, I was really impressed. I was worried the controls wouldn't carry over as well to the Switch. I was worried about losing mouse control and key bindings, that it wouldn't be as good. But no, it's perfect. It's perfect on the Switch. I was really impressed. It's probably even, I don't know if it might be even better on the Switch too. Maybe you can use the mouse mode on that. I haven't tried it. But yeah, I have no idea how Stardew would translate to mobile. But it's too expensive. That's fair enough. I mean, I would say, I don't know how good the game is on mobile. But if there was ever a game that's worth spending money on, in my opinion, it's Stardew. Just for the sheer amount of content in it. But I would say that is dependent on it being on a system that it works well on. And unfortunately, I just don't know too much about Stardew on mobile, so I can't really recommend it. It's the same. Yeah, I can imagine it's the same graphics. I wouldn't be worried about the graphics. It's more the there's a lot of inventory management and button pressing, and in my head I can't imagine how you could do that on a mobile. Maybe you can, I don't know. It's the controls I would be more worried about, not the performance, because it's at its heart it's a pretty yeah, it's a pretty basic looking game. I'm sure you could translate it very easily onto mobile. My concern would be about, you know, you're losing mouse and keyboard functionality from the PC, and you're losing controller functionality from the Switch, and how that is rectified through touchscreen controls of the mobile. I would be worried about that. It's the controls I would have concerns over, personally. But I mean, I would say if you've got a PC, Stardew Valley is a perfect PC game. Cloud Taps, good to see you. Still no shiny indeed. I'm going to be doing another 77 more encounters to bring us up to 4,900, and we'll see if I'm lucky. We'll see if the shiny gods decide to bless me. I hope so, but we'll have to see. Because, as I've said before, I would dearly love to get the shiny this weekend. Nope. So Deb, there's a small menu of axe and pickaxe on the left-hand side. You don't know? Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't worry about it. I mean, so I would say Stardew Valley is a great game. I'm just not sure it's the best game for mobile. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But if I were you, I would wait until you're able to play Stardew on a system where it's really good. Cloud Taps, does anyone remember Pokepark Wii? The name rings a bell, but I definitely did not play it. I played Pokemon Battle Revolution on the Wii, and I definitely enjoyed that, but I never played Pokepark. What was the gameplay loop of Pokepark Wii? What was the main point? You know, what were you doing? Were you catching Pokemon, raising Pokemon? I can't imagine it would be battling. Yeah, I'm not sure what the game mechanics were in that game. So yeah, it rings a bell, but I just don't know what it's about. Right, let's do Piplup. When in doubt, we go Piplup. So it's a childhood favourite of yours. You made friends with Pokemon in a semi-open world setting, and at the end you ascend to race Mew. Awesome. That sounds cool. Yeah, no, I missed that. It's a bit of a shame. That doesn't sound bad. I wonder if they'll port it over. So what? On Switch 2 they've got GameCube games, don't they? I wonder if the Switch 2 will ever be capable of emulating Wii games. I wonder if we'll ever get Wii games for it. That might be pretty cool. So I'm pretty sure I did Piplup last time, so let's do Turtwig this time. Nope. And Deb, you're absolutely right. Yeah, it's the new official motto of the channel. When in doubt, choose Piplup. It's very true. It's pretty much what I do all the time. If I can't remember what I picked, I do go Piplup. But I can remember I did Turtwig, so we're going to do Chimchar this time. But yeah, if ever I'm unsure, always choose Piplup. And that's a motto you can just it's just good. It's good life advice, just in general. You know, if you're ever unsure of what the right decision should be, even if Piplup isn't an option, just say Piplup. And you'll never be wrong with that choice. It can be applied to battles too. Yeah, if you're not sure who to send out Piplup. If it's an option. It's probably what, if I were to get a Piplup, it's probably what I'll be doing. Now it really is Piplup time. Nope. Interesting, Deb. So in Pokemon Swords you had a battle with Barry in the tournament. All his Pokemon were killed in one shot except Empoleon, who knocked out 3 of your Pokemon, but then you were able to defeat it. Well, I'm glad you're able to defeat it finally. Good. Glad to hear that. Yeah, I would be happy to get a Piplup. I'm a big fan of Empoleon. And Wolf, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. How are things? Because it's a little bit warm in the UK right now, and because I'm streaming in the attic, that means it's the warmest room in the house. Which also means that no matter what I do, I've got all the windows open, I've got fans going, it's still pretty warm here. So that means it's not very nice for my dogs. So sadly, my dogs are downstairs. So They're chilling out. I mean, I'm good, and my pugs are good as well. But they're not here. They're downstairs. So this is Pokemon without pugs at the moment. They were here in the morning when it was cooler. But as the day's gone on and it's got hotter and hotter and hotter in the attic, they've migrated downstairs. Every now and again they've been coming up just to check on me, but I think they're pretty comfortable downstairs now. So yeah, this is Pokemon without pugs. Unless they decide to make a cameo. We'll see. But yeah, I'm still trying to find the shiny. No luck yet. I'm going to be streaming for another 70 encounters. So probably for the next hour and a half maybe. I'm not quite sure. I don't know how long it'll take me. But until we get to 4,900, that's what I'm thinking. Right. I think I did Turtwig, so let's do Chimchar. Oh, and Deb, so in your Pokemon Swords, you also defeated Dawn and Gladion? I don't know Gladion too much. I can't remember Gladion. Lucas, yeah. And Silver from Johto. Very cool. Very cool. So yeah, I'm just trying to find this shiny. I'd be very happy if I could get it this weekend, but we see. We will see. We will see. And Riley with Lucario. Riley rings a bell. Riley rings a bell. It's been a while since I played these games. I feel like... Is Riley the one with the hat? He's really smartly dressed. Is that the one I'm thinking of? Because there's a character you meet when you go to... I can't remember. There's some island that you go to in these games. And you do get a Riolu egg. And you go through the cave with someone. And I feel like it might be someone called Riley. I think. It's been so long since I played these games. I mean, this is why I'm really looking forward to playing them. I think I remember them, but I don't remember them perfectly. And Deb, you also got matched up against the Rock gym leader of Sinnoh in your first round. Yeah, I think that's Rock. I think he's the first gym leader we're going to meet in this run. From what I remember. Riley with the blue hat and the blue suit. Yeah, that is who I'm thinking of. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I'm going to meet that guy. I may end up doing that. So that, yeah, I'm sure you end up doing like double encounters with him. I think you team up with him to go through this cave system. I may end up doing a shiny hunt with him, because that's another double encounter thing where I can, encounter 2 Pokemon at once. So there's a chance I may do that. We'll see. Right, I can't remember what the last one was, so we'll go Piplup just in case. And he's from Iron Island. Yeah, that rings a bell. Yeah, that must be the name of the island you go to. You definitely go on a ferry to meet him. Or, well, not necessarily to meet him, but you go on a ferry to go to an island, and when you go into the cave, you find him. And then you help him through the cave, and then he gives you an egg. And then when you hatch that egg, it's a Riolu. That's my recollection. But he seemed pretty cool. I think I remember enjoying that bit. So we definitely did Piplup last time, so let's do Turtwig this time. Nope. Is the Riolu shiny locked? No, it can be shiny. So, to my knowledge, there are just 2 Pokemon in the entire game that cannot be shiny. And that is the 2 gift Pokemon that you get in Floroma Town. So it's the old couple. If you've got save data from Let's Go, one of them gives you a Mew. And if you have save data from Sword and Shield, the other spouse gives you a Jirachi. Those 2 Pokemon, the Mew and the Jirachi, those are shiny locked. So they cannot ever be shiny. But every other Pokemon that you encounter in this game has a chance to be shiny. So nothing else is shiny locked. So you'll get given a Riolu by Riley. That has a chance, small chance, but a chance of being shiny. 1 in 4,096. It's a chance. You'll also get given a Happiny egg at some point, fairly early on. I think when you get to Amity Square, I think you'll get given it. That could be shiny, but again, you're still looking at 1 in 4,096 odds. But yeah. I would imagine it's one of the more difficult shiny hunts to do, though. I'm certainly not going to try and get a shiny Riolu that way. The reason that I say it's difficult is you'd need to save just before getting the egg, so just before Riley gives it you. Then you'd have to go through all the faff of hatching it and then seeing whether it's shiny. It would take a very long time. Lucario shiny is so bad. Do you mean you don't like shiny Lucario? And that's fair enough if you don't like it. I would definitely disagree. I definitely think Lucario and Riolu both have amazing shinies, in my opinion. I really like the yellow colour. I really think it looks good on them. Very, very distinctive, in my opinion. Nope, that's not shiny. So you don't like the yellow on Lucario. Fair enough. Everyone is entitled to opinion. Yeah. I'm trying to think where I'd place it. It would probably be in my top 20, I think. I'm not sure if it would make it into my top 10, but it would definitely be in my top 20. I'm definitely a fan of the shiny Lucario. Definitely. So Deb, you once did an egg hunt for Mudkip in Radical Red, and it was such a long hunt that it took you 5 days. Wow. Wow. How many eggs did you have to hatch, Deb? That sounds like it would have taken a while. And yeah. But it would have been worth it when you finally got it, I would have imagined. And Wolf, the yellow shiny of Lucario is based on the Golden Wolf or Golden Jackal. Oh, very good. I think it suits it. I definitely think it suits it. I was kind of thinking that I always think that Lucario kind of looks like the Egyptian god. I think it's called Anubis. Might be wrong. There's definitely some wolfy looking Egyptian god that in my mind looks very similar, and because a lot of Egyptian gods are like associated with golds, like gold masks and things like that, whenever I see shiny Lucario, it just reminds me of that. It just makes me think of, like, you know, an ancient Egyptian god all in gold. Yeah, I think it's an awesome shiny. I think it's Anubis, but it's been a long time since I learnt about Egyptian history. Ah, Wolf, yes, part of it is based on Anubis. Ah, yeah, nice, nice. Then, yeah, very cool. Ah, you don't remember how many eggs, but it was so long you almost gave up. Ah, well, it's a good job you didn't give up. And that's what it says in Bulbapedia. Very interesting. I like those little fun facts. I like learning about Pokemon history and lore and things like that, and how designs came about and all that. It's all very interesting. I like it. Oh, Wolf, you're finally doing the post game in Pokemon Shield after you got every single Pokemon in your decks, all but one, which you're saving for the post game, which is Zamazenta. That's really impressive. Well done. And that sounds like it'll be a very epic conclusion to your Pokédex. So very, very cool. And your whole team of evolutions are already level 100. Nice. Very cool. So Deb, you think if Lucario had a white body with golden fur, it would have been good. Interesting, yeah. Like I say, I'm a big fan of shiny Lucario's design, but it could definitely look good in another way as well. Okay, so 59 more goes. Check Discord. Let me have a look. Bear with me. Yeah. I mean, that looks nice as well. That does look nice. Not gonna lie, that does look nice. I mean, I just think Lucario just looks. Lucario looks good no matter what. Yeah, that definitely does look good. Yeah. No Chimchar. And I mean, it looks, yeah, it definitely looks good. I mean, again, I really like the original. So I mean, I think it's all subjective, isn't it? It's definitely subjective, and that does look good. Yeah, I've just seen. Yeah, red. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, like I say, I think Lucario is a good design, and I think as long as it includes like a distinctive color, I think it's always gonna look pretty good. That's the thing. So I mean, that looks good as well. But yeah, I do like the original, because it's just the original. It's kind of an inversion of the original, where like the original, it's mainly blue with a yellow chest, and the shiny is just replaces the blue with yellow, and the chest replaces yellow with blue. So yeah, everywhere that's blue on the normal Lucario is yellow on the shiny, and everywhere that's yellow on a normal Lucario is blue on the shiny. It's a really nice inversion, but I do think the ones you've done are also nice, definitely. I think Lucario is just a good example of a well-designed Pokemon. It can look good no matter what. Okay, we've got 55 more. Who knows if we can get it. Right. Yeah, I can't remember. When in doubt, pick Piplup. And thank you very much, Wolf. Thank you for the shiny look. It's definitely helping. One of these days it's going to come through. And it's going to be great. And Deb, you had to remove the fur to colour it, and now you can't add the fur again. Oh no. Is that because of the black parts? Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah. Oh, you sent another. Let me just have a look. Oh, it's kind of spooky, like a ghost type Lucario almost. That's kind of cool. And yeah, sure, Deb. If you've got any quizzes or questions, I can try and guess and figure them out. Right, I think I did Turtwig last time. So Deb, that was a corrupted version of Lucario, like some evil team tried an experiment. Yeah, like in Gale of Darkness, there's all these shadow Pokemon, right? Similar to that. Now you think you can try a new game script based on the story. But you're not a game maker. Yeah, that's the tricky part. Yeah. Neither am I. I can't. I don't think I could write a code to. I don't think I could write a line of code to save my life. Sadly. Okay, so Deb, we've got a Who's That Pokemon? We can either guess the generation or the type. So I think previously I've asked for the category, but I'll try not asking for that one first. We'll go for type. Can you tell us the type? And I'll see if I can guess it from that. So it's a rock fairy type. Diancie? I feel like there can't be too many of that, so yeah, I'm just gonna guess. Yeah, Diancie is my first guess. And I know what my second guess is gonna be. Right, let's go Piplup. Ooh, Wolf is going Carbink. So Carbink would have been my second guess. And it was Diancie. Yeah, I was along the same lines, Wolf. I was thinking either Carbink or Diancie. I went Diancie first, and Carbink would definitely have been my second guess. Definitely. Okay, I wasn't paying attention. Let me just have a look at this Piplup. Bear with me. Let's have a look at the Piplup. Nah, you're not shiny. You're not shiny. And yeah, Wolf, it is weird, isn't it, that Diancie is a mutated Carbink. But Carbink can never evolve into a Diancie. It's so strange. So strange. Okay, Deb, who's that Pokemon? Yeah, I mean, type really helped on that one. So, yeah, let's go type again. Sometimes it's really helpful, sometimes it's not so helpful. So, yeah, give us the clue for type. And let's see if we can guess it from that. Oh no. So this one is pure grass. Okay, that doesn't narrow it down. Yeah. Well, you know, can still guess. I'll have a couple of guesses before asking for a clue. So I'm going to guess Tangela or Tangrowth. That's my first guess. Because, I mean, that's a pure grass type. I mean, there's not... There are quite a few pure grass types. There's quite a few. There's quite a lot. there's an awful lot. But yeah, I'm gonna guess. I'm guessing Tangela or Tangrowth. And if I get it wrong, then I'll ask for a clue, I think. So it's not Tangela and it's not Tangrowth. Okay, those are both wrong. So is it a starter Pokemon or an evolution of a starter Pokemon? That's my next question. Because there's a lot of pure grass starters. So I just want to either rule them in or rule them out. Wasn't Piplup. Right, so it is a starter Pokemon or its evolution. Okay, that does narrow it down. Right, I'm gonna go for Meganium or Bayleaf or Chikorita. That evolution line. Chikorita, Bayleaf, Meganium. Because I've been watching the Johto anime recently. And I've got up to the episode where Ash catches a Chikorita. It's pretty cool. So it's not the Meganium line. Interesting. Okay. Ooh. Right. Interesting. Right, well, okay, so it can't be Bulbasaur because that is grass poison. It could be Trico. Now, could it be Turtwig? I can't remember if Turtwig is pure grass. I think it is. I think it's pure grass, but then when it gets to Torterra, I'm pretty sure that's when it gains its ground. I think. So I'm not going to say that just yet. And then I'm not so sure. I'd imagine Snivy's pure grass. I'd imagine that. I don't know. I don't know too much about Chespin. Ooh, this is tough. Well, I mean, at least it could definitely be Trico. So I'm gonna go Tricos. I'm gonna go Trico, Grovyle, Sceptile. And if I'm wrong on that, then I'll have to ask. I may have to do a clue. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep guessing through them. Tricoline is incorrect. Okay. Right. What question can I ask? Right, this Piplup is not shiny. I'm pretty sure. Let me have another look. No, you're not shiny. Not sure what to ask to kind of narrow it down. Is the final evolution of this Pokemon's line, is it a dual type? Or is it pure grass, the final evolution? Because at least that'll help me narrow down, because there's quite a few that start off pure grass, and then for the final evolution it changes. So, the final evolution of this Pokemon, is it a dual type? Okay, let's go Chimchar. Category, Pokedex entry, Pokedex number. Yeah. The Pokemon is the final. Oh, okay, the Pokemon is the final stage. So the final stage is pure grass. There's not many of those. Okay. There's not too many of those, I don't think. There's Rillaboom's grass. And I think Serperia's grass. So I think it's between those two. Because it's not Decidueye. It's not Meowscarada. It's not Chestnut. It's not Torterra. Unless I'm missing one, I think it's either Servine or Rillaboom then. Okay, I'm gonna guess I'm gonna guess Superior. I'm gonna guess Superior. 50-50. Yeah, I think I've narrowed it down to a 50-50. It's either Rillaboom or Superior, I think. So yeah, we'll go Superior. Right, we got 42 more encounters. Oh, Superior is incorrect. That must mean the answer's Rillaboom. I'm pretty sure the answer's Rillaboom. Almost. Almost. That was close. That's not bad. Getting it down to a 50-50 is not bad. If the answer's... So the answer is Rillaboom, is it? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I got the answer eventually. I'm okay with that. It was Rillaboom. Yeah. I do like Rillaboom. It's a good Pokemon. It's a really good Pokemon. Okay, 41 more encounters. 41 more chances to get the shiny this stream. Okay. So Deb, you got another Who's That Pokemon? I think the type is more interesting. I'm going to be honest. So yeah, I'll ask for the type again, because even if it doesn't narrow it down too much, it still gets you thinking about which Pokemon it could be. I mean, it won't help if it's a pure type, but if it's a dual type, sometimes that can really narrow it down. Sometimes. Rock, fire. Okay. There's quite a few. There is quite a few. So I'll do one guess and then I'll ask for a hint, and then guess, then hint, then guess, then hint. I'll do it that way. So my first guess with a rock fire is Colossal. Is my first guess. And if that's wrong, then I'll do a question instead of a guess. And hi there, Justin. Welcome to stream. Thanks for stopping by. And thank you for the encouragement. I will definitely get the shiny. I will. I don't know when I will, but I will. So Colossal is incorrect, but we are quite close. Okay. In that case, I'm going to go down the Colossal evolutionary line. I think. So I'm going to go with... wait, no, I'm going to ask a question. When you say it's close, do you mean it's within the Colossal evolutionary line? And if it is, then then obviously I'm left with a 50-50. Okay, let's go Piplup. it's not shiny. Okay, we've got 39 more goes. PG23 Gamer, welcome to stream as well. I hope you're doing well. We're currently trying to find a shiny starter in Pokemon Shining Pearl. This is a search that has gone on for 2 months now and over 130 hours. We're at 4,861 encounters, and I'm going to do another 39 encounters during this stream. So I'll be ending the stream after 39 encounters. We started today's stream at 4,550, so we've got through. We've almost got through 350. And Justin, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. It's a very small channel that we've got here, but we've got a lot of nice people in chats usually. Usually we also have my 2 pugs in the pooch cams, but unfortunately the weather in the UK is very, very warm, so my dogs are currently downstairs. I do all of my streaming in the attic of our house, which is the hottest room in the house, and my dogs haven't really enjoyed being up here this morning, so yeah, they're chilling out downstairs. So this channel's called Pokemon with Pugs, but at the moment this is Pokemon without Pugs, sadly. And PG Gamer, yes, as other people have said, this is Shining Pearl that we're trying to find this in. So the odds of finding a shiny starter in Pokemon Shining Pearl is 1 in 4,096. So we've done 4,862 encounters, so we've gone over odds. We've been a little bit unlucky. I don't know how unlucky I'm going to be until I actually do find this shiny starter. But yeah, I've just got to keep going. And we're also currently playing a game in the chat where you have to guess the Pokemon. And Deb is giving some clues. So this is a fire rock Pokemon that is within the Colossal line. That's what we've got so far. So I've already guessed Colossal, so it really can only be Carkol or Roly-Coly. So Deb, I am going to guess Roly-Coly. And yeah, PG Gamer, yeah, any starter out of the 3. Yeah, that's what I'm going for. I'm trying to change it up each time. But I will say that my memory is not perfect. So, for example, I've just chosen Piplup just then. So what I want to try and do now is next up go for Turtwig, and then after that I'll go for Chimchar. And then after that I'll go for Piplup. So that's what I try to do. But I will say I do sometimes forget what I chose the last time, and if I ever forget, then I just go for a Piplup. I do like all of the starters. I'm a big fan of every single one, but I think my favourite is Piplup. But I'd be happy with anything. So I'm picking random because I like the idea of not knowing exactly which shiny I'm going to end up with. And PG Gamer, you beat the 1st and the 3rd generation. Yeah. So I mean, I played the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So this is the 4th generation. But I didn't play some of the later ones. So I didn't play generation 5, 6, or 7, and it wasn't until generation 8, when Sword and Shield came out on the Switch, that I got back into Pokemon. So generation 4 is pretty much the last generation I was into until I missed Yeah, I kind of missed Generation 5, 6, and 7. Deb. Yeah. Oh, and the answer was Carcoal, so it wasn't Roly-Coly. Ah, well, I got close. I got close. Justin, you played the 4th generation, but you couldn't beat Cynthia. Yes, Cynthia was so difficult. I don't blame you. Cynthia was so difficult. And in fact, Cynthia still is pretty difficult from what I can remember. I have played these games before. So I played the originals back in the day, Diamond and Pearl. And when the remakes came out a few years ago, I played them then. But I think I only played it once. And I think it was Brilliant Diamond that I played. I just played through it once, and then I think I moved on to Legends Arceus, or maybe went back to Sword and Shield, something like that. So it's been a long time since I played these games. So I'm very much looking forward to playing them again. But I need this. I need the Shining starter first. And PG Gamer, you played Emerald. Oh, I never played that. I wish that I had picked up Pokemon Emerald and Pokemon Platinum back in the day, but I didn't. I never played those. I've heard very good things about them. Deb, so who's that Pokemon? So yeah, Deb, let's tell us the type, and we'll try and guess. We'll try and guess the Pokemon just from the type. That seems to work out. And thank you very much, Justin. I appreciate the support. I do. It does help. You know, the moral support definitely helps. I mean, I'll be keeping going until I get this shiny. I don't know how long it's going to take, but when it does happen, it's all going to be worth it. No, that's not shiny. So we've got 34 more encounters. So I've been streaming for about 9 hours, roughly. And yeah, we'll be streaming for the next 34 encounters. And then we'll be ending the stream on encounter 4,900. Right, so the clue is it's a water type. And so PG Gamer, so the way that Deb does these quizzes is that they give us the option of either knowing the generation or the type. So Deb feels that it's going to make it too easy if we know the generation and the type. So because I've asked for the type, that's all we're going to get. We can ask questions like, well, I don't know. Is it a starter Pokemon? What Pokemon species is it? What is its Pokédex entry? We can ask questions like that, but we can't know the generation now that we know the type. So we know it's a water type. So I'm gonna have a guess, and if I get it wrong, then I'll ask a question, I think. Oh, that's not a shiny Chimchar though. So let's roll again. Oh, and I'll just call you PG. Absolutely, no problem at all. So Justin, you're a shiny hunter. So you know that I won't give up until it sparkles. Exactly. No, exactly. I feel exactly the same way. I don't know how long this search is going to take, but yeah, when it does shine, it's going to be worth it. No matter how long it takes, it's going to be worth it. So, for Debs, who's that Pokemon? It's a water type. So, how about... let's go... Let's go with Seeking. I'm going to guess Seeking. For who's that Pokemon, Deb? Right, so what did I go? I can't remember what I went for last time. I'm going to go Piplup this time. Nah, that's not shiny. So, 32 more goes. So, Justin, your first ever shiny was full odds. Nice. And it was a full odds Weedle. Well done. Yeah, that's good. I love getting a shiny no matter what it is. It always makes a run feel special if I find a shiny on it. Because I mean, it also just changes the trajectory of a run. I find if I get a shiny, I will always make room for the shiny in my team. So even if it's a Weedle, I will make room for it, definitely, if I found a shiny Weedle. Right, so Seeking was incorrect. Okay, so now I'll ask a question then. So, what is the Pokemon's species or category entry? Okay, we'll go. Right, let's. I did Piplup last time, so we'll do Turtwig this time. And Deb, that's absolutely right. Yep, we're over odds, but we're not going to give up on the shiny. Whenever it turns up, no matter how long it takes, ooh, okay, right, so the clue, the turtle Pokemon. I mean, surely there can't be too many. I'm going to go with Squirtle for this one. PG is going for Wartortle. And PG is correct. It was Wartortle. Well done, PG. Good guess. Good guess. I was close. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. If I can get it within the same evolutionary line, I'm happy with that. But well done, PG. You got it spot on. And Kafamon, good to see you. 9 hours. Yeah. Yeah. We've been going for a while. We're going to go for a little bit longer. Another 31 encounters. No luck yet. No luck. But I hope you're doing well. And I hope your shiny only run is going well. It was an Aaron that you were going for. Oh, that reset didn't work. There we go. So yeah, I hope your shiny Aaron search has gone well, Kapperman. And I hope you didn't find another Zubat. Because I know you already had a shiny Zubat on your team. So Deb's got another Who's That Pokemon, and I think you're right, PG. I think we should know the type. I think the type's going to help. Oh, and Kapperman, just in case you're wondering, this is currently Pokemon without Pugs, because it's a bit warm in here. and my pugs are downstairs because it's a little bit cooler downstairs for them. So they seem to prefer the lower levels of the house. So welcome to Pokemon without pugs. And no problem at all, PG. Enjoy your dinner, and I'll catch you later. Thank you very much for stopping by. What did I want to go for? I can't remember. Let's try Chimchar this time. Capman, still no Aaron, but you're not giving up yet. Exactly what Deb says. You've got this. Yeah, really, best of luck. I really hope you get it. And Justin, you are currently shiny hunting Magnemite on Pokemon Scarlet. Very cool. That's not a it's not a shiny Chimchar. So yeah, very good luck, Justin. I hope you're able to get that Magnemite and Magneton. Really cool shinies. I love that the silver turns gold. It's really nice. So the type for Deb's Who's That Pokemon is Fairy. So that means it's pure Fairy. So not Fairy and something else. Pure Fairy. Oh, Justin, not in Scarlet. You mean in Pokemon Go? I see. Is there boosted Magnemite rates in Pokemon Go? I only say that because I think I got a shiny Magnemite this morning from Pokemon Go, and I thought that was a bit strange. So I'm wondering, yeah, is there boosted rates for shiny Magnemite? Because I think someone else was in the channel earlier saying that they'd found 2 shiny Magnemite in Pokemon Go. Oh, and Justin, you've just got one. That's amazing. Congratulations. Well done on the shiny. Yeah, so you just got a shiny Magnemite in Pokemon Go. Because that's incredibly good luck. Well done on that. Well done if you did. Okay, so it's not Chimchar. Let's go to the next one. Right, so the type is Fairy. I'm gonna go old school. I'm gonna go Clefairy. Straight up, old school Fairy, Clefairy. That's what I'm going for Debs. Who's That Pokemon? Capmon is guessing Sylveon, which is a great shout. But it wasn't Celebi. And there is an event. I didn't realise. I've got one already, so I'm very happy. Yeah, I got one this morning, so I am very happy. I didn't even realise there was an event, so that's pretty cool. And I completely agree. A shiny is a shiny. Absolutely. I could not agree more, Justin. That's absolutely right. So Sylveon is incorrect. What about Clefairy? Clefairy is incorrect, but close. Ooh. That usually means it's within the same evolutionary line. Yeah, so it's either Cleffa or it's Clefable. I'm going to guess Cleffa, just because I do think Cleffa is adorable. And Cleffa is one of my favourite Pokemon cards. Right, let's have a look at this Piplup. No, you're not shiny. Okay, right, we've got, how many is that? 27 more goes. Justin is guessing Clefable. I'm sticking with Cleffa. Could be. Yeah, it sounds like it's either Cleffa or Clefable. And Clefable is correct. Well done, Justin. Well done. Well done. I'm happy to have gotten close. Yeah, I'm close with that. I'm okay with that. So Deb's got another Who's That Pokemon? Yeah, I think type. So can you give us a clue on the type, please, Deb? Right, so we just did... I forgot. Let's do Piplup. Let's do Piplup. When in doubt, choose Piplup. Justin, now we'll get a shiny. I hope you're right. I really hope you're right, Justin. Oh, that wasn't shiny. Maybe the next one, because it could always be the next one. You never know. Okay, so I definitely picked Piplup that time, so we'll do Turtwig next time. Okay, so the type is Fire Poison. I don't know this for certain, but I would have thought Salandit is Fire Poison. So I'm gonna... I'm not 100... I'm gonna be honest, I don't 100% know what Salandit's typing is, but I feel like it should be Fire Poison. So I'm gonna guess Salandit. That feels like one I should know, but I'm not sure. Justin, hard work and determination always works out. That's a very true sentiment. Yeah, I agree. I do agree with that sentiment, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, Justin is guessing Salazzle. That's a good shout. That's a good shout. I could see that being the answer. Right. Yeah, I think I did Piplup last time, so let's do Turtwig this time. Ooh, Salandit was close, but the correct answer was Salazzle. Well done, Justin. You got it spot on. You got it spot on. Nice one. So we've got 25 more encounters for this stream. If we don't get it this stream, then I will be streaming tomorrow. Probably for a similar amount of time. So by the end of this 25 encounters, we'll have got through a total of... How many is that? We started on 4,550 and we're going to end on 4,900. So 350. We got through about 350. So maybe we'll get through another 350 tomorrow. Who knows? But I'm really hoping that we find the shiny before then. So Deb, who's that Pokemon? I'm really liking these type clues. So I think if you tell us the type, then we'll guess. And Justin, thanks for saying that. Yeah, Deb always comes up with good quizzes. And so do quite a few people in the channel, actually. A lot of people help out with these quizzes. Ooh, bug poison. Yeah, there's a few. Okay, so I'm going to take a guess, but I feel like we may need a another clue. So I'm going to... For bug poison, Justin saying Weedle. Absolutely. That's definitely... That's the original bug poison type, isn't it? I'm going to go for Venonat for my first guess. But it definitely could be Weedle. I think that's a really good guess. Definitely could be. but there's quite a few bug poisons, aren't there? Yeah, my guess is Venonat. And then if we're wrong, then we'll ask for another clue. Okay, I can't remember. Let's do Chimchar. Let's do Chimchar. Capman's gone for Bulbasaur. I think Bulbasaur's grass poison, I think. So it's not Weedle, and it's not Venonat. Okay, right. So, let's get another clue. How about... can you tell us the species name for this one, please, Deb? But Justin is guessing Beedrill. And it's not the Weedle evolutionary line. And it's not Bulbasaur. Bug poison. I feel like there's quite a few. I think like Scolipede or something. And Justin is guessing Venomoth, the string spit Pokemon. Oh, nice. Capman is guessing Ariados, which, yeah, I like that. That's a really good guess. I really like that. That does, to me, that sounds right. Yeah, I really like that guess because it does spit out, you know, string and thread, and it is bug poison. I think that's a really good. I think. So it's not Venomoth, but Ariados is close. I think that means that it's within the Ariados line. So I suspect it might be Spinarak. But that was a really good guess, Capman. That was a really good guess. Justin thinks Spinarak as well. Yeah. Yeah, I would say if it's Spinarak, then yeah, I would say well done, Capman. Spinarak is correct. Well done, Capman, and well done, Justin. So we're on for another 22 encounters. And Justin, you really love Spinarak Shiny. Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? It's quite purple, I think. It does. It's a very nice looking shiny. I agree. Very nice. That's not a shiny Piplup. The blue really pops, yeah. Yeah, it is a nice shiny, definitely. So, who's that Pokemon? And welcome back, PJ. Just in time for a Who's That Pokemon quiz. So we can either have the initial clue of knowing the generation or the type. I'm enjoying knowing the type, personally. So, yeah, can you tell us the type, please, Deb? I think that tends to help out the most. Oh, Justin, you missed the shiny Spinarak in Scarlet. Ah. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully you can find another. I really hope you can find another. Capman, is it a good idea to watch the Pokemon Presents together? Ooh, maybe. I haven't thought about that. It's on the 22nd of July, I think. I'll have to have a look at when it comes out because I will be working on that day. So I think it'll just depend on when it comes out. If it comes out while I'm at work, then I won't be able to watch it, together with all of you. But if it comes out when I'm not working, then yeah, I could probably stream it, and then we could all watch it together that way. Or we could, everyone can just watch it on YouTube, can't they? And then, then we could all hang out on our Discord and chat about it. It could work that way. So the type is Grass Ghost. Capamon says Trevenant. PG says Trevenant, the Ghost Tree. Yep. Capamon says Phantom. What about Pumpkaboo? Or Gorgeist? I'm going to say Pumpkaboo. So Justin, you'd caught 3 shinies from a bug sandwich. Oh, including Spinnerite, but you accidentally reset. Oh, that's harsh. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, sometimes that happens, doesn't it? Yeah. Saving is a big thing. Don't mess around with saving. Always save, definitely. As soon as I get this shiny, the first thing I'm doing is saving. My gosh. After reading that, that's definitely what I'm going to do first. Absolutely. So Pumpkaboo or Gorgeist, they're both incorrect. Ooh. Oh, interesting. Grass Ghost, and it's not Trevenant or Pumpkaboo. That's okay, right. I think I might need another clue then. Can you tell us the species name? I'm surprised about that because I'm trying to think of another one. And Dimitri, welcome to stream. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I hope you're doing really well. Welcome to Pokemon with Pugs. But unfortunately, we don't have any pugs to show off. It's a bit warm in the UK, and my pugs are downstairs where it's cooler in the lower levels of the house. We stream from the attic here, and it's very warm in the attic. So the pugs can only really hang out with us in the morning. But yeah, I hope you're doing well. We're looking for a shiny starter. We're going to be looking for another 18 encounters. We've been searching for a while. We've been searching for 2 months now, across 130 hours, and over 4,800 encounters. Not found it yet. Who knows when it will appear. And yeah, Dimitri, we're currently playing a game of Guess That Pokemon. The clue is that it's a Grass Ghost type. So Capamon has guessed Sinistra, but it's not Sinistra. No way, isn't the grass one? Yeah, so it's not Sinistra. Yeah, that's it. It's either Sinistra or Poltergeist, and it's probably not either of those. That's a shame. So it's known as the weed Pokemon. Ooh, that's interesting. And Justin, rest in peace, Masquerade, Cricketot, and Spinnerite. I'm sorry that you lost those shinies. I'm really hoping you're able to get those. Oh, Capelman's saying Rowlet's Evolution, Decidueye. That, yeah, that is the ghost type, isn't it? Grass ghost type. There's more grass ghost types than I thought there were. And Dimitri, sorry, I'm his daughter. Whose daughter? Yeah, I'm a bit confused, but welcome, no matter what. You're welcome. And you're welcome to guess. But it sounds like it's not Rowlet's Evolution. Let me just have a look at this Piplup. Let me have a close look at it. Stop showing me the Starly. There we go. And no, you're not shiny. Right, so it's not Decidueye. Ah, you're Dimitri's daughter. Fair enough. Absolutely, that's fair enough. The weed Pokemon. That's tricky. Right. What else can we ask for a clue? Oh, the tumbleweed Pokemon. That is a weed, isn't it? What's that called? I know the one you mean, Capman. I know the one you mean. Bramblin. Yeah, exactly what Justin's put there. Bramblin. Yeah. Yeah, that must be it. That is Grass Ghost, isn't it? I'd completely forgot about that. It was Brambleghast, so well done, Justin. Well done, Capperman. Well done. That was a tough one. I completely forgot about that one. That was a good quiz, Deb. That was tricky. I didn't think of Bramblin or Brambleghast. That was a good one. Okay, we got 15 more encounters. 15 more tries to get the shiny. And PG, you never played Scarlet and Violet. Then it's tricky to get. It is difficult to get some of the ones from the generations that you don't play. I know what you mean, because I struggle with the Pokemon from generations 5 to 7. But at least I have the benefit of some of those Pokemon have appeared in later generations. Dimitri, you love Pugs so much. Yeah, they're adorable, aren't they? I'm really sorry that they're not on camera at the moment. Yeah, they're just a lot happier downstairs when it's this warm. They are usually on camera, but sadly not at the moment. They're just very happy downstairs where it's cooler. But I agree, I love Pugs so much. Definitely. Pugs are the best. I think they're adorable. The Pugs are currently not in the stream. Exactly. Yeah, this is currently Pokemon without Pugs. But they were here at some. They have been here a couple of times during the stream, but it was mainly in the morning when it was cooler. Since then, they've migrated downstairs to where it's colder. Deb, guess that Pokemon. Okay, so yeah, how about we get the type again? Let's go for that. Again, the type seems to work out quite well. Justin, you accidentally found a shiny Slowpoke one time whilst being chased by a Veluza all the way back in 2023. Nice one. That's a happy coincidence. Nice. Because Slowpoke's shiny is very subtle. I'm not sure I would notice a shiny Slowpoke. So yeah, that was very lucky. So Indian houses mostly don't have basements. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, most UK houses don't really. Some do. So I think we're quite lucky in our house that we do have a basement, which is quite good. So the type is water poison. And Capman is guessing Tentacool. I think PG's guessing Tentacool as well by saying the squid from Generation 1. Yeah, so far everyone's going for Tentacool, which is a good shout. Water poison. Let me try and think of another one. I'll go for... I can't even remember if Marini or Toxapex are water types. I'm sure they're poison. I'm going to go for Marini. Tentacool, yeah, Tentacool is the pre-evolution, and then it evolves into Tentacruel. Tenta-uncool. Yeah. And Deb, yeah, so I am currently in the attic. We do have a basement here, but I'm in the attic, sadly. It was poor planning on my part. I set up my office in the attic, not really thinking about how bad it might be in the summer months. Right, let's go Turtwig this time. So Deb says Tentacruel or Tentacool are both incorrect. But Marini is close, which I think means it's within the Marini evolutionary line. So I think the answer might be Toxapex. Justin thinks Toxapex, yeah. I'm guessing that. I think it's that as well. Oh, look at that, we're on encounter 4,888. Lots of 8s. And PG, it gets to around 44 degrees in Indian summers. Yeah, it must be really tough. Because I mean, I really struggle in like 30 degree heat. 30 degrees is almost unbearable for me. I really struggle. So I can't imagine what it must be. Because yeah, Deb's in India as well. So I know all about the temperature. And I've been to India a couple of times, but never in the summer. Never in the summer. Right. What do we go for? Yeah, let's go Piplup this time. So Dimitri, you're not sure if you have a good time, but you're not going anywhere today. Fair enough. I mean, I'm certainly having a good time. I'm enjoying hanging out with everyone, looking for shinies, not finding one because that is not a shiny Piplup. Yeah. I mean, it's a little shame that I don't have my Pugs with me, because it is, I must say, it's nicer to play this with my Pugs next to me. But I know they are happier downstairs where it's cooler. So, yeah, I'm enjoying myself. Justin, you live in Louisiana, and it's 118 degrees all the time. That sounds crazy hot. Because I think I did a Google search, because I don't know too much about Fahrenheit, but I'm sure I converted 100 degrees Fahrenheit to Celsius, and that was insanely hot. I think like 100 degrees was something like 36 degrees or something. I might be wrong. So I can only imagine that 118 is insanely hot. Let me Google it. Let me find out how much it is, just so I can get my head around it. So 118 F to C, 47 degrees Celsius. That is, wow. Nah, fair play to you. I hope and I pray that you've got air conditioning. I really hope you do, because that's so hot. That is so hot. I hope you are safe in that heat. I hope you're staying safe, and I hope you're staying hydrated. And you never mess around in temperatures like that. Always be safe. So yeah, 118, 47. Wow. Yeah, and here's me. I'm complaining, and the temperature. I don't think it even reached 30 degrees here, and that's still too warm for me. Okay, so we've got 10 more encounters. I can't remember what we did last time, so we're going to go Piplup. Oh, no, didn't work. There we go, Piplup. And it's 31 degrees in Louisiana currently. That's still pretty warm for me. That's still pretty warm. That's still very warm for me. No, you're not shiny. PG, have you guys ever punched holes in walls? That's a strange question. I can definitively say that I have never punched a hole in a wall. But then I don't think I've ever punched anything in my life, wall or not. So, Justin, you're in North Louisiana? Is that what you mean by LA? Because you said you live in Louisiana. So I'm assuming when you say you're in North LA, you mean North Louisiana? Is that an abbreviation for Louisiana? Or do you mean that you're visiting North Los Angeles? And Deb has another Who's That Pokemon? We can either get a hint of the generation or the type. Let's go with type again. The type has worked well. Let's have a clue on the type. PG, no, if you were to try punching your walls, your bones are going to crack. Yeah, yeah. I'm pretty sure mine would as well. Okay. So PG, you were watching a video where someone was punching walls. That's a strange video. That is a strange video, I'm sure. Okay, so it wasn't Chimchar. 8 more goes. So, the Who's That Pokemon is a psychic type. That doesn't narrow it down much. I will guess though. So pure psychic. So I can rule out Zartu. I can rule out Girafarig. Pure psychic. let's go Alakazam. Let's go Alakazam, the classic psychic type. So Justin, you're on vacation in North Carolina for church camp. Very good. I hope you enjoy it. It sounds very cool. It's always good to, have a holiday or a break somewhere. So I hope you're having fun. Kaufman, yeah, did you hear about James and Meowth voice actor? Yes, I heard about that. I heard about it yesterday, and I was very, very sad to hear about that. Very, very sad. Yeah. Yeah. Because it's strange because I've been watching the anime very recently. I've just been watching the 3rd season, so where they first enter Johto, and yeah, it's been great rewatching. Well, I think I've seen a couple of episodes of Johto, but not many, so a lot of them are brand new to me. But yeah, just rediscovering how amazing those episodes were. And then to get that sad news, I'm upset. I'm upset that the voice actor's passed away. It's very sad. Yeah. Yeah, James Meowth. Yeah, and Professor Oak as well. I think he did the voices for. Yeah. It's a shame. Yeah, because James. His voicing of James in particular, I think he had wonderful comic timing and wonderful comic intonation. What he could do with James's voice really brought him to life. Yeah, I will always love those episodes of the anime. And yeah, like I say, I am rewatching them. So I'm currently rewatching the Johto Adventures. Oh, he did Gary as well. I didn't know about that. Yeah, it's really sad. But yeah, I guess that just shows how talented he was. That he was able to do all of those voices, and yeah, just bring so much character. Because I think James might have been my favourite character. Jesse and James, those double acts, and Meowth as well. They just brought so much charm to the characters. So PG, yeah, I think it's the English or American voice actor. Yeah, the English one, because it's the same because I think he was an American voice actor, but it was the same in England. We had the same guy. Just really sad. But he's left a legacy of work that will live on forever. And yeah, you're right. James always cared for his Pokemon. Always. I mean, even Jessie always cared for a Pokemon. I think the last episode I watched last night before I went to bed was the one where Jessie meets a Blissey that she knew as a Chansey as a child, she ends up rediscovering her bond with that Chansey. Chansey gives away a lot of food to Team Rocket because Chansey's so happy to see Jessie. But then when Chansey gets in trouble for giving away that food, Jessie comes back, gives back the food, and does an act to make it clear that Blissey was innocent. There's just so many touching moments. But yeah, Capamon, I'm very sorry to hear that. You've got a shiny Zubat, not the shiny Aaron. I'm sure you'll still get the shiny Aaron. But yeah, So that's 2 shiny Zubats for your run. I'm sorry to hear that. I am. PG, the pendant, the heart necklace one. Yes, exactly that episode. The one where Jessie remembers going to nursing school in her youth, where she meets the Chansey. The Chansey was never very talented as a Pokemon nurse, but Jessie always helped her through it. But because Jessie wasn't a Chansey, Jessie felt discouraged and didn't continue her nursing studies. But Chansey was upset that Jessie was leaving, so gave Jessie half of her heart pendant. So the Chansey and Jessie each had a little half of the pendant. Yeah, it was nice. It was a nice episode. That was the last episode I watched, so I'm just revisiting the Pokemon anime. So I'm up to season 3 at the moment, and I'm enjoying it thoroughly. Because yeah, wonderful voice actors throughout in that series. Oh, and Deb, yeah, the episode with James and Growlithe, that was so sad. That, you know, he had such a special bond with that Growlithe. Growlithe saved him through James's childhood. Yeah. There's so many really good episodes like that. The anime did a really good job of bringing all the characters to life. PG, you were 9 when you watched it? Yeah, exactly. And I think it still holds up. I really do. Even after all these years. Right, so we've got 4 more attempts. So I'm gonna do a Chimchar, then a Piplup, then a Turtwig, and we're gonna end on a Chimchar. Okay? So, fingers crossed we get the shiny. I really hope we do. Not that time. We got 3 more attempts, though. Oh, Meowth learning to talk as well. Yeah, that was a good one. There's so many really good episodes. So many. Yeah, I think whenever anyone passes, you know, so long as they live on in the hearts of the people that, you know, that they meant a lot to, then they're never really gone. And yeah, James and Meowth and Professor Oak and Gary's voice actor, I think he'll live long in the memory. So PG, which one do you want the most? I think maybe Piplup, maybe, but I'd be happy with any of them. So I like the randomness of not knowing what I'm going to end up with, but I think deep down, I think I would prefer a Piplup. So ideally, my ideal situation is that this Piplup that I've selected right now is shiny. That's my ideal situation. But it's not. So we're not going to be getting a shiny Piplup in today's stream. We're going to do a final Turtwig and then a final Chimchar. Cloud Taps. Why is there text there in the top right? Oh, I see what you mean. Why is there text on the camera? So I know what you mean. It's because I've got 2 cameras, as you can see, but only one of them is a webcam. The other one isn't really a webcam. It's a Facebook portal that's designed to be plugged into a TV. So it's not designed to be used as a webcam in the way that I'm using it. But Facebook has stripped out all functionality from their portal devices. So now it doesn't function as the thing that I paid good money for. It wasn't cheap. It's almost essentially just a brick. But it can at least it can at least show what it's looking at, but it can only do that. They've stripped out the camera application, which I don't know why they had to do that, but they have done. That just seems vindictive. I think the only thing that's left is something called story time mode, where if you click it, then it will try and tell a story based on the image in front of it. But even that doesn't work, because when you click it, it says it doesn't work. But if you just click it but don't open the application, it will at least function almost as a camera, like it's doing now. The problem is it does include text, so if I just flip it around, you might be able to see what that text says. Bear with me. Flip vertically. Oh, not vertically, I meant horizontal. Ay. Try it again. Yeah, ready for story time. Story time lets you be the story. Read interactive stories with animation, music, and effects. So again, it's not a webcam. It's just it's a Facebook portal that has been broken by Facebook. Facebook has completely stripped out everything from it, and I'm trying to use it as a webcam. One of these days, I probably do need to just buy a webcam. Oh well. Right, this is the last encounter. I'm going to choose a chimchar. So after this, I'll be ending the stream. So thank you all for joining up to now. Really appreciated it. I'll next be streaming tomorrow. So we've been streaming for how long? Almost 10 hours. Not quite 10 hours, but almost 10 hours. I'll be doing a similar stream tomorrow, so around the same time. Providing the weather's not too hot, but today it's not been too bad. So yeah, just thank you very much for joining and chatting and helping me keep sane through this hunt. I really appreciate it. Let me just catch up on chat as well. So PG, that's a nice thing to say. I like that. So you think he lives on in all our hearts watching the show? Yeah, I completely agree. And Deb, before the shiny starter, you've got JJ's attic reveal. Yeah, exactly. Yep. So we're going to go for this. Imagine if this was shiny. That would be the very best way to end a stream in the world. Let's see. It would be the best thing. But it's not. So we've reached 4,900 encounters. Yeah, again, thank you all for joining up to this point. Really do appreciate it. Yeah, everyone that stopped by, even for a minute, I really do appreciate it. I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of your day. I'll be back tomorrow. Maybe we'll get the shiny. If it's in the morning that you join, you should be able to see the poochers. They'll be around in the morning. But from what I have heard, I think the weather's going to be very similar tomorrow. So I think it's going to be very warm again. So similarly, I'm not sure if the poochers are going to be able to stick around for the whole stream. But they will be around in the morning, definitely. But yeah, just take care, everyone. Catch you later. And once again, thank you for joining. Bye, everyone.